Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket time. And England require 332 runs to win. They are 67 for 1 overnight, as we were just treated to endless super slow-mos of various people warming up for today's game on the TV. Pointless for about a minute and a half. Weird. Anyway, it is going to be, I suspect, the final day of this test. It has rattled along. I missed the entire day's play as I was getting spannered in Brighton. So I will tell everyone who I've been joined by, and they will tell you what happened yesterday. And I might offer some points of view. Of course, we have the Weather Cave, and our man in Perth, it's Messy Jez. Morning, Messy.
Good morning, Bear. Welcome back from your hangover.
Yeah.
You're in the studio all day today, so we're making today official Bear Appreciation Day, given that you got up in the middle of a hangover at 2:30 a.m. to bring us all here. So thank you for that. And I'll let Al summarise this today. Just to let you know, it's a beautiful day. At the ground, a maximum of 30 degrees, and it's 24.8 degrees in Perth, which is also a beautiful day.
Nice.
Welcome, and hello, Al.
Yeah, and Al's here. He's got up early before work, which is very good of him. We should appreciate Al too. Morning, Al.
I'm not sure that my people who might be relying on my work later on today might not appreciate.
Well, they can fuck off, man. You know.
Yeah. Yes, you'll be fine. I'll be brought to you later on by Kathleen. And by the number 7. So yesterday was a day a little bit like the first Indian innings, in which there was one anchor innings and really a lack of support from everybody else. So Gill survived an overturning of an out decision where there was a really thin inside edge on an LBW decision. Took his opportunity well, 104 from Gill, but once Gill got out, the lower middle order and the tail really didn't take didn't take their full opportunity to really bat England out of the game, and so England were left with a target of 399. Crawley and Duckett made a decent start, another 50 opening partnership, exactly 50. An absolutely brilliant bit of wicket keeping by Bharat to catch Duckett. If you look at the scorecard as a piece of literature, it says that he was caught behind, but he was caught well in front of the stumps, and Bharat made really good ground in order to be able to make that dismissal. Ray and Ahmed, who might be the Sparrowhawk if Stuart Broad was the Nighthawk, came in. There was two heart-in-mouth moments during the final over where he decided that rather than block out, he was just going to hit a couple of fours instead. And so we're at this position where, even though India are big favourites today, there's a chance that England could do something actually historic.
Well, again, we have chased down scores of 300 a few times in the last year. We've chased down some big scores. They will go positive, that we know. I mean, it was interesting. Just a headline somewhere that I saw, Jimmy Anderson said, well, we're not going to hang about. If we're going to, whatever happens, it'll be 60 or 70 overs today, and we'll either win or have lost. I suspect if we lost, it'll be less than 70 overs. But that feels about right in the Bazball era.
I have a huge concern about the impact this may have had on Hendo. He tweeted, he put a message on a WhatsApp group today saying that if Rehan is still there at lunchtime, England will win. And that's probably true, but for Hendo to actually entertain the possibility of England winning is a massive change in the firmament. I don't think it's been in Hendo's conception that England might possibly win from a situation like this. So something has seriously changed.
Well, the meds they've been giving him are getting to him too hard, is what I'd suggest. Very un-Hendo-like, but that's true. I mean, having not seen yesterday and seeing the score that India got, I kind of thought, oh, maybe the pitch had broken up and blah blah blah. But you two were telling me before that not really. It's the beginning of day 4.
There will be the occasional one that will keep a little low, but we're not really at the point where
it's massively capricious.
I mean, given what happened yesterday, I'd say that there's enough hanging together with the pitch that if England decided to go a slightly different route, which is to be positive but to remember that there's a 5th day and that you don't have to get it done today.
For my sanity, they do, Al.
Well, for everybody's sanity, they have to. But in a winning effort, I would turn around to you and say that Ray and Ahmed needs to score 25. I don't know about him being there at lunchtime, but if he can score over 25, I'd say that would be a net positive for England. But the proof of the pudding will be in the eating, and I can see that the main architect of England's first innings demise is warming up.
Yeah, well, a lot hangs on him, doesn't it? I mean, he's head and shoulders. Well, no, Jimmy got 5 wickets across 2 innings, didn't he? Bowled well, apparently. I can imagine he stays in the side then for the next game. There might even be Ollie Robinson in as well. Who knows? We shall get some jingles to start the day. This man.
Is a mission from the
first guy.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
And opening the bowling will be this man.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And the first ball does keep a little bit low, but Zach Crawley gets his bat down on it. Played up to mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, he got 5 wickets of bugger all in the first innings, and he has been standout seamer of the tournament so far. Apart from Jimmy, everyone else has been pretty ineffective, really.
They had this interesting stat after India were 2 down, because Jimmy took the first 2 wickets yesterday. That when India were 2 down, there'd been as many wickets that had fallen to pace as there'd been to spin. But the only problem is that both teams had only chosen one frontline seam.
Well, that is the interesting thing, isn't it? That one is left alone by Crawley through to the keeper. There's no one. It came back in, and almost hands went up. Like, can't believe that missed the stumps. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? And you've got to say, at the end of the day, if India win this, the Jaswell will be man of the match, and the difference between the two sides.
Yeah, I think that's true.
As is often the way.
Gill really needed the ton yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah, he did.
Gill is off the field though, so there is a substitute Indian fielder in Sarafaz.
Okay. Bumrah in third ball to Crawley, who lets that through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Oh, actually, while we're talking about things that happened yesterday, one of the key things is that in warm-up and also in the first session, Joe Root took a blow on his right hand, specifically on the little finger of his right hand.
Little pinky, yeah. That's what I said.
If you're a right-handed batsman, that's your bottom finger, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry. It's your top finger of your bottom hand with your holding the bat. So he didn't get a scan.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But he is going to bat, is what I also heard. Crawley leaves that one once more through to the keeper, and there's no run.
So, according to Jimmy Anderson, the finger is a mess, which I believe is a technical term, a medical condition. So his finger's a mess, but they didn't. He received treatment in the dressing room, but didn't go for a scan. And because it's classed as an external injury, he'll probably bat at 4 or 5.
Fair enough.
Well, Jimmy Anderson. Hopefully tomorrow he'll turn up at the ground and be okay to hold a bat.
Yeah. Left alone once more through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm glad he's not my doctor.
Yeah.
Jimmy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we await a Root innings. He hasn't really had one this series yet, and he's good enough that he definitely will have one.
Yep.
I do think when he has to bowl so much, it becomes a bit of an issue for him. Bumrah in again, and once more left alone through the keeper. First over of the day is a maiden, and England remain on 67 for 1.
Our traditional day starter tweet comes from Men with Ven, Dave Barrett. Says it's 4 a.m. in the Libyan desert as I make my way to the Sudanese border. I ran out of water a while back, and the hallucinations are coming thick and fast. All I know for sure is I must tune into Guerrilla Cricket, and I must go harder.
Absolutely, go harder. Head for the border.
Yeah, Warren's with us. Said, good, whatever the Flintoff time of day this is to you all. And don't forget, it's also Bear Appreciation Day, because he's in the studio all by himself, except for a hangover that's keeping him company.
Exactly.
West Aussie Leeds says, good afternoon, team from the land of West Australia. This should be a fun day, and hope England provide another lasting memory. Leah says, good morning, all. And Daniel Bowman says, afternoon from Australia, lads.
Well, hello to you all, and thank you for joining us. Could be a fun day. Here we go. Axar Patel at the other end. He's around the wicket first ball, and Ryan Armour has got him. Oh no, he hasn't got out first ball. I thought he was going to slap it straight to mid-on, but he didn't get enough on it, and it bounced before mid-on. No run.
He's got an early tee off time.
Yeah. Oh, this one he goes back, crashed into his pads, going well down leg side though, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it'd be quite fun if Ryan Armour could tee off and get 30 or so. He's certainly capable. Axar Patel in again. This time back goes Ryan Armour, forces it out through the covers, just past cover. Crawley was reluctant to set off to start with, but there was an easy run. That's the first run of the morning.
But it went the first shot did go a long way towards mid-on.
I thought he just plopped it straight to him initially.
A good 80% in the air there.
Yeah. Round the wicket, Axar full and nicely driven by Crawley, but not fast enough to beat Kuldeep at mid-on. Comes across the field. He's pretty deep for Crawley, and they'll get another single. Early sparring. England get themselves in before they probably get aggressive.
I think there's a certain amount of pressure on Rowett today.
Well, there is. He was bloody used to... Oh, jeez. Rayan goes for another big hit, gets a big inside edge onto his pads, and there's no run.
Yeah. Do you reckon that this was the thing that they told him to do in the dressing room?
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. It would be very bad. Well, he's the number 9. He's a free wicket at this point in this game, almost. That one he gets forward and defends, and there's no run. Night watchman, if he can get 30 in 5 overs and really, put the pressure back onto India before getting out, and maybe get through the first spell of Bumrah, that's a good thing.
Mog has a question for you, Bear. He says, "Hi, Bear. How are you doing? Want a super chat?"
Yes, please. I love a super chat, Mog. I'm okay. Yesterday I was very sketchy and tired, but I went to bed at 10:30. I've had 4.5 hours sleep. Not so bad.
He was potentially fictional yesterday.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Frank Rockefeller says, "Hopefully the balls will be going to the wall today." Wilhelmine says, "Morning all." She says, "Hender's prescription is too strong." And she says, "How's your head this morning, Bear? What happens in Brighton stays in Brighton, right?"
Yeah, pretty much. No, I just got hammered in a party. It was a good party. It was good fun.
All these old fellas pretending they were younger.
Dot ball, first ball of the over by Bumrah.
I think Bruce Springsteen said it best about Glory Days, didn't he?
I can't remember the lyrics, but yeah, probably. Good song though.
They'll pass you by.
Yeah. But that's the funny thing, you don't remember much the next day, really, when you actually think about it. Bumrah, at the end of his run, bowls to Crawley. Ooh, maybe it squats a little bit on him. He kind of tries to force it out through the offside, and there's no run.
Actually, for true comedic effect, what we should have done is you should have introduced it and just claimed that today was day 3.
Yeah. Yesterday just passed me by.
Yeah, yesterday did not exist, ladies and gentlemen.
You realise why you don't do that shit very often as you get older.
Very fittingly, on Bear Appreciation Day, we have a super chat from Mog for 20 Australian dollars. He just says the Bear keeps them on air, which is very true.
All right, thank you very much,
Thank
Mog.
you so much, Mog.
Crawley lets that one through once more to the keeper, and there is no run.
Gurmit predicts England 399 for 5. So that's a good moment to draw attention to the GPL, which is worth £118 at the moment. And you can, if you wish, predict precisely that England will get whatever they need to get to 399 today and be spot on the money. Or you can predict that they'll be out for something rather less than that.
Yeah.
Go to our website, click on the competition, and enter the GPL, and you could be in with lots of money.
Bumrah in, beats the outside edge of Crawley, who's propping forward. To be fair, he's playing inside the line.
No,
And there is no run.
Because this is the fourth innings. The rules of GPL are slightly different, aren't they? Because normally you have till lunch.
Yes, if England get to 7 wickets down before lunch, I will close it at England being 7 down. But other than that, that's the problem. With a win in sight, there is that option. If the score was too low, I wouldn't open it at all. But look, I'd love England to win, but I don't see it happening really. That one is off the bat for a change by Crawley. Guides it down to Gully. Soft hand, and there's no run.
Chad Wright expresses the dilemma facing some in the US. He says, sometimes it's 11:15 p.m, you have work in the morning, and you just have to say, fuck it, have a glass of whiskey and watch the first hour of the test.
Absolutely.
I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. For someone who's stayed up for more than their fair share of sports in the US before going to work, you can get used to it after a while.
Is it Super Bowl this Sunday, or is it
This Sunday?
This Sunday.
Yeah.
Driven only up a bit, but beautiful shot by Crawley. Gets out that extra cover drive. He's very good at that, and it looks lovely when he does it. And it's 4 runs, first of the day. England move on to 73 for 1.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
A little bit uppish for a while.
Handsome though.
As I understand it, the Super Bowl is basically a full day event for 18 minutes of football, which is really interesting.
The clock will tick on 60 minutes. I'm sure there'll be an over/under on how many seconds of television time Taylor Swift will be on.
Of course.
To be honest, you can talk about any number of celebrity fans for all manner of different teams.
Yep.
She's no different than anybody else. People who have a problem with her being on the telly for 25 seconds in 3 hours never expressed the same problem about, say, for example, Spike Lee being on the coverage for the Knicks.
Down the track comes Ryan Ahmed, and he's going to beat the man at wide mid-on. It wasn't a massively convincing shot. I think he got the inside half of the bat, but he got enough of it. And so we have 4 runs to more to the score.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well,
He does look like he's going to dislocate both his shoulders every time he swings the bat like that, doesn't he?
yeah. Well, he's come out and he's going to be positive. This one is given a little bit more air, and that's a beautiful shot from Ryan Ahmed. Drills it through the offside, out to the extra cover boundary for 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
As maybe agricultural as the first one was, the second one just as beautiful.
It was indeed. This time it's flat from Axar Patel. Drags it down a bit, and Ryan Ahmed can just punch it up to mid-on for an easy single.
And do you think that of the three shots, probably the third one becomes the more frustrating? Is the fact that it's like, well, I just play this for 1.
Well, that's that's the thing. I mean, the way England play, it's an ODI, except for they got more than 50 overs. They've got 80 at least in a day. And if you said that in an ODI and you gave them that target of 300 and whatever, they'd say, yeah, we can get that. If they bat like that and work the singles and frustrate, as that one's just defended out to your side, no run. It's possible to get there. The question is that, losing the wickets on the way, I guess. That's defended out into the covers and there's no run, but the pitch doesn't look a minefield, certainly at the moment.
So there seems to be more fielders set for the missed time drive than.
Well, yeah. Well, this comes back to your. That's defended pretty flat again by Axel. But defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over, 82 for 1. Yeah.
Warren says, does Joe Root's little finger look like messages with or without trousers? The Pornbot says, did Bear make it to Ealing from Brighton? The light rollers with us following in stealth mode. Warren says, is Bear Appreciation Week like Fat Bear Week with participation trophies? No, it's not. It's with Super Chats. And Dave Barrett has sent us a screenshot of Ollie Pope looking like he fucking ended up in the gutter in Brighton with the bear. He says, looks like Ollie Pope went harder last night. It doesn't look great, I've got to say. Classic Hindi Songs and Sport says, good morning, good people. Hi, Messi. Ravindra got 240 today for New Zealand. Yes, considering his previous high score was something like 16 not out, it's not a bad debut test century.
First ball of Bumrah's over is outside half of the bat by Rayan. I don't know how much control he had, but it's well stopped by Shreyas Iyer diving to his left.
I was very confused because they all converged on.
They did for a minute, yeah.
Like he caught it or something. Yeah.
It's a good stop. Went quickly.
You're an inspiration to Mayank too, Bear. He says, hello all, haven't slept much, was in Brooklyn for my cousin's 31st birthday. I took too many shots. Sounds like the Bear had a similar night. I hope when I'm his age, I too can keep partying that hard.
Oh yeah, it's quite difficult at my age, Mike. Thanks. Next ball is punched out to cover. Point, by Ryan. No run. And this comes back to your point about Rowett. Al, he was very passive when England were getting that score in the third innings in the last test. And if England start to worry him, does he just fade and get it all wrong and set too many people back, give away the singles and all that kind of nonsense? Jasper in. Ooh, onto the back foot, tries to punch through the offside as Ran. Looked good, but could have easily caught his outside edge, gone through to the keeper. It didn't, and there's no run.
No, Rayhan's on 19. And like we were saying, if you consider him coming in at number 9 for a big run chase, that this is probably the upper limit of what you might want or expect him to be able to score. So we're kind of
in bonus territory.
Anything from here on in,
I'm not sure.
Might consider to be good positive runs for England.
I'm not. Ooh, that one's into the pads, and there is a no run. Just drops down at his feet. I'm sure he's got. Has he got first class ton, Ryan Ahmed? I know he's got some runs. He's been touted as a bit of a batter.
Yes, he has. He's scored 122.
So he's capable.
And he's got 4 first-class 50s as
well. There you go. So maybe not a bad thing.
His first-class batting average is 31.
Wow. That is pretty good. Well, he's not played that many. Wow, that's gone a mile from Bumrah. Wow. 5th ball of the over. Started too wide though and went much wider. Off the sea, maybe off a crack. There are a few cracks, I have to say. When you look at the pitch, there are a lot of cracks, but it seems to be holding together.
India want Bumrah from both ends the way England needed Anderson from both ends.
Yeah. Well, that's it. If you can keep the runs down as well, it's a bonus, isn't it? The way both sides are batting.
Current economy rates: Bumrah 1.65 per over, Patel 7 per over.
Yeah. Well, England will go after the spin.
Yep.
They showed that a willingness to do that. That's defended back down the track, and there's no run, and that always flummox someone in India.
So Mog's getting all smug with us. He says, timely opportunity to remind you all that I just don't get hangovers. Eleanor's with us. She says, afternoon from Melbourne. Half our bloody games weren't broadcast, so grateful to have you lot keeping our summer of cricket going. Mog says, I don't understand American football, therefore I must hate and denigrate it as much as I can. Stupid game. And Paul Harrison says, greetings from Greenpoint in Brooklyn. What chance is WinViz giving England and BearViz?
I don't know, but I have noticed that Cricinfo have ditched WinViz.
Yeah, I'll have a look on their app.
Has everyone decided it's such a joke that they've got a bad reputation now, which would be quite funny. It's defended on the onside and there's no run.
WinViz have got England at 13% at the moment.
That seems fair.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah.
That seems fair as a number.
Down the track comes Crawley. Just pleasantly drives it up to mid-off. And that'll be a single.
Yeah, it's about as deep as mid-on can be. So you could time it pretty well and still get there for the single.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not quite crazy paving, is it, on the pitch?
No, it's not. I mean, there are some very visible cracks, but there's been no puffs of dust really, not massive ones anyway. Back goes Ryan Ahmed, cuts but to straight to point, no run.
You want cracks? Let me remind you of the whacker.
Yeah, well, yes. Right forward this time, Ryan Ahmed defends it back to the bowler, no run.
You'd lose your grandmother down one of those.
In the same way that you could describe a net as a series of holes stitched together as the whacker pitch. It used to be the thing that linked the cracks together.
Now that one slides on and didn't really get up, but Ryan Ahmed was deep in his crease and still cut it out to cover. No run. Yeah, the pitch looks not so bad. Not like some of the pitches we've seen in India in years gone by. Defended back down the track and there's no run. And that ends the 20th over, 3 for 1. Ryan Ahmed is 19 of 26. Crawley is 35 of 68. Messi.
Leah says I shall look into covering the Sri Lanka tour of South Africa now that Shelley is also on board. Chad Wright says, I love high-level competition in all sport, American football notwithstanding. I'll admit the Super Bowl isn't our best export. It is an excuse to party and gamble, and some like the commercials. Andy Feeney says it's squeaky bummer time. Eleanor says, Frank Rockefeller says, the away team, in my opinion, should have had automatic choice on whether to bat or bowl. The home team has enough advantages as it is without a fair toss. Yeah, that's a discussion that will go on forever.
I don't know. Bumrah.
It is what it is.
Horrible ball down the leg side. It's gone past Crawley's pads on the full and beaten Barrett behind the stumps, and it's going to be 4 byes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We're nearly up to the half-hour mark, and India haven't got a wicket. There's a night watchman in, always handy.
That was
a horrible ball.
Barrett didn't really have too much of a chance there, did he? Really?
I know that's harsh when those goes against the keeper, but that's life.
Yeah, the look on his face was like, it's not where I'm standing.
Yeah, bowler can't really blame the keeper in those instances. Crawley facing up, that one is arrowed in at stumps and just defended by him. Back up the track, there's no run.
Warren's got an interesting concept. He said, any chance that Taylor Swift dumps Travis Kelce and starts dating Ben Duckett? I wonder if the ICC could offer a contract. It'd be a lot better than getting Beckham like they did during the World Cup. I think it'd get a lot more eyes on cricket.
Contrary to right-wing popular demand in the United States, I actually believe that they're a proper couple.
Definitely.
You don't believe right-wing conspiracies?
Yeah.
I find that hard to believe.
I didn't even realise that was a thing. Of course they're a couple. That's a beautiful drive by Crawley. Just too full by Bumrah there and just drilled straight back past him. Can't bowl there to Crawley. He does do that very nicely. And it's 4 more.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Just beautiful.
Just pushed.
That's as close as Al gets to an orgasm at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was just lovely.
Just beautiful stuff.
Bumrah at the end of his run, 4th ball of the over. He's in. And that's defended by Crawley. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Don't know why he's getting so excited about that.
I think there's a sense, and I sort of felt this at the start of yesterday, is that because Pacer contributed so many wickets, that if you're Bumrah or Anderson, you have to be conscious right from the get-go that every session is crucial. The session at the start of the day, doubly so.
Yes, very much. Yeah, very much so. And he's the kind of go-to bowler as well at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's up to the crease now, Jasper. He's into Crawley. He plays that pleasantly up to mid-on. And there is no run.
It's worth remembering he got to none for 25 in the first innings too, before he then took 6 for 4.
Yeah, exactly. Oh right, that's the Duckett catch. I see.
Yeah,
that was good. Yeah,
really world-class keeping from Bharat to make that ground to be able to get round the stumps.
There's been some good keeping. Folkes was brilliant with his catches, I thought.
Yeah, keeping low thing. Bumrah in. Last ball of the over. It's just defended out to the offside, but there were 8 off it, 4 byes and a 4. And no run. We'll have 1 more over, and then we'll have a little switcheroo.
Okay, the light roller says the pitch isn't a minefield. Did England miss a trick bowling too many spinners? Well, I think they did, yes. The Jersey Jingler said, did you get my new Hartley jingle? I haven't been able to listen to the last couple of nights. There?
I shall investigate the inbox.
Okay.
Yes.
The Pornbot says, Mug, maybe you need to be a hungover. It will be a hell of a story on Guerrilla Cricket. To be hungover a door. Oh, God. Not that again. The same old trope. Lots of discussion on YouTube about the football. Mayank says, I bet Taylor Swift thinks this is a chess match after her encounter with KP on Graham Norton's show years ago. Oh, she didn't have to deal with KP, did she?
Oh, God. Poor woman. Rowan Ahmed goes on the back foot, plays it into the leg side. The thing is, I know very little about Taylor Swift, but she's enormous.
She's got a new album coming out in April.
I know everyone loves her and thinks she's musically brilliant. I don't think I've ever listened to her. So
Me too.
Inadvertently, I probably have. Edged, taken. No.
Oh, if that's taken, it would be brilliant. But I don't.
No, it's not. I thought he had it in his hand, and they just posed on him, but no, it didn't. It was edged. He went back. It did turn this time. Caught the outside edge. Flew past Rowett at first slip and down to vacant third man. I think the cameraman thought he caught it as well. That's why they stood on. But then he could see that it wasn't in his hand. So 4 more runs anyway.
I think they were waiting for his reaction, and his reaction was that he just stayed head on the ground.
Well, got away with that round, moves into the 20s. Oh, that one did grub, but he managed to keep his bat, to get his bat down on that one. He's playing dangerously here.
Something for us all to watch, that maybe his arm ball
quick.
is the one that will keep low.
Yeah.
Mob points out that even he's released a new album this year.
Well, that's
good lad.
That is true. Although, gotta say, listen to some of her stuff. It's all really good.
Well, I've got to say, I've listened to more of Mog's tracks than I have of Taylor Swift.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I probably heard loads of her tracks as well. Oh, that one does keep low again, and Reynolds once again goes back. But adjusts. Pitch isn't very quick. That's the thing. I guess you get time to adjust. That was nearly 98 kilometres an hour.
At what point is that just medium pace?
Slow medium. Oh, that's got to be out. That's got to be out. He's gone back, unless he's got an inside edge on that, but he doesn't think so. He's walking off. Tried it one too many times with Ryan Ahmed. Trying to flick a straight one into the leg side. And he's missed it. It's cannoned into his pads. He's deep in his crease, probably in front of about middle and leg. And the umpire had to give it. There's no question about that. First wicket of Morning Fools. And the Night Watchman departs. 23 useful runs, though. But we have to say goodbye.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
He was close to being outside the line, and I thought.
I think he might have been given the instruction that even if you know you're not out, you do not use a review.
Not when you're number 9.
Number 9 coming in as number 3.
Yeah. I got to give credit to Josie Oak. 30 seconds before that wicket fell, he tweeted, "Morning, this is false hope. Collapse is due."
Well, yeah. What, Josie? Fuck off.
The porn bot says, "Will Taylor let Ben Duckett come on from both ends?" And Leah says, "Holy shit, they have barbed wire on top of the fence that separates the stands from the field. That's not uncommon in India, I don't think." And Spicy Golden Duck says, "Good morning, gorillas. Fuck me, it's early. I can't quite remember the finer details of how I got to sleep so early last night. I might have toasted the boy hawk too early. But the upside of falling asleep at 8 p.m. is waking up in time to listen to you. So, yeah, welcome aboard, James. Great to have you with us."
We're supposed
are we going to change right now?
Oh God, there's only one ball left. Of course, we were just going to change after this over. But
Let's do another ball. It's fine.
We'll just do the other ball. Sorry, boys, those in the wings waiting.
It's a ball.
It's one ball.
Let's hope we get second innings Ollie Pope as opposed to first innings Ollie Pope.
Yep. 5 centuries in tests already, though. It's not a bad going. Last ball of the over, then we're going to have a switcheroo. It's Axar Patel into Ollie Pope. Tosses that one up, drives it pleasantly, beats the man who's halfway back at cover, and he's going to get off the mark positively.
What a weird field placing.
With a 4, yeah.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
And in this instance, I'm going to hand straight over to Dave, Al,
and you're
James.
doing the tweets, I think, aren't you?
Yeah.
Don't know why my video was off there. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So we're up to date on tweets. There's just a couple of YouTube messages. First from from Frank Rockefeller.
Morning, boys. I will hand over to you now.
Morning. Thank you very much. Morning, all. How are we doing?
Good.
We're doing all right.
Good. Yeah. I mean, I'm slightly disappointed that Rayon got out eventually.
He was doing very well. He was doing really well.
He was doing okay. I still think he's got to back his talent a little bit more. I still think he bats a little bit too much in the sort of headless chicken camp. I think he's a bit better than that.
Yeah, we got Bumrah coming in. Bowling to Crawley. He's bouncing in, head back. It's just short of a length on middle stump, and that is flicked away by Crawley to come back for 2. Crawley moves to 41 off 75. Just having a look at that wicket again. Yeah, it's really skipped in. It was outside the line, do we think? Let's have a look.
No, I think just
Impact umpire's call.
That is cool. Just right.
Yeah, I think you were right. I think no matter what, I think he wasn't going to burn a review. There wasn't really much point unless Rehan maybe had his 50 and was going through the gears, perhaps.
Do you know what? I reckon he thought he was plumb, because he strikes me. Maybe it's a Nottingham thing, but he strikes me as a bit of a Stuart Broad. I reckon he burned it through as many reviews as he could.
Paragon of virtue, Stuart Broad.
Yeah, exactly. I think Red's got that in him.
Bumrah's bouncing in, short again. It's a bit closer to that off stump. No run. It's just played out to the cover region by Crawley.
Just want to make sure that that's the same Stuart Broad who refused to walk after edging one in the afters.
Yeah,
many shades of Stuart Broad.
If you're from Nottingham, you're never out. I think is like a clear message here. And also, Rayan is a man who is the only time he's without a bat in his hand is when he's out in the field. So he clearly rates himself.
We all rate ourselves.
Yeah, but we all rate ourselves, and then there's kind of broad rayon rating.
Yeah, there's different levels of
there
rating,
really
I
are.
suppose. Yeah, there's Glenn McGrath rating herself, and there's I don't even think Mark Richardson rated himself. Bumrah comes in, he's bouncing. It's just outside off stumps, a little bit fuller. Crawley looking circumspect.
He's been a bit too wide, hasn't he, boys, this morning?
Yeah. There was
I think this whole innings, he's pitched a bit short and a bit wide, hasn't he?
Yeah, what's the tactic behind that? What's he thinking?
Do you know what? I just think he's not on his game. I don't think there's any particular tactic by that. He knows what to. I mean, Jesus, it's Bumrah.
I know, What to do. It's like, how do I do this again? He just has to figure it out every single innings. It's bouncing in. It comes in. It is short, metronomically so, just on that off stump. Maybe a little bit too wide for our liking.
Yeah, but Dave, I think you've nailed it about like that thing about how do I do it again. I think that's the kind of cricket and golf kind of thing. That every time you pick up the ball or the bat, there's this horrible nature of I've forgotten how to do this.
What is this? Shane Warne used to have this thing, didn't he? Like, used to forget which foot he started his run up with, and then he said it to Mark Taylor, and Mark Taylor just like pushed him and said, "That's the foot.
That's the foot. There you go."
Don't worry, Shane. You just got to reboot him every now and again. Comes in. Ooh, it just came in on middle leg, but that's flicked away by Crawley off the back foot, and it disappears across the outfield, and it goes for 4. It's a lovely shot by Crawley.
2 + 2 is our man.
Well, Matt.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? There, he's just such a good timer with the ball.
He really is. That was it. Came in, but it didn't matter really.
No, it didn't.
He was just well placed. It didn't really matter if that was. He was kind of in line for that off stump ball, which he'd been facing before. It just came in on middle leg, got the bat down, used those incredibly long limbs of his, and got it through the gap. 6 off the over, 1 to come.
Less than 300 needed.
Here we go. Elastic Bumrah. Ooh, it's just that. Yeah, it's that off stump line, but it kind of seemed to shape a little bit, perhaps.
Kept low as well, didn't it?
Yeah. There's going to be the odd one. Didn't keep down too low, but anyway, 105 for 2. How are we on social?
Leah takes solace in the fact that the barbed wire is classic barbed wire and not the concertina kind. If you are going to choose your barbed wire, then I guess that's fine.
Which is your favourite barbed wire?
Signs that you've exhausted every topic.
Can I make a bit favourite barbed wire? Little bits of wool from sheep in it. I think if they could do that, that would just take it up a notch.
I think that yeah. So, cashmere barbed wire. And Warren is eagerly awaiting Disinterested Handjobs Stadium tour, as we all are. Dates to follow, I think, Mark. If you'd let us know about that.
Akshar skims in to Pope, who faces his second delivery as defended to cover.
Unbasballian defence. So your Shane Warne thing reminds me of. Have you heard? You know that anecdote? Have you heard it? That Harold Pinter anecdote about when.
That is in from Akshar. He's played 2 cover. Cover does a little dive, a little pirouette, but for no run.
But when he's writing some film for Joseph Losey and he can't get started, and Joseph Losey gives him a phone call to see how he's getting on, and Pinter says, "I'll just stop as the ball's coming in here."
Akshar wide the crease, and that is reverse swept nicely by Pope. It's disappeared for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And so he says to him, "How are you getting on?" He says, "I can't do it." He goes, "Well, go out for a walk. Go out for a walk, you'll be able to do it." So he goes out for a walk, gets back to his desk, he still can't start. So Losey calls him up again, says, "How are you getting on?" He goes, "Oh, I can't do it." He said, "Well, phone someone else up, have a chat, just relax." Does this, still can't do it. Losey calls him up again, he goes, "How's it going?" He goes, "Oh no, I still can't." He goes, "Just do it." And at that point he just starts writing frantically.
There you go, that's all it takes. Akshar comes in very, very wide, is defended by Pope. Yeah, that was a lovely little dink by Pope. The many shades of Pope. Which Pope do we have?
Yeah, well, like Al says, we need Mr. Second Innings, don't we? Yeah. In fact, as many would be lovely.
Akshar just working those angles. It's defended to cover by Pope.
I mean, I think one massive thing in his and England's favour is maybe you would want to be facing Akshar of the spinners. Certainly, you wouldn't want to be facing Ashwin when you came in, and Bumrah isn't quite on the money.
It's an interesting choice, yes, for opening the day. Akshar going wider again, and that is blocked to the leg side. And that is the over 109 for 2.
Leah says, of course, concertina is my favourite pathway. If you try to get out of that stuff, it just cuts you to ribbons. You just have to hold still and get cut out of that stuff. Other barbed wires are available. Quick update from other cricket going on around the world. New Zealand are playing South Africa. South Africa are currently 33 for 3 and trail by 478. So, but a few problems there maybe for I think we should call them South Africa B, shouldn't we really?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens, isn't it, when you send a bad team? Well, okay, well, we were saying about Akshar and Bumrah, there's been a bit of a change.
Yeah, here we go. Ashwin is coming into the attack.
Something to note for a little bit later on, boys. I think it's saying that Ashwin's at 497 wickets in his career.
Oh,
Test career.
Right. Yeah.
So 500 watch might be on later on.
Inching closer to the summit area, Ashwin is bowling around the wicket to Crawley. He just dabs it into the offside. They get through for a single. Hope with 8 off 7. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, all the more admirable the amount of times he's been left out by India. Sometimes in slightly bizarre circumstances. I mean, he's the kind of guy who would just be nailed onto any other team sheet in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, him and Lyon climbing that mountain together, and two men who've historically been left out at various points for whatever reason. Ashwin, I'm assuming, will continue round the wicket. Yep, to both right-handers. Hope blocks stoutly. 8 off 8.
Ashwin and Bumrah are similar in the sense that they have that strange kind of hands together, hesitant father to a new baby rock when they come in, don't they? I don't know if they hang out together a lot.
Yeah, there's a weird kind of bounce. That is. Ooh, he comes down the crease, has a bit of a dance, and Pope flicks that through to deep mid wicket. Looks like they will get back for 2. Wasn't extremely fluent, didn't get a huge amount on it, but got enough.
Yeah, I think encouraging though from Pope, right? Because maybe he didn't quite connect there, but he's such a skittish starter. It just seems to be a tiny bit more intent, but maybe I'm being overly optimistic.
It's not a bad start. It's a pretty good start for most, I'd imagine. Ashwin continues. That is reverse swept. Ooh, Barrett takes off the bails. Was he out of his crease? It all seemed to happen in a flash.
Yeah, no. There's looks of distress in the crowd, but he's not. The bear is giving it that's not out. And just as well, because there was some idiot who just said that he looked like he was quite comfortable.
Yeah, he was shaping for a lovely reverse dab as he does these days. And he just missed it, and Barrett cleaned up those bails as soon as he got the ball, seeing that he was. Well, let's have a little look. Nicely delivered by Ashwin. A little bit of loop.
It got bigger on him than he thought.
Yeah,
didn't it?
it did. It certainly did. Barrett was very happy with that. Lovely bit of glove work. Lovely bit of glove work throughout the test match, obviously.
Yeah, two quality keepers.
Two quality keepers. Ashwin continues. And that is played to mid-wicket, who he just kind of, he dropped the ball. They thought he might get a single there, but they did not.
Classic golden rule about not running on a misfield.
Never, ever run. Safraz is there subbing. He's there at leg slip. Played off the back foot by Pope to cover for no run. Bit of bounce, and that is the over 112 for 2 after 25.
Mog says that he's playing 2 shows at Revolters on April the 31st. A date for your calendar, or if you have got that date in your calendar, you need a new calendar. Spicy Golden, thanks for the commentary. I remember the olden times when cricket commentators bowlerised their listeners' tweets. I was delighted to hear Messrs upgrade might fudge me to a fuck me. Well, yeah,
There you go.
that's what we're all about.
Yeah, the ultimate compliment.
Yeah. If Jez is going to swear on your behalf, you have climbed the tweeter's mountain, sir.
Yeah, you've been anointed.
Akshar now, he's bowling without his shades. He's getting down to business. Wide the crease, and that is blocked by Crawley.
And Crawley, how can
Ooh,
Crawley?
hello.
Oh.
Yeah, I was
think-
wondering. was a little something-
If they can roll that back.
Rock and roll it back, or roll and rock it. He comes down the crease as Crawley dances down and just bunts it over in the air, over long off. Gone for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That was done
50.
so smartly by Crawley. Yeah, he's gone to 50 actually.
It's
50 off 83.
And you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
That is played by Crawley down to. Well, it looks like the man was kind of deepish at mid off. They run through for single.
Well, Crawley, let
Yes.
us remind ourselves that what's a collective of gorillas? Is it a troop of gorillas
It's
or
a
something
whoop.
like that?
Whoop whoop.
Is it a whoop? Okay, well, this whoop of gorillas have slagged off Crawley so many times over the past few years. It is lovely to see him.
Are you saying it's our fault?
Yeah, no, I'm saying we're inspiration for
Inspire.
him.
He
Yeah.
kept the receipts. Crawley sweeps, and that has gone for 4. He's keeping quite a few receipts, and Axar has a few more things to think about. He's looking quite clammy. He's got his shades off. He's got a bit of sweat in the forehead. Looks a bit like I do after a nightmare. It's actually Pope. Pope, sorry, swept that for 4.
So we think that second innings Ollie Pope has kidnapped first innings Ollie Pope.
Yeah, he's holding him hostage. Pope dabbles that round the corner, and actually I can't believe what has just happened. He is affronted that the ball has gone for 4 past the short fine leg. It's well played by Pope. McCullum just nods in the change room to say, I told him to do that.
Yeah. Can I advance a Christopher Nolan theory? Have you seen?
Oh,
the
yes,
film,
please.
The Prestige.
I certainly
maybe
have.
Maybe they're
Many times.
brothers. Maybe they're twins.
Yeah, the different Chucky twins. Axar continues to Pope. That is blocked to the man who comes round from mid-off, and that is the over. 125 for 2.
13 off that over, we should say. 13.
Not a bad over. Not a bad over. Akshar's gone for a few.
Let me just bring up YouTube. Come on, YouTube. You can do this, YouTube.
You can do it. We believe in you.
We believe in YouTube. Willow Moon, biggest. Some talk here about. Willow Moon's just pledged my £2 a month on Patreon. Wish I could
Very
afford
nice.
more.
There we
Willow
go.
Moon, don't worry about affording more. Thank you very much for your contribution. Whatever you
Thank
can
you
afford.
kindly. If anyone else would like to contribute, please do. Ashwin continues round the wicket. That is blocked by Mr. Crawley, Mr. Zach Crawley.
Crawley is now. I think in Australia when he went over for the Big Bash, he was called the King of Baseball.
King of
And
Baseball.
Yeah.
That is short from around the wicket. Crawley came down the wicket. He bunted it into the offside. He thought there was a run there. There was not. Rahul just kind of crab-like ran out, got the ball. That could have been a bit dangerous if Crawley had proceeded with his original plan to go for a single.
Well, I think he's not the king, but he's certainly a duke.
He's an elder.
Nowadays.
Well, no,
he's a minor royal. I think within the
Gentry,
scheme, but
landed
yeah,
gentry.
He's landed gentry, but he used to be serving class, so I think he's done well.
Well,
class.
The moniker, the king. Speaking of that, I don't know if you saw yesterday, but ex Wales and British Lion fly half Barry John passed away yesterday.
Yeah.
He was called the king by the New Zealanders.
Oh wow. Okay.
Ashford continues. That was short, and sorry, just played off the back foot by Crawley.
After the 1971 Lions tour, where they beat New Zealand in New Zealand.
Well, that's perhaps more of a compliment. Than a journalist looking for a headline.
Off the back foot by Crawley, and that is punched very well through the offside, but just for a single to the sweeper.
But the rehabilitation of Crawley, I think, is one of the most
heartening
things of the past kind of year or so in sport. I think it's a wonderful story.
It brings a tear to the eye.
That's an excellent album title for Mark. The rehabilitation of Zach Crawley.
Yes.
You've nailed it.
Ashford continues his last delivery of the over, and that is played by Pope into the onside for no run. 126 for 2 after 27.
A 2-hour live album of thrash metal polka classics.
Is that the story of Zach Crawley, of how he came into being, his first iteration, his double century versus Pakistan?
It's like a 3-act. It's a 3-act opera, isn't it?
Yeah.
The opera of Zach Crawley.
Or two-sided, a vinyl,
double-sided.
Yeah, exactly. First side
vinyl.
is ascent and fall, and second side is the further ascent of Zach Crawley.
The ascent and the ascent. The descent and the ascent and the ascent of Crawley.
Yeah, you have to use it like that, because if you just say the up and down career of Zach Crawley, it doesn't quite have the same.
That was just when he was bending down to tie his shoelace.
That's a single. That's absolutely a single. We can't get more out of it than that.
I think we've juiced it. I think we've gotten as much juice as we can out of that lemon.
But England are now 273 to.
Yeah, that is the number we should be keeping an eye on. 273.
Kind of closer and closer all the time.
Akshar with a bit of pace to Crawley, and that's just blocked for no run. 94.8 kilometers. Keep an eye on that speed gun.
Axel is kind of, his level of pursuit is similar to Tom Hartley, isn't it?
Yeah. Same angle again, but that is just played through to the sweeper in the offside by Crawley to run 2 for a single.
They're sort of firmly filed in the "I would like to see you in 10 years" hair file. Even though Axel has a trendier cut, he has what my daughter's always telling me I need to get: a fade. He's got a fade, Dad.
A thick fade.
A fade with a flop.
Fade with a flop. Bloody hell.
The 2 Fs.
Rohit's marshalling his troops, moving people around. Safraz, the subfielder on, he's been moved to kind of forward short leg. Actually into Pope, who comes down the wicket and gets it past the man at long on for 4. Very well played by Pope. Whatever Pope we have, he's pretty damn good. Pope-like. Papal.
It's nice to know at this stage of the morning, that it's like all bets are off with conspiracy theories.
The Pope is winning a test match in India.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what we need.
Yeah, Rohit's got some. He's had some very interesting facial expressions this morning as he has to think what he's going to do to take these England wickets. Aksar comes in, and that is just played to cover for no run by Pope. 22 off 18.
And I think a slightly better length there from Aksar. He had him reaching for it. When it wasn't quite there. I don't think he's quite found his length yet.
No. He darts that into the surface. It bounces up quite a bit, actually, so you have to keep an eye on that bounce. But it's played away into the offside to the sweeper for a single. Yeah, it's great footwork by Pope, getting down that crease.
How loud do you reckon the voice is in the back of Rowett's head that's turning round and going, they're going to sack me if I go 2-0 down?
Yeah.
They're going to sack you in the morning. Aksar goes even wider, as wide as is possible, and that's blocked by Crawley.
Yeah, I think Coley as a part in GIF gave him a little earpiece, and I think that voice is very much Coley's. Saying to him, "No, it's easy as it looks, is it? Oh dear."
I'm coming back for the
Yeah,
third
exactly.
time.
Coming back. He's coming back.
Coming back.
Conspiracy theory wholly dicked off the first 2 tests just so that this could happen, so that he could come back
He
like
could
King
swan
Arthur
back in,
and save
yeah.
everything.
A Coley coup. 132 for 2, I should say, actually. And England needs just 267, I should say.
Woi Pom tells us that it's a group of gorillas and a flange of baboons.
Flange.
A flange of baboons.
Amazing.
Ashwin continues. That's just aside the off stump. Not a lot of turns blocked by Pope.
The other 2 collective nouns I know, which I really like, are, which I think nail it, are an embarrassment of pandas and a business of ferrets.
Who comes up with these? Oh, that is a very good catch by Rohit. It bounced up just on an off stump line by Ashwin. Bounced up a bit off the outside edge on the back foot from Pope, and that was a very good catch by Rohit. Those are not easy to take. Those, especially when it's the batter off the back foot, gives you very little time with the spinner's bowling. And Ashwin gets his second wicket, 132 for 3. Yeah, it was a very good grab. It had almost gotten away from him, but he just before it left him.
Yeah, smart take, wasn't it? I mean, that's not an easy one to get. Just bounced a little bit more. Maybe here, actually, the big moment is now. Mr. Finger is coming in. Joe Root.
Johnny Nine Fingers.
Johnny Nine Fingers. What have I missed?
His
Just
voice
yes.
is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
So yesterday he took a blow on the little finger of his right hand.
Yeah.
And didn't participate in the greater part of yesterday from a fielding point of view.
Okay.
Spicy Golden Duck wants to let us know that the rehabilitation of Zach Crawley is not an album, but rather a Dickens novel.
Could it be a Dickens musical? Could it start as a novel and then become the concept album?
Yeah.
And it'll run for years and years and years. I'd missed that about Root. That would be interesting to see. Get Bumrah on, perhaps. Have a little go at that finger.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think India have bowled particularly well this morning, but the fact that they've nabbed 2 wickets already, this is a pretty good start for them.
Yeah, I think we would have all bet on Ahmed going.
Yeah.
But that is the Pope wicket. They celebrated like they knew it was a big wicket.
Yeah.
And he looked fluent. He had looked fluent in that little cameo. But yeah. We need more than cameos at the moment.
Yes.
A few bigger performances to be strung together. I just saw in the ads that Tata make tea. Tata.
Yeah.
The Steel Corporation.
Well, you know how they make iron brew with girders.
Yeah. Maybe they started by making little diffusers, and then they thought, "Screw it, we can do what goes in them as well."
Yeah,
that's where the money is.
Yeah, exactly.
132 for 3 after 28.2 overs. Ashwin with 2 wickets, Aksar with 1.
I think we're going to sub the bear in for me at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's
the manager,
changed, isn't it?
Well, actually,
the
Bear,
making
do you want to do it now? Because Bear, you're on socials.
Yeah,
you're on socials and just taking over for me. I think Dave and James might swap around.
Yeah.
And I think are we doing it that way? Are we off for half an hour?
No, you're on, mate.
Am I on? Oh, great.
You're doing ball by ball. You get to take over. You're the driver.
I will take my leave. Thanks for a fun hour, boys.
See ya.
See ya.
That's something you never want to hear from a driver. Am I meant to be driving?
Yeah.
As we're halfway down the motorway, as Ashwin comes in to complete the over, Root immediately reverse sweeps it to the disbelief of Ashton trickles down to the boundary for 4.
Right, we need a Rooty innings here. Proper one.
God.
Yeah.
Because I'm almost getting into tabloid territory, but I want to say he owes us one.
Yes.
But I guess that just means we're desperate, really.
Would you?
Lining up, just plays that backwards on the leg side. Go on, Dave.
Yeah, would you? Playing these very handy reverse sweeps. India's bowlers looking bemused every time it happens, but it's not a lot of turn on offer.
Yeah, I think that's right. In comes Ashwin again. This time, Root dances across the crease like some sort of epileptic crab, then reverse sweeps it. There couldn't have been more going on in that shot, but the result is a 4.
There was a lot going on.
Got gloved it, didn't he, over the top of the slips?
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Rohit doesn't look happy about that.
No, he doesn't. They all have a look. I think Dave was kind of mentioning before of utter bemusement, like a yes, it was off the gloves, like a monarch made that life isn't going in the way that it should be.
Not the way it's meant to go.
Yeah, Ashwin comes in again. Root kind of makes to do a reverse sweep, then sensibly plays an overactive forward defensive shot. To complete the over, England 140 for 3, and we can tell India have taken a wicket because it's now telling us that India needs 7 wickets to win rather than England being able to win. Anything happening in the social verse?
I don't know where we were on socials, but I think for wrong. Greetings all on this 4th day. Have we had that one?
No, I don't think so.
Final day of the test. Pitch hasn't broken up as anticipated. Curator will be given a stern word, or 500. Yeah, possibly. It hasn't really. TV director is distraught. No Virat Cam every second ball. But he hopes that Virat is well. And that we need him.
As Akshar comes in again, wide of crease, as always, Crawley just gently pushes that down the ground for a single. Crawley, the newly installed most composed player in the England team. We're just seeing Rohit's catch again. That was sharp, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very sharp.
Bloody hell, that was a good catch. And didn't he know it as well? He milked that for everything that he could get.
Every single bit out of that. They're ticking though. They're ticking after those reverse sweeps. I like it.
Yes, I think that's a good shout. Akshar, and again looked a tiny bit slower then maybe, but on the legs of Root, and he's easily coached into the leg side. No, I mean tiny bit slower, like 1 mile per hour.
Yeah.
In that sense, which is unfortunate. But you're right. It's really interesting. They're like a spoiled child, India. They do not like it when it doesn't go their way all the time. Crawley pushes forward again.
No comment.
Cover region. Just for a single. No, but it happens. There's a certain sense of entitlement there that comes from just winning all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it therefore does not compute.
I think if I speak, I'm in trouble.
Okay, I think.
No. I want to hear what you have to say, Dave.
Yeah, I really. Okay, forward defensive this time. That means we want to hear it even more, Dave.
Exactly. Come on, Dave.
Your point. It's not very often I quote Jose Mourinho. So.
Come on, Dave.
Come on, Dave. Your thoughts?
No. It's just what we've all said. It's not going to plan. It really is not.
Root comes over with the touch of the Anton de Becks down the track, lifted over. Today's butcher, Maria Erasmus, is trying to figure out if it's a 4 or a 6.
I think it's. I thought they've given it 4.
Given a 4. Arseholes.
I thought that was clear. Easily.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's a 6. Fuck off.
Come on the full.
No.
Come on. Give it.
Are they gonna?
6. Thank you.
Correct that, please. Yeah, thank you very much.
Big 6. This time he comes forward and there's an appeal for leg before. There's lots of shakes of the head. I don't think we think it is.
No.
It's taking it's crossed his arms as though he's taking it very seriously.
Yeah.
I think it is pad first, but I think he's outside the line.
Yeah, I think this would be an unwise review considering you're trying to win a test match here. You might.
No, they have reviewed it.
Have they?
Oh, I think that's. I think they'll retain it. I think it might be umpire's call on
I
off
think it'll be
stump.
umpire's. Yeah. It's got the listeners. It's got the smack of umpire's call, if you can imagine that. Just probably, maybe we're thinking just outside the.
Unless they've got Indian DRS, hey Dave. It's difficult to say whether it's bat first as well.
Yeah, the bat is right next to the pad, everybody. I mean, it does look as though it goes pad first, but it could be that there's a tiny tickle on it.
I think more than a tickle.
No, it's pad first.
Yeah, it's pad first.
So it hits the front of the pad, and the bat is slightly behind.
He's outside the line though.
We're good on this, so we're going to see now. Impact.
Oh, got away with that one, eh?
He did get
closer than I thought.
That was hitting middle.
Jeez, look at that delivery. Look at the line. It's basically like a right-handed off-spinner's delivery coming in.
Yeah.
Or
it's just gone on with the arm, basically. It's not spun at all.
Well, the drama ends the over with England at 149 for 3, needing now 250. Come on,
250. These numbers are getting smaller.
Get it under 200, and then exactly, without losing another wicket. Mind you, that's got to be that's calling for a wicket, isn't it? Shit. So shut up, me. Josie Oak goes, here we go, all out for 167. And Josie's a positive man, and he says, I see you're feeling generous today. To Woy Woy, and Spicy Golden Duck says, a flange of baboons was coined by the BBC comedy show Not 9 O'Clock News in the late 80s.
Oh yes, okay. So we get probably going to get 2 there, I would say, from Crawley. Nice little sweep off Ashwin. Any other good collective nouns? I'm always interested in these. Like I said, embarrassment of pandas feels like the most perfect description of pandas that there possibly can be with their scarcity. As Ashwin comes in again, there is an attempt at some sort of shovel down the ground, but it doesn't come off at all.
Many faces of Rohit Sharma.
Yeah,
just getting shots of his response. Murder of crows. That's what I got.
Yeah, that's the classic. Is Crawley just dabs it down into the offside for a single. At the moment, Crawley just trading in these little moments. The responsible. This is a track on the album, Crawley on Responsibility, where he's not doing all the flashy.
I actually love that. He's just trading in moments, vibes, moments, things that go his way.
Yeah,
things that go his way. Yeah, trading is the word.
Trading in moments. That could be the follow-up. I can see that, definitely. His Roots facing now. Roots, who's already on 15 from 8 and takes a single this time. I think Jason often refers to Roots scoring stealth runs. They haven't felt stealthy today. There is no stealth playing. This is a big fucking jumbo jet of an innings. That's conspicuous as you can get. We keep seeing the review there. And the disbelief in Ashwin's face is roaring into the night on this.
Do not go gentle into that dark. Yeah.
As Ashwin comes again, all clockwork arms, and is swept by Crawley just for a single this time. Already 4-5 off the over. So England ticking along. Bazball can be in singles. Let's remember that.
Yeah, it's runs and over, isn't it? I mean, 5's fine.
Yeah,
5 gets you there pretty quick with only 250 runs. That gets you there in 50 overs.
But that's the thing, because I mean, this is the massive advantage in a run chase, isn't it? Is the rate that they score.
Yes.
That they're already down to 2-4-5 to go. As Root dances down the ground and squirts it up into the air and into the hands of the fielder, and he is gone.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
That was rash.
Just a little bit. Oh, fuck's sake, as you said. He went down the ground there. He was attempting to play it out into the leg side. He went into the offside. It was caught by shot. He didn't even look the direction it was going in, did he? When he did it. Once he
you know.
You know.
He got nowhere near the pitch of the ball there.
the fuckwit award.
He's doing Ashwin's just a couple of those deliveries, those 2 wickets. He's kind of getting a bit more overspin as opposed to the undercutting. So it looks like he's trying to get a bit more bounce because he's not really getting much sideways.
Yeah.
So the dip probably is what did Root there because he was absolutely in no place to play that.
Totally beaten in the flight. But, there you go. Oh, we've had a super chat from our own Messy Jazz says, we need more bear love on Bear Appreciation Day, by the way. All collective nouns are simply made up shit. Create your own.
I mean, that is sort of true of any animal name. It's just made up shit as well.
Yeah, true. Well, we have Andy Feeney, who says a clusterfuck of politicians.
That's very good.
Willow Moon's a horde of hamsters.
If that's right, I love that. That's quite sinister.
Well, I think they're all making them up now, because Brian DeShazo says a mischief of rats.
You mean there'd be lies on the internet? People wouldn't be telling the truth.
Yeah, right. I genuinely think mischief is right. I've got a sort of sense memory. That's right. But anyway, talking of animals, and we were talking about baboons. What about an orangutan? Here comes Johnny Bairstow. He's not on strike because we changed over. Akshar is bowling again, the man who pouched Root. We keep seeing a lot of shots of Brendan McCullum looking like someone just slapped his face. This one a tiny bit shorter. Crawley does the responsible thing that we now associate with his name and plays a...
Yeah, that's a good call. That's exactly how McCullum looks. It's not usually how he looks.
No, it's not at all, is it? He looks bothered. Again, Crawley kind of defensively plays it out into the leg side. Yeah, he's kind of been pulling. If you ever see Oliver Kahn in the stands of Bayern Munich, looking like the mouth goes down, looking unimpressed. That is very much the look at the moment. Actually, a little better that time. Crawley didn't really get to it onto the pads. Crawley on 59 from 102, as the Duke of Basball should be.
I mean, maybe there's a sense that this isn't exactly how England expected it was going to go. I don't know, maybe...
No, I think... look, England done the right thing. They've probably been too positive, to be fair.
Yes, I think that's true. No, it's a bit of hesitancy, but Crawley decides, yes, there is a run there. Yeah, I think the fact that they're 4 down is the thing that's surprising them at the moment. But Root, I mean, got in a right bugger's muddle there.
Yeah, that was a poor shot, really.
He really did. He's
Hendo would be going apoplectic if he was.
Yeah, he would be. As the saying goes, you're better than that. He really is. I'm like a disappointed parent.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, you just let me down.
You just let me down. That's fine. It's fine. You bring your son to a match. That's it. That was it.
Yeah. And do you know what's worse? You've let yourself down. Akshar coming to complete his over now. The hair he's got left a bit wild on his head, but Rowett now is buzzing. He's directing traffic. He's gurning. He's in full control of
taking those pills.
Situation.
Is he in full control? I don't know. There's a lot of gesturing, a lot of frantic energy from Rohit.
Yes, he wants to be seen to be in full control. As Axel comes in to complete the over, Bairstow turns a forward defensive into a leg side steer to get the single and to keep the strike for the next over. What is happening in the social verse?
Well, classic Hindi songs and sports. Giving us a bit more information about himself. He's in India. He's been there for 33 years. He wants to know, is Doctor Who still coming on in the UK, please? Yes, it is. And there's a new series due soon for you. And he likes Dublin Dave.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, it's a pretty good place. I mean, it's a bit fucking pricey, but...
Wow. Willow Moon says a horde of hamsters is true, as is a mischief of rats. Brilliant.
Yes.
A mischief of rats.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. A mischief of rats.
It's incredible.
I think it doesn't help the rats' kind of PR reputation, perhaps. I'd like to see a rebranding. I think rats are an
You say they're due a rebrand. It's a very underused brand. Yeah.
It is. It's just reinforcing a prejudice that people have against rats.
I think yes, it's the Black Death. It's basically.
Well, yeah, it's quite a bad mark in their reputation. You'd have to say.
You don't blame the trains for taking the troops to the field. as Ashwin comes in again, an uncertain forward defensive by the Ginger Hulk, who has looked in good form, I thought, so far this tour without doing much.
Ginger Hulk.
Akshar again flighted more this time. Bairstow thinks he can get forward and get a single there, but he can't. Yeah, what have you thought of Bairstow so far? I think he's got a few good uns, hasn't he?
Yeah, a few good uns. Quiet. It's been very quiet.
I sense, yeah, as he rocks back that time and tries to cut it, and guess what? He totally misses it. I've got a theory here now that anytime I'm positive about a player, they then do something fucking stupid the next ball.
Yeah, exactly. It's happened twice now.
It's happened twice now.
Yeah.
So Bairstow's been bloody useless.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He's terrible. He's bloody awful.
Why he's in the team? As it's pitched up more and almost kind of chipped golf shot style. No run again for Bairstow, who's on the day of Bear appreciation, I think probably is England's most bear-like player. Not in the sense like our bear, but if he was
like an actual bear.
Oh yeah, if he was transformed into an animal, I think it might be a bear. This time goes for a whippage into the lakeside, gets it completely wrong. He was very lucky not to be getting an edge there. I think Rowett living this like a soap opera.
Oh, he's living absolutely every single moment.
Yeah, it's wonderful. But maybe this is his Crawley moment. With Crawley not in the team, he's like, fuck you, the cameras are on me. I can give good face.
I got faces.
Yeah, Ashwin comes in again. He's spinning and turning and jumping a little bit more. That Bairstow tries to rock back and cut it, but no dice. England 1-5-6-4-4 after that maiden over to the social verse.
Well, more collective nouns here. Hugh Sheridan says he learned one on Classic FM over the weekend. An asylum of cuckoos.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Willow Moon comes out a prickle of hedgehogs.
Ah, nice.
Is that true, or is that?
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
It's kind of verging on the.
It's almost twee, that one.
Yes. Well, I was thinking about the cuckoos as well, the way they, refugees in a nest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wonder, if that's so. Actually, and again, Crawley does the thing that he's doing a lot at the moment, which is boycottian. I'll just take a single off the first ball of the over, and then if you get out, I'm still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just looking after himself. If that gets him to a lot of runs,
yes, please, we'll take that.
Well, this is it, doesn't it? I mean, from here, it takes someone like Crawley to get close to a double ton, someone else to get big runs as well. There's got to be two centurions from here on in if England were to win this.
That is spot on. This isn't going to be done in 40s and 50s, and to be honest, at the moment, we're not even getting close to those.
No,
take those 40s and 50s.
High teens and 20s at the moment. Just get nowhere.
Exactly.
Over by lunch.
It's like a Bill Wyman dating history. As Akshar comes in again, shorter this time, enables Bairstow to go back and push it through the cover region. Gets a couple this time. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Go on, Dave. Sorry.
Does Bairstow perhaps need something just to kind of like shake him up or get him going here?
Yes, he does. He needs someone to slam orangutan.
No, I'm thinking like a man-cat attempt.
Yes, that would be great.
Something like that. That would just get him going, and then bam, that would be it.
Akshar in it again. This time is speared in more, pitched up a little bit more. He likes it, but Bairstow just is able to defend it quite easy. Yes, we need someone to do something, or someone to go up to him and say, "Jesus, you can't walk as well as you used to." Something that will really rile him. As this time it's a more expansive drive through the cover region. I think it's going to beat the fielder. It has beaten the fielder, and Johnny B gets a 4.
Ooh.
Mukesh with the dive.
See, the run rate's good. The runs are okay. It's the wickets.
Yeah, that is the thing. This session so far, we've had 3 wickets go down, which is what India would have wanted. They're just keeping that going. I've got to say today, the Indian fielding is a little bit, when a dive's involved,
Yeah.
You just know that they're not going to get to it at the moment. They haven't had any Klinsmann lessons in the efficiency of diving. Axel comes in again. Almost, as you can tell by our orangutan like the ball kind of gets it through the air. Now he's saying it's out, Rohit Sharma. Again, he knows the camera's on him. Jesus Christ. Rohit.
He's all over this. Rohit for president. Rohit. Well, no, don't have presidents in India, but yeah, he's playing this.
Yeah, he 100%. Axel comes into completely over. This time it's an expansive square drive from Johnny B, and he's going to scuttle back for a couple who says that orangutans can't move, leaving England on 1-6-5-4-4 after 34 overs. Bear, do we have anything?
Oh God, yeah. Sorry, we've got loads on Twitter. I've been ignoring Twitter. I was on YouTube. Mog says, "What do you call two crows sitting together? An attempted murder." Boom. I like that.
He went there.
They get their own special place. Technically, Prahan. I don't know what he's talking about. Genro, hello Genro. She says, "Gorillas, hi from the rainforest, rainiest, Los Angeles. Yeah, they've had two. What do they call atmospheric rivers in California in the last week or something. A separate hello to the bear, who was completely right about pregnancy.
What did you say?
My brain is a little foggy. What did I tell you about pregnancy, Genro?
Ashwin came in there, reaching forward by Crawley and a stumping by Barrett. There is a very clear appeal there. India look very, very confident about this, as the ultimate umpiring butcher, Erasmus, comes back to...
they do, but Crawley's got his quiet confidence. He's like, I don't think that's out. I think...
Yeah.
No.
He's in.
He's in.
He's in. He's absolutely in. He's
Crawley,
in.
He's
Grand. Now, I wondered there. It's always hard to tell in slow motion, isn't it? Whether Barrett was trying to delay it in that sort of folksian way.
Oh yeah, folksian.
The foot was. We can use that, right?
The
foot was off the ground, but we're very confident.
His foot's on the ground, definitely on the ground.
That the Lance Percival of the England cricket team will be continuing, and yes, he will be. No dice. Old Barrett Holmes there, but more intrigue, more reason to show Rohit on the TV screen as he lurks behind Barrett.
Yeah, India getting very excited about all these these little decisions, these 50-50s. It's kind of like trying to will them desperately into being, but
as he comes in again, but more loop on that one, and Crawley this time plays MCC textbook forward defence. Now he's either chewing gum or a fly, but he at once looks nonchalant and like an Englishman who's had too much sun. Comes in again here. This time he rocks back, attempts to play it on the offside, but there's no dice. This is interesting from Ashwin. Last over was a maiden, wasn't it? No runs off this one so far. Do England have to worry about getting tied down, or does that not exist?
I don't know. They're going at double digits against Akshar, so no.
That's true. You've got to be backed up, right? Haven't you? Again, Ashton comes in this time. Yes, he steers it round. It evades the
Safraz, I think.
Safraz,
who's on? There are a few subfielders on. I don't know exactly for whom. Washington Sundar is on for somebody as well in the deep.
This is the trouble, isn't it? Is that because we don't get subs like in football where they make a big deal of it. People just appear and disappear all the time.
It's like some
sort of South American dictatorship. But as we continue our best, so on 9 from 12 so far. Was it too far away? Was it from the
no.
fielder? It would have been a bloody good catch. But Bairstow there is ready, plays forward. The ball goes past his edge. Everyone sighs. Ashwin, like an old man on a hike, just bends down, puts his hands on his knees.
See, Ashwin's settled in here, hasn't he? I mean, if you
he really has.
You look at Axar, he's bowling up in the 90s, and it's quite flat, and it's dealing with it okay. Ashwin's been much more wily, giving it a bit more airs, paces in the low 80s.
He does the same again. Besto able to connect with it this time, but no run from it. I think that's absolutely right. End of the over, but I think India might want to consider a change for the next over. England 16644. They now need 233.
Right, Lear, a parliament of lemurs, a pride of lions, a coalition of lions, a bed of clowns, a business of ferrets. I like that.
Yeah, that's my favourite.
And they're
100%.
all correct. Josie Oak just says, as I said, he was going for 167 all out, wasn't he? Well, we're 166 and we've still got 6 weeks left. So fuck
you never know.
Spicy exactly. Golden Duck says, the Flange of Baboon sketch starred Rowan Atkinson in a gorilla costume. No relation, I assume. No. I would add a bullshit of collective nouns, but I think that's an alas Smith and Jones sketch. For wrong, belated birthday wishes to me. No, my birthday's on the 15th of March, so you're really late or very early.
As Axel begins another over, Mr. Responsibility, Zach Crawley, just forward defends it there. They keep showing us.
Why are they showing us this?
Because if you roll on when it after his foot does go up,
goes up,
but after the bail's been taken.
Now Crawley then gets into some Gordian knot trouble, then trying to steer the ball onto the leg. So it's absolutely right. So his foot is down and it lifts almost the second the bails have gone up. Bloody lucky then. Same ball, different outcome. This time Crawley is able to guide it out for a single. Leaving him on 63. Yes, that sketch, that Not the 9 o'clock news sketch, isn't that a piss take of the Monty Python gang defending Life of Brian? If I remember, someone out there will know if that's right or not. You know, they had that famous.
Oh, they're on TV with the.
They're on TV with some sort of bishop attacking them for the film. Akshar zeroes that in this time. 93.8 kilometres Bairstow, not bothered about it as he stands away from the crease, bat in the air like a periscope, but now he's ready for Akshar. This time they're very, very watchful. No run again. The runs have slightly
9 off
up.
16. Yeah.
Now, whether this is a reason for concern with any other team perhaps, but this team you kind of know they can go as Johnny B's there, full Hulk at any point. He goes back to cut. They guess bloody lucky because that keeps maybe a little bit low. The ball's up there to be cut. One from the over. They're doing it in singles at the moment, and most of them Crawleys. 16744 back into the Elon Musk zone. Bear, we got anything on Twitter?
Well, collective thingies. From Farong, a labour of Mars, trip of goats, college of cardinals, and superfluity of nuns. Josie Oak says Bairstow looks as steady as a jelly on the top deck of a London bus. Well, yeah. And Jen Rose says that I told her that no, women don't necessarily get horny when pregnant, and she's been literally, not metaphorically, thirsty.
Okay. I think. Good qualification. I think this will be our last over. And then we will have a changing of the guard.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Tone, the man who couldn't be asked to make it across town.
Leaving
me on my Todd.
There you go. The sad, lonely sight of a bear abandoned. This feels like an appeal film on Channel 5 during the daytime. As Ashwin is in and Crawley is sweeping. Is it going to make it to the boundary? No, it is cut off quite easily that time, but he scores a deuce. For his bother, as we're just running through the wickets from this morning. God Almighty, Ollie Pope got into a mess then, trying to back up. Both Ollie Pope and Joe Root, I think, just calm down. Jesus. And talking about that, maybe he saw the wickets as well. Crawley tries to do exactly what Joe Root did.
He's like, that looked pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on 1 second.
I think I've seen this one before.
Yeah, exactly. It's a beautiful tribute act there.
Well, the difference is that Crawley is 2 popes in a trench coat, so he can dance down the crease and he's grand, he's fine.
He absolutely is. I often think this when him and Duckett open, it's like the the Frost program sketch of I'm upper class and he's lower class.
Yeah.
It's like those two together, and I would like to cast Johnny Bairstow as the Ronnie Barker middle class. I'm sure he wouldn't like that. As Crawley this time, Flamingo shots it down the ground just for a single this time. So Crawley continues to accrue. He is now an England Cup winning 66. And Bairstow, he came out looking punchy, but has since gone into his shell, which I remember Gary once told us with the problem with batting in a shell. In your shell is it's like batting in a shell. So we will see if that occurs.
Yeah, he's gone very quiet as young Johnny Bairstow.
This time keeps low. Bairstow, French crickets it back to Ravi. Actually, you're right, Dave. Someone just needs to go up and punch him in the balls or something.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was thinking like all this buzz that Ashwin and Rohit were doing, that was going to rub off on Bairstow. He was going to go crazy, but clearly they're just not talking to him, and that's worked.
Ashwin comes in to complete the over, and Bairstow says, "Fuck you! What do you know about cricket?"
There we go.
Sweeps it to the boundary for a 4.
That was a good 4.
It's not a bad over.
End of the over. 174.
Maybe, just maybe, there was positive intent for the first 2 just to, try and get off to a quick start and they'll calm down. They have scored 100 runs. They've taken 100 runs off of the score. So, I'd rather they did that really than just kind of sit around and got 60 in a session and lost 3 wickets. You'd be going nowhere fast, wouldn't you? It is time for a change.
Time for a change.
Let's do it.
Before you go, James, let me tell you, I'm very serious about making up collective nouns. The etymology shows that pretty well all collective nouns were made up, and it was only if they stuck they became common uses. So there's no right or wrong. It's whatever you want them to be.
How did that, Mr. Stumps? Tell us, Tony.
You're on mute, Tony.
I don't know how that, Mr. Stumps. It turned. There is a bit of turn. I think it went over the top of off stump, actually. So there you go. That's out, Mr. Stumps. Tone, you're on bloody mute.
No, not anymore. I'm not.
There you are. Hello. Morning, Tone.
Hello. Good morning. Have you recovered? Let me wait. This one's defended. Back to Axar Patel by Crawley. And, well, England need Crawley not to just get 70. They need to be looking at a big score from him because wickets have fallen around him this morning. This one is driven out towards mid-off. Kuldeep Yadav does the fielding. There is no run. Yeah, from 67 for 1 at the start of play. England have lost the junior Nighthawk, Hawk Boy, for Rayan Ahmed.
Hawk Boy, I like it.
Hawk Boy has gone, I'm afraid. They've lost. Well, I'll wait as it's defended by Johnny B. Out towards cover. There is no run. They've lost Ollie Pope, caught off the bowling of Ashwin. They've lost Joe Root, who played a very frenetic innings. Caught Patel by Ashwin. You have a feeling, I wonder, with Root, chaps, whether he was just trying to get on with things because he's worried about his finger and he thought. Plus, he'd had a shocker in the first innings. He adopted the positivity, but it didn't come with any watchfulness, did it?
No, not at all. And it was quite un-Root-like. I don't like it when he's over. He's too good for that.
Yeah,
but I think Bazball has scrambled his brain a little.
Axar is in. It's defended away into the offside. There is no run. 175 for 4. 224. I mean, if you say 224, it doesn't sound that much. Round the wicket comes Axar. That turns. Johnny Bairstow has a little dabble, but it's into the gloves. Shekhar Bharat. And at the end of the over, it's 175 for 38 overs completed. Yeah, it doesn't sound that much, and yet those 4 wickets make it look an awfully long way away. Messers.
So Perko says it's a miracle. Tony's muteness was healed.
Yes.
By the bear. You may not have caught up with this, but today is Bear Appreciation Day.
No, I did. I was awake.
Studio with this hangover.
Yes.
All right.
If you wait for the start, why weren't you here?
Because I had quite a lot to drink yesterday.
Fair enough.
Drive, and I've got meetings in between doing this, which I have to do.
Fair enough.
That's
Frank
fair enough.
Rockefeller nominates a queue of bullshitters. Yeah, well, that's certainly true. Now, the GPL is open. It's £124. It closes in 24 minutes, and the range for the
Ashwin,
GPL
sorry,
is quite
Messrs.
limited, sir.
That
Sorry.
has been beautifully driven, off-driven for 4. Ashwin just tossed it up outside of off stump, and Crawley, who can look very elegant when he chooses to, took 2-3 skips down the ground and absolutely nailed it. All the way along the ground, through long off, for 4 runs. This one defended, backward a point, no run, 179 for 4.
See, that's what Root should have done, because he was nowhere near the pitch of the fucking ball. He just went through with a shot, and there was probably time to adjust, as Crawley just did there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yes, you can't blame lack of footwork on a forefinger, can you? As that one is drilled, but drilled straight to mid-on. They take a single there. 219 now. That deficit comes down to 184 for the score, which is all rather poetic if you say it in an appropriately poetically lilting way. 184 for. Bairstow, Johnny B, 13. But Crawley is the rock now that England have to rely upon if they are going to pull off what seems increasingly unlikely. If every wicket tumbles, the less likely it comes. That's an attempted sweep. It's very half-hearted. Ashwin has a quizzical look at umpire Gaffney. I think it was sliding away down the offside. We'll have another look. It pitches in line, and it didn't really turn. It was going on with the arm. Rohit misfielded it at slip. Johnny B, it was an ugly sweep in that it didn't make any connection with the bat at all. But it was no run.
How is your hangover, Tony?
It's not too bad. I just wouldn't have wanted to drive at 3 in the morning. That's a beautiful shot by Bairstow. He does step back. This one he does connect with, cut through point, all the way for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that jingle I heard loud and clear. Isn't it bizarre? It seems to be. It's a gift from the gods, whether or not you hear the jingles or not.
It is.
Onto the back foot goes Bairstow. This one though is straight towards cover, and there is no run. It's the end of that Ashwin over. It's the 39th. England have progressed to 184 for 4. 17 for Johnny Bairstow, 72 off his 121 balls for Zach Crawley. Messers.
Just to go back to a bit of advertising, if ever there was a time you were thinking of entering the GPL, today's the day. There's a big pot. It's now £124, and there's a very clear limit on how high it can go today. So your chances of winning have got to be improved and winning a good prize. So get in.
GorillaCricket.com. Just look for competitions on our webpage. £1, isn't it? £1 a go.
£1 a go.
Just got to register, and away you go. In comes Axar. Forward comes Crawley. Defended tidily enough, and there's no run.
Shelley's just joined us. Says, morning all, loving the backgrounds of Messi and Tony. So this could be over soon.
Yeah.
Well, as always thrilled when Shelley joins us, because she's lovely company. However, she does come at a price.
Yeah.
Often
the wickets,
especially if you're the batting side, as that one is steered away into the offside. No run. 184 for 4. We had the joyous company, as this one is defended back towards him, of Shelley and Cat yesterday. There were many calls, quite rightly I think, to try and get Annie on board as well, and us ugly old raggedy old gorillas step aside, and I think we did.
I wasn't in yesterday, then.
Idea. Well,
I'll count myself out of the ugly old fuckers then, yeah?
Yes. Well, indeed. Round the wicket comes Axar, flicked away by Bairstow, out towards cover, no run. Yeah, but we thought waking Annie up might be a little bit harsh at that time in the morning. She doesn't really do those very early ones. As this one is defended into the offside, a little bit outside edgy. It was sort of He's having a think about it, is Zach Crawley, sort of half shake of the head, and he, replaying that one in his head to wonder what happened. It was safe enough though. Axar whips through those overs really quickly, and the score stays on 184 for 4. Masters.
Leah says, here's another good one, a rumba of rattlesnakes. Mog says, he's going back to self-deprecation. He says, some might suggest that with some of the jingles, it's a blessing if you never have to hear them at all, Tony. That's
not true. It's absolutely not true. Even the ones which aren't as good as the good ones are still good, and I still get to often vet them early in the morning, which is always a joy. Providing I remember to put my headphones on. There has been the odd occasion when Mrs. Bishop has been dozing gently next to me to be woken up by one of Mog's louder jingles, because the headphones haven't quite connected properly to the phone.
Oh, that's not necessarily something you want to wake up to. Sorry, Mog.
Well, very, very harsh. Anyway, Johnny Bairstow is going to be facing a man brought back into the attack. It is the destroyer of England from the first innings. Those 6 wickets really put England in the mire. It is, of course, this fellow.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
2 slips and a gully for Jasprit. In he comes. Plenty of bounce. Johnny Bairstow plays it high, just outside, probably on about 4th stump line. We know Bumrah got him in the first innings. One that I think just pitched and moved away, and Johnny Bairstow fenced at it. It was taken by Shubman Gill at second slip. He needs to not be doing that for at least, well, all of today, preferably. If you look at that England scorecard, it's a huge one of frustration, but it also illustrates the dangers of, I guess, 4th innings in India. I'll explain what I mean in a moment once we've waited for this delivery by Bumrah. He's going to be in from the sub row end. That's kept down a little bit. Bairstow cuts, but he cuts to quite deeply set backward point. And there is no run. Yeah, because if you look, obviously Crawley's still there, and you need an England player to play the Jaiswal role, make that big difference. But 28 for Duckett, 23 for Ahmed, 23 for Pope, 16 for Root. These are all starts, but one of those has to just go on and on there, don't they?
Well, yeah. Well, that's it. The difference at the moment between the two sides is Jaiswal.
It is. The Jaiswal was playing all of the right notes in all of the right order, and has been the difference. Up onto his toes goes Bairstow, cuts again to backward point. There's quite a ring around that offside for Bairstow, and as Bumrah is relentlessly attacking that off stump line. Is that Merv Hughes we can see in the
No.
or is that just somebody who happens to look a bit like him?
No.
Doesn't even look like him. He's just got that beard. Well, that sort of.
Yeah.
The sort of the walrus moustache.
Yeah.
Better trimmed.
Much better trimmed
than.
Yeah. Murphy's is the full fucking hairy shit still.
I'm sure he'd be thrilled with that description.
Distinguishes him. Well.
If you ever meet him in a pub, I think that's what you should. That should be your introductory line, Messrs.
Why do you think I stay
You
at a
are
pub?
the full fucking hairy shit. 184 for 4. We're halfway through the 41st over of this England innings. No runs off this over so far, and you're going to be runs this time though, because Bairstow has stood tall and threaded this between cover and extra cover. It was a very elegant shot actually, and it's gone for 4 runs.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
There we go. See, I heard that one.
amazing.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing, isn't it? I wonder if it's the more sort of musically complex ones.
No, I think it's all to do with how loud they come.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think there's a cut-off. I think Zoom Zoom just ignores everything under a certain level.
That might put Mogg at a disadvantage.
I think there's a pitch level as well.
Possibly, yeah. It'll filter for frequencies.
Well, very much a pitch level is Jasprit Bumrah, who is coming in over the wicket. That's pushed into the onside towards mid-on. Ashwin Fields, no run. 188 for 4. That was a lovely shot by Bairstow, Bear, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's been some nice shots played and some wickets given away. A sharp catch by Rohit. It bounced a bit on Pope. Maybe it wasn't such a bad shot. I just think Root's shot was poor.
We're very keen to hear about Brighton at some point. I'm sure you've been asked earlier on this morning. I did listen to most of it.
Yeah, I just got hammered. I don't really remember a lot of it.
That's got hammered.
What happens in Brighton stays in Brighton.
Exactly. Well, the one big mistake I made is I got the wrong place venue where the party was at, which is really annoying.
So you went to somebody else's
Bumrah. That's a beautiful sort of drive, really, but or cut. Beautifully away through point. 4 runs, 192 for 4.
I call that a square drive.
Square drive. Well, whatever it was, it's 4 more to the score.
Annoyingly, when I booked the hotel, I put the hotel into Google. Well, I put the venue into Google, what I thought was the venue, and then found a hotel that was supposedly 200 yards from the venue and thought, wicked, just have to walk there and walk back at the end of the day. Got the venue completely wrong. It was 2 miles up home.
Excellent. And
a lot of gutters to fall in.
Yeah,
I think I just got hammered and don't remember most of it. Would have to be the title for your autobiography.
Well, yeah.
It's been written a few times.
Well,
Leah says, I don't think England need Crawley to play the Jaiswal role. They need him to play the Brian Lara role. Josie Oak says, when Merv and Freddie Flintoff did I'm a Celebrity, it was very funny. I remember Freddie doing an impression of Merv bowling. Yeah, it can be funny. It can be weird too.
Wow. First time we've seen him today. It's gonna be.
It's gonna be
this
Cool
man.
Deep. Cool Deep is your love.
I thought that Cool Deep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction.
Pinny wheels. Crawley stretches forward. It's away into the offside. Crawley enjoying something there. He's got a big smile on his face. I think he's getting the nod from Johnny Bairstow on exactly what the ball did, which didn't seem to be a huge amount. But let's see if Crawley can get into his stride. No wicket yet for him off 4 overs, or 4 overs now and 1 ball. He does have the forward short leg and of course the slip to the right-handed Crawley, who has a wild swing at that and misses and is taken behind by Barat. It was a horrible smeary shot.
Well, it was thrown up wide, wasn't it? His eyes lit up a little bit.
The temptation was there for him. I would venture that's very much a deliberate tactic by Kuldeep to try and tease Crawley outside of his off stump. We know he's fond of flowing drives, and occasionally they come at a price. That's defended tidily though by Crawley back towards Kuldeep. I can hear Messers chuckling, so we might be in for some form of treat, I venture, at the end of this over.
I think I was laughing at you, although Richard Turner Music is what says, good morning, Tony is worshipping from home.
I'm worshipping. Well, good morning, yes. In he comes, Kuldeep. Left arm over the wicket. Pulled. Back
Swept.
Square. And where it's fielded, they take a single. Sorry, Bear, what was that?
Swept, it wasn't pulled.
Swept, quite right, thank you. Well...
No, it was swept, Tony.
Well, let's have another look. We're going to see it here. I'm going to get a chance to see. Yeah, that was a sweep. He was down on one knee. You're absolutely right.
Oh, I think he might have hit short leg as well. He did, yeah. Got
Yeah,
one
it was
in.
on. I think it was on the bounce though.
No, it was on the full, but he was never going to catch it. I mean,
It'd be harsh to count that as a drop.
No, yeah, exactly. But it hit him on the arm.
Well, there you go. Anyway, it's added a run to the score for England. They've moved on to 193 for 4. The lead that they are trying to overhaul, they need now 206. Once it gets below 200, once it gets below 200, we'll be ruining those extra 2 wickets that England have lost this morning. As that one is just tickled round the corner. I think we could agree that's a tickle.
Yep.
And it will net 1 run to Bairstow. He'll move on to 26. England 194.
Well, you've got to think as well. I mean, India, what did we chase down in that last test? Let's say it's 360 in the last innings.
In wheels. Kuldeep That is a big shout. I think it may have been snaking down leg. Bairstow was on the back foot. It shot on with the arm.
I thought it pitched outside leg for me.
Well, Crawley, I beg your pardon.
Not sure about that, but I think it probably was missing leg.
The Indian think tank is deep in discussion. Captain Rohit has made the tea signal. I don't think he's expecting anyone to bring him tea. I think what he really means is he wants a review.
I think he dragged that down a little bit, and I think it pitched marginally on leg stump.
I think it pitched on leg, but I think it was at best clipping the top of leg.
I didn't think it turned that much. I just thought it went on with the arm and skidded from outside leg would be mine.
Well, here's the view that's going to tell us.
Yeah, it's outside leg.
I'm not sure. I
don't even know if it's hit him in line with leg.
It turned a little bit.
Yeah.
It might just be in line with leg. If it looks like it's probably sliding down anyway. There's no question of an inside edge. The ripples of ultra edge being the thudding of the ball into pad, not a willow tickle. Does pitch in line. Back he steps. The impact's in line.
God.
He could be in trouble. He's hitting it.
He's out.
We got that completely wrong. And well,
that's a good review.
That is a fantastic review by India. We were wrong. Zach Crawley has gone. England are 194 for 5, and I'm afraid it's not quite abandoned hope. All is lost because Captain Ben Stokes is still to come in. We can see Joe Root and Jimmy Anderson peering over their laptops. The most quizzical of looks on their face is thinking, surely that's not out, but it was.
Yeah, it was.
Crawley shakes his head in disbelief as he walks off. And again, it's harsh to say somebody's got an excellent 70-something, but at the same time, not enough in the circumstances.
Well,
what a shame.
Yeah,
what a shame.
Indeed. But again,
194 for 5. Crawley's gone.
Look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
But that's it. You got to look at the Jaswal innings is going to be match defining.
Well, that and the Bumrah spell.
Yeah.
In Hyderabad, it was Pope and Hartley, and here it has been Jaiswal and Bumrah.
And
I'm giving that wicket to Brian in Brisbane. He just checked in saying, "Morning all. Oh, it looks like England have another chance here to pull off a win." Yesterday I asked if YouTube could tailor adverts for the coverage feed. Today I'm getting ads for accessible baths. Well, the tailoring of ads is not done in relation to us. It's done in relation to you, Brian.
That's
so
right.
What YouTube is doing is looking at you and saying, yeah, he needs an accessible bath.
An accessible bar or accessible bath?
Bath. Oh, everybody needs an accessible bar.
There's a market for combining the two, mind you. Baths, accessible baths that come with an accessible bar on the side, so you can have your sort of gin and tonic lined up.
That's like one of those swimming pools in those exotic hotels that have bars in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he's wondering what the analytics says about the age of our listeners. There, I think it's fairly broad.
Here one wonders: is England's last chance? The miracle of Headingley still fairly fresh in people's minds, although that's 5 years ago, or near enough 5 years ago, chaps. It is England's captain, Ben Stokes. Shall we jingle him?
Ben?
Yeah.
Bairstow, though, is on strike to Bumrah, and it is left outside of the off stump. There's no run. That wicket was the last ball of Kuldeep's over to Crawley.
I don't think you can say Crawley did much wrong. I mean, the ball kept a little low, I think, as well. Skidded on.
Well, he did. I think the one that accounted for Pope shot through as well. It was good bowling. Rohit's got, it looks like the cat that got the cream there. He's got the broadest smile on his face. He knows that was the smartest of reviews, because I think deep down everybody who looked at that was saying what we were saying. Just shows how wrong you can be. Bumrah in, plenty of bounce, left alone outside of the off stump, and through it goes to Esperat, as he now prefers to be called, as he dropped the K, hasn't he? And he's just become K Esperat.
Esperat, has he? I don't know. That was a good review. I mean, I thought it pitched outside leg.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure about the pitching outside leg, but I thought it had hit him outside leg, and I thought there by dint of that was also definitely going down leg. But just look at the reactions. We're watching this replay of the reaction of the Indian players. Rohit is bouncing like a jack in the box. Kuldeep is pumping the air. They're absolutely thrilled with that. That one's defended by Bairstow. Way into the offside. No runs at all yet off this Jasprit Bumrah over. He is such a class act.
That wicket moved WinViz from 12% for England to 4% for England.
Well, yes, you sense. It's interesting. Had it been, is it purely a mathematical equation, WinViz? So, for example, had it been Bairstow that had gone, would that have still been the same? To me, a well-set batsman
no,
in their
it's not
70s.
purely yeah, it takes into account the history and the
Bumrah. Oh, that's a huge shout.
Score.
I think Bairstow's in big trouble here. Up goes umpire Gaffney's finger, and Johnny Bairstow's having a word with Ashwin, who I think had a word with Bairstow on the way past. He's down to have a chat with his captain. He's reviewed immediately. I've got a feeling that review is
pointless,
just because we need to,
yeah,
not because he believes he's safe.
I think you're exactly right. I think that's squatted a little bit.
It may be umpire's call on leg stump, but cut back a long way.
Well, that is possibly optimistic.
Well, if it is, we get to retain our
game.
review, but it would still be out because he was given.
That is also true. That would be 194 for 6, wouldn't it, for England? And if that's the case, well, we're not planning on being in tomorrow, Bear.
No, well, I wasn't anyway,
but the only drawback for
could be
England
quite high as well.
That might be sliding down leg, you know.
No, I don't think it is. It's hit him on the back pad, but it's hit quite high as well. Mind you, it does. The trajectory off the pitch was quite low.
The trajectory of the ball is, it
it's
has,
pretty high.
It has caught him literally right at the top of the pad. I'm with Messers. I've got a sneaky feeling for umpire's call on this one. Pitch is outside off. Impact in line.
Yeah, there you go.
Wickets, umpire's call. The 2020 vision from the weather cave is spot on as ever. It means England retain a review. They don't retain, most importantly, the services of Johnny Bairstow in this Test match, because he has to walk. The 6th wicket has fallen for 194 for 6. England still a long woe.
Another
over
one
200
bites the
runs
dust.
shy.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It was a very good ball.
Well,
but
as you would expect.
You could argue Bairstow just still played the wrong line. I mean, it cut back, but anyhow.
But Bairstow doesn't play with a particularly straight bat, does he? And it comes down from an angle.
Well, assumingly now, where it'll be England's wicket-keeper, a huge amount of discussion.
Well, shouldn't that be lunch? Yeah.
It is. They'll go for lunch. Of course they will.
Yeah.
Of course they will.
And Josie X says we're doomed. Surprise.
Well, I suspect he does. Well, I'm afraid it means at lunch that England are 205 runs still short of that target. They're 194 for 6. They've just lost Bairstow. In the course of the morning, we've seen, sadly, after a reasonably encouraging start, and Rayan Ahmed got himself to 23, batting nicely with Crawley. Very positive intent. But once he'd gone to LBW to Patel, there was a bit of a procession, and sadly with bits and pieces scores. Ollie Pope, 23. Joe Root, 16. A really frenetic innings from him. Johnny Bairstow, as we've just seen, LBW2, a terrific delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. And most tellingly, Kuldeep trapping Crawley on his back foot on review, LBW. He went for 73. Net result 140, 94 for 6, 205 still to score if England are to win, and it doesn't seem likely, boys.
No, it doesn't now. We might get an early finish though, an hour after lunch. finish by 8 in the morning. Might be good. Go home and go back to bed just as everyone else leaves the house. Oh,
Planning your domestic arrangement. I don't think England are thinking about your domestic arrangements there, but yes.
No, I don't
On a
think. Well, I mean,
practical level,
we all
right.
knew it was very unlikely. We all had hope, I suppose. It's England, and we play birds ball, and they came out and they've been a positive. You know, other times we'd have collapsed anyway to 120 all out. So I don't mind. They've come out. They've been positive. It always looks difficult. It's never easy to chase 400 in the final innings. I know we've done it. Well, we haven't chased 400 yet, but we've chased some high scores. But hey, it was always unlikely. Anyway,
What have we got teed up for lunch? Some messages probably would be a good thing first.
I'm just going to check how the GPL ended up actually, whether we got some people in or not. Oh bugger, it's closed on me.
I can do that for you. Let's have a look. We had 17 people.
We've got an agglomeration of people having England winning. Apart from that, they're almost all my entries, I think.
Yeah, you've got a lot. All ending in 3.
I put in 12 today because I thought, well.
And how big is the pot?
£118.
126.
Ooh.
126.
Oh yeah, 126. Could be Messi's. See, those who dare win. Right, we're going to go back.
Miss out by 1.
Miss out by 1, of course. We're going to replay Bear and the Bishop, episode 66.
Excellent.
Because we're coming to the end of the test, and this is what we thought before the test. So you might as well hear it, just as it goes wrong.
Yes.
We'll see you in about 40 minutes or so.
Cheers.
Bye.
Yes.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more block pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
Ever since I was a child, people said my family was cursed.
I don't believe in curses.
Critics are calling The Iron Claw a masterpiece.
The greatest family in wrestling!
Based on the unbelievable true story, Zac Efron gives the performance of a lifetime.
Dad's too tough on us.
That's pressure!
An epic and gripping drama. Zac Efron, Jeremy Allen White, Harris Dickinson, and Lily James. The Iron Claw in cinemas February 9.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back again to, would you believe it's episode 66? If you have a plan to motor west, Route 66, we've made it. But what do we talk about this week in the Bishop and Bear, I wonder? Well, obviously, it's going to be the day Test cricket fought back that unbelievable day when events in both Hyderabad and Brisbane captured the attention of the world of cricket, and temporarily, perhaps, everyone just forgot about T20 franchises for a while.
I've been forgetting about them for a long time, Tony.
Well, and of course, we're going to look at that, and with that in mind, we're going to look at the events at the Gabbatoir, and we're going to have a little think about, not to have a go at KP, but he did send out a rather interesting tweet this week, balancing the challenges the fraught that make the life of cricket administrators fraught in terms of balancing short form cricket with Test cricket when we see Test cricket being so amazing. Those are the things we're going to focus upon. Guests are our resident guerrilla newshound Arian, who we're delighted to have with us as ever. How are you, Arian?
I'm doing well, Tony. How are you?
I'm good, and I need to get you a drink, so what can I get you?
Maybe a cold coffee would do.
Cold coffee.
Cold coffee, we can do that. We can do a
Frappuccino.
which I won't do the whirry sort of clunky blowy noises that the coffee machines make, because unless Bear can magic that up in a soundtrack somewhere. And well, who else but the spiritual brother of Harry and the grandson of Rupert. If I should die, think only this of me, there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever the West Indies. It is, of course, David Brooke. Hello, Dave. How are you?
Hello to everyone. Hello, Tony.
Well, let's just crack into it with first of all just some gut reactions to how we felt about the events on Saturday. Arian, I'm going to start Sunday. No, it was Saturday. Was it Sunday or Saturday?
It was Sunday, because I had to go off
Day
kids'
4 of
food.
both matches was Sunday, was it? Yes, you're right, but you weren't there, were you?
Well, I was, and then I had to go about an hour before the end because I had to go to the football.
Yes, you were, because I had the day off, didn't I? I was the one going to football. Yes, of course. I actually listened to the final ball driving towards Vicarage Road.
Where you got a draw, didn't you?
We did. Anyway, that's by the by. So I'm going to start with Arian. Just some, well, for you, possibly not quite as exciting as for us, but how, you must have had to, what was your feeling as that sort of the denouement occurred in Hyderabad?
Yeah, it was phenomenal, Tony, to see a visiting team actually stick to their guns and employ baseball, and India coming a cropper on their home turf. It was phenomenal to watch, although not quite impressive as a home fan, but definitely interesting to see someone coming in with a clear strategy and sticking to what their plans are despite it going haywire in the first innings. It was really nice to see England coming back after conceding a 190 lead and turning the wheel on India.
So what's the general feeling in India? Is it sort of if at one end of the scale it's a national disaster and we're going to sack the Prime Minister, and at the other end, well, it's only the first match and we'll be fine when Virat's back. Where really is sort of the Indian cricket lovers sitting, which is most of the country as far as I know.
Yeah, obviously it's a setback because we are not used to watching us getting beaten at home, and we've been infallible on our backyard for so long with Ashwin and Jadeja blowing teams away. So to see an opposition put pressure on both of us stalwarts, and after the position they were in the game, so far behind, and then to post a total that ultimately proved out of reach, it was intimidating. But I think given the realism that India is also in transition with their batting, with so many new young people coming in and the old guards making way, there's an element of realism. We are not yet hitting the panic stations.
Well, we'll come on to selection in a while. I need to ask David, because you will have very much had your... Well, first of all, I need to know what you want to drink. I've got your usual rum ready. Will that be what you need, or are you going for something different today?
It's a touch early for me, but I'll take the risk.
Good man. Okay. On its way then. It's the finest rum for you. You must have very much had your eyes on two places. Were you conflicted, or when push came to shove, where were you most focusing?
Oh, well, actually, I think I was watching two games at the same time, and there were moments of high tension in both, and never quite coincided, so it was kind of all right. The run chase, India's run chase in the fourth innings was the thing that really interested me. Was that it was very cautious, wasn't it? And moments where people lost their heads, but otherwise it seemed very cautious approach. It's almost as though nobody wanted to make a mistake. I thought they would. Well, did we expect this to happen? No. Astonishing fight back by England, but the fallibility, as you say, of India's middle order was kind of palpable, and it's not going to get easier for them. And that really did hold the attention. It's just, how can a mindset like Stokes has put into England really affect a result like that? As for Pope, a great innings. I don't think we realised it was a match-winning innings until he got past the century, probably. Potential match-winning innings. So many of his runs from the reverse sweep. And you think, right, will India have a way of countering that? Will the brains trust find a way of answering that. It seemed to take them all by surprise. So yeah, lots of interest in both games, Tony.
Yeah, front foot well forward. He was able to sweep. Bear, you were calling it, and then you had to leave, didn't you?
I did say beforehand to those naysayers like Jack and fucking Max on last week's show that Bazball will put a lot of pressure on India because they're going out there with, never say die attitude. And it fried Australia in the Ashes. They never quite. They got away with a couple of wins. It could have quite easily gone England's way. It was a very close series, but at the end of the day, a lot of teams don't like it. They don't like the pressure being put on them, and I think that's where Bazball comes into it because teams don't. I doubt India have never faced anyone who's come out and been that aggressive against Jadeja and Ashwin, as Arian said. And there are some interesting things I'd like to know from Arian because I thought Rohit was so unproactive when England were batting. There was no pressure on a batsman, and once Pope got past 100, of course, Axar dropped Pope on about 110, and then there was another chance much later when he was on 180, which would have made a big difference. But at the end of the day, he seemed to lose all hope in the field. It was like, we'll just wait for the wickets to happen, and when they happen, we'll have a total to chase. But when that got up to nearly 250, you're in trouble in the fourth innings. Dave says they were cautious, but that's what happens in a fourth innings. 250. Sometimes it feels short. Sometimes when there's a partnership going, it feels like it's not very far away. But as soon as wickets start to fall, suddenly it looks a long way away. And I thought India kind of got themselves in a bit of trouble and should have probably been more proactive when England were batting in that second innings.
Was it sort of a kind of paralysis, Arian? There was a sort of this shouldn't be happening, and then. Now it is happening. What do we do? Was there a sense of like confusion in the Indian ranks? Do you think?
No, I would actually cut Rohit some slack because pitted against Bazball, it's unfamiliar territory for us as well. We've never been exposed to a situation where people are just coming at us and taking down the two of the best spinners the world has seen. So I think India are also learning on the fly how to have the field just right so as to have catchers in the right place without bleeding too many runs. And there were nuggets in the first innings which told that India are actually being a slightly more defensive unit as far as bowling is concerned, because when Duckett came out in the 2016-17 tour, there was no sweeper cover, but this time around they had a sweeper cover and a man on the backward square leg right from the word go. And for Crawley as well, they had 3 men around the bat and 3 men on the fence. So it was about striking that balance where even if England go for those attacking shots, we don't concede too many runs. And I also witnessed some creative little ways in which India tried to offset Bazball. For example, like just zoning on Ashwin. Everybody knew that there are going to be a lot of sweeps and reverse sweeps because for as long as I've been watching cricket, sweep is known to be the last resort for a Western batter. And England obviously fancy imposing themselves under the current regime. And even guys like Joe Root, who can play with a straight bat and feel secure, still go for the horizontal bat sweep because it is a excellent run scoring option in the subcontinent. So it was obviously common knowledge that there were going to be a plethora of sweeps. So what Ashwin did was come closer to the stumps, bowl tighter lines, stump attacking channels, and with an eye on introducing more LBW. So it was a case of you miss, I hit. And it proved successful in the first innings given how England folded. Obviously it was an aberration in the second innings with England going on to post a competitive score, but there were ways in which Ashwin tried to neutralize Bazball by slowing down the pace every now and then so that the top edges can be introduced when batters are sweeping, and then firing it full to York, the premeditating sweeper. So I think India did their homework and there was decent execution in the first innings, but obviously England stuck to their guns and came out blazing on all cylinders in the second innings to take the game away from us.
Some good thoughts there. So now I've got a question for Bear and David then, and you. If I look at Hyderabad and the 5 tests before, 1 draw, 4 wins for India, all of those 4 wins were by something runs, or an innings and something runs. Ergo, India batted first. When I look at Visakhapatnam, and you're going to have to tell me how to say that, in time for Friday because I know I'm not saying it right. I think just 2 previous tests, India won by 200 something runs, one of those being against England, I think the other against South Africa. The main thing being India batted first. Every one of the games they've won in the test match venue just played at and the one they're just going to. At some point, David, England are going to lose a toss. How well they cope then?
Of course, the Stokes England unit likes to chase, doesn't it? It likes to see a target and go for it. So I'm not sure it will have as that big an impact, although the rumours are, yes,
See, I can't say it either. Arian, can you help us with
Arian,
that?
help us
A
with
quick
the
pronunciation lesson on, so we get it right come Friday.
Which word?
Well, there we are. The fact he doesn't even know what we're saying.
The ground we're playing at on Friday. Where are we playing on Friday?
Visakhapatnam? Is it Visakhapatnam?
It's Vishakhapatnam.
Pardon?
Visakhapatnam.
You got to say it quickly.
Yeah.
Visakhapatnam. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. The suggestion is that it's going to turn more, particularly from day 3 onwards. So that will be a challenge for any team batting last on that. I mean, what can we expect from that pitch? And will the toss be as important as you're suggesting, Tony? I mean, I'm looking at the India batting. I know we're probably not going to get on to previewing that test yet, but just looking at what the India batting order is going to be, what they're going to. It looks thin, doesn't it, for that next test match? I thought, looking back on that last test, Virat Kohli was really missed, not just as a batter, but also his presence on the field, the intensity. Would he have allowed anything like that to happen? Because Tony's right, the fielding and the captaincy was pretty passive.
But also left the TV director with a bit of a problem because they had no idea where to point the cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they ended up pointing at the lookalike, which is Siraj. I just think would that have happened if Kohli had been playing? It is the way of firing up the rest of his team and the constant, motivation that he provides. He was missed more than anyone.
I think you're right. The middle order. I mean, Shubman Gill looks, doesn't look happy, doesn't look in form, looks nervous, and that's never good for your number 3, is it? And then, of course, there was no Kohli coming in at 4, so I can't even remember who batted at 4. Rahul batted at 4, which is probably a place too high. If he's not opening, he probably should be down at 5. And there's no Ajinkya Rahane, he's not in the squad anymore. So suddenly you've got a very inexperienced side. Jadeja was coming in at 6, no Pujara, exactly. So you're right, they are in transition. And at least if you had Kohli in that middle order, if you've got a couple of newbies, and so if you had KL Rahul, Rohit and Virat in that top 5, you feel, well, there's 3 very experienced batsmen. Whereas actually, you only got Rohit, who isn't a great amount of form either, and then KL coming in probably a place too high. There's a lot of inexperience, and you wonder how that gets on top. Jaiswal batted extraordinarily well in the first inning. I mean, he's Bazball for India, really, isn't he? I mean, he totally took Hartley to pieces. And on Hartley, I mean, Hartley learnt real quick, didn't he? I mean, he got tanked in the first innings, but you look at how he bowled in that first innings, and you look how he bowled in that second innings. The first innings, he was constantly trying to drive it into the pitch at 94 miles an hour, following Axar Patel. In the second innings, you watched his speeds. He varied it much more. I think probably because he didn't get hit straight from the off, so he was able to settle into a bit of a rhythm. But he varied his speeds. He was down in the low 80s all the way up to the mid 90s, and suddenly he found some rhythm. And I think on Indian pitches where there is assistance, if you can find that rhythm, you can put the batsman on the spot, not the other way round. And I think that's what Bazball does. As you say, I mean, Ashwin and Jadeja aren't used to be getting hit at 4 and 5 and over. They're used to going at 1 and 2, holding a batsman down one end, playing them around the crease, drawing them forward, putting them back, and eventually getting a wicket, LBW, edged, whatever. And that, that's what Bazball does. It does it to everybody, and it's a question of overcoming that. But it'll be interesting come Friday.
To Arian's point as well, the taking down of Hartley in the first innings was a very, dare one say it, Bazball mentality. Here is the new lad, first test, hardly plays for Lancashire. Let's show him what we're about. Boom, 6. over long on. I think if I recall, it was a smash back over his head. Nothing says welcome to Test cricket, son, like that shot. And yet, how well he came back. I mean, we might as well sort of go on to some of those, the standout performances, and perhaps we should mix in the West Indies discussion at the same time. Otherwise, David will be sitting there going, "Well, are you going to talk about the magnificent Jamal Brooks at some point?" Because to me, this magnificent super. It was Super Sunday then, wasn't it?
It was Super Sunday.
To borrow from Sky Sports, Super Sunday. It seemed to be defined in so many ways by three people, didn't it? You had my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, who was absolutely magnificent. You had Hartley, who defied all the statistical odds and to just bowl 7 for 62, I think, just a phenomenal spell. And then of course you had the unbelievable Shamar Brooks, who just seems to be
Shamar Joseph, I
beg your pardon. Shamar Joseph, who just seems to be like confidence on legs. I mean, he seems to be utterly fearless, and he only had one leg.
Yeah.
I mean, he could barely walk. Isn't he just got a PSL contract, and he's had to miss out on some of that because he had a broken toe. So he did it with a not a broken but badly bruised toe. Between actually bowling, he could barely walk. So you had these three unbelievable individual performances that defined such an extraordinary day. I personally, so let's sort of see if we can think it through. Personally, I couldn't say any one of those performances was better than the other, because they all so materially affected the impact of both those matches, which by the most wonderful of coincidences were sort of happening simultaneously. Arian, could you sort of rank them or at all, to think about how, which one may have stood taller than the other?
I think it's a tight call, because all three, as you said, had a significant impact on the outcome of the game. But I think just the way Ollie Pope went about his business, defying the odds, and as Nigel mentioned, like putting Ashwin and Jadeja off their lengths, taking them away from their strengths, which is bowling 6 balls at a particular spot. And given the predicament England were in so far behind in the game, to put them in the ascendancy from there and allowing England to actually have a competitive score on the board, it was amazing. I think I would rank Ollie Pope's performance as the best out of the three.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, because the other thing that struck me, certainly for the two bowlers, certainly for Pope and Hartley, so those two, is they've both come off the back of terrible starts. So in the case of Hartley, first ever Test match, got absolutely mullered in the first innings. Exactly the right thing for India to do. Don't let him settle. Make it hard for him. We're not there to be lovely to everybody. We're there to win Test matches, and that's what they did. Pope had an absolute shot. He literally looked like he couldn't remember which way up to hold the bat, or how to move one foot in front of the other in the first inning.
He was really skittish, wasn't he?
And yet, so possibly one of those two, just because of the comeback factor. And yet at the same time, Shamar Joseph, it just seems so out of the blue. David, what about you? Could you rank those three?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the fact that Joseph didn't even travel with the rest of the team to play that last fourth day, because of his injury. And then, yes, he appeared, and we all thought, well, is he going to be able to bowl? And then to produce that spell with the joy and the belief, I suppose that's the common factor linking the two, is the sense of belief. One in England, the way that Stokes and McCullum have instilled that in the England team, and then to see, he virtually predicted that he would, he said he would keep bowling until the end, until they won, and they did. I mean, it's one of those. You ask yourself, can it be sustained? Will it ever happen again with Joseph? And you feel well, there is something special here, and it was because he was topping 90 miles an hour in that spell. In terms of ranking them, the England victory wouldn't have been possible without Pope, without him, without that sort of score, and the West Indies victory wouldn't have been possible without Joseph. It's hard to call, isn't it? They were both amazing turnarounds, And to rank them almost defeats the object, saying they're both very special performances.
That's sitting on the fence. That's sitting on the fence.
Left arm spinner. As a left arm spinner yourself. Where's your vote?
Yes.
Well,
I was
my
interested
vote.
in Bear's analysis as a left arm spinner of some.
Well, my vote is with Pope, probably, because I do think that without that, I mean, he did get a couple of slices of luck, but without that, you don't get a total and you don't get anything to bowl at.
Definitely.
I mean, Joseph comes second because, I mean, it's a different match. So, I mean, in that match, he was clearly man of the match. I mean, that was a phenomenal point. I mean, they haven't won in Australia for 27 years. So, I mean, that's an incredible performance. And it's quite a weak West Indies side. So, to be able to do that to Australia at Brisbane, at the Gabatoir, where they bloody never lose, is phenomenal. Let's be honest, I mean, and Australia were cruising, weren't they? About 130 for 2, and then he just took them apart. So, I mean, that's a phenomenal performance to win away. But for me, Pope. Hartley, now, we were just talking about Jadeja and Ashford bowling their lengths, and this is what India allowed them to do by not being proactive when they batted second. They allowed Hartley, and this is what I always say, if you could bowl on a length in India and the wickets offer you assistance, you don't have to be the greatest bowler, I don't think. You've got to be able to find the right length and keep the batsman quiet, and opportunities will arise, and they kind of did. I mean, Jaiswal kind of got himself out, really, and he was the first to go, and then Gill went shortly afterwards, just a little prod on the outside, and that'll give Hartley A, some confidence, but B, suddenly India lost a couple of wickets and they then couldn't be proactive themselves, and that slowed them down and allows Hartley then to sit on a length.
Don't forget he had Pope at silly point, didn't he? And what a difference that made. So Pope's not only contributing with the bat.
And so those things combined to allow Hartley to sit on a length, and therefore the kind of performance did itself. He's a left armer. You've got a predominance of right-handers in the side. I actually think Root bowled really well in that test, and I'll be interested if Leach was fit as to how they'd have gone in the next test. I think Leach is going to be out of the next test, and therefore they're probably, I don't know, I mean, I personally think you get more balance if you only had 3. You don't need 3 spinners, you don't need 4 bloody spinners for crying out loud.
Well, they're muting it though.
Yeah, they are muting it, and I think
teasing the thought.
I think it's daft. Although it's Visakhapatnam, as we the last time we saw it, I think it was horrendous, wasn't it? It was all up and down and spun a mile and was bloody impossible to bat on. So maybe they know something we don't. I presume the wicket will be pretty similar this time
round. It's been a while though. 2016 and 2019 were the only 2 Test matches at Visakhapatnam.
Yeah, but India will go all in, won't they? They'll go, we're better at spin, and presumably this next test they'll just go harder, as Dave Barrett would say, and make the pitch even more capricious.
Maybe we'll come on and talk about Indian selection conundrums then. Just for what it's worth, I think if I was to rank the 3, I think I would put Pope just above Hartley. The only reason for that being a spinner takes wickets on a turning wicket because he gets the help from the wicket. A batsman has to fight that much harder against the wicket and the bowling. So and just for that reason alone, I would probably just say Pope, because without Pope it wouldn't have mattered what Hartley did.
Exactly.
But when it comes to choosing between Pope and
Joseph.
Why? It's because there is a Shamal Brooks, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then because I'm looking at Brooks in front of me on the screen, it's completely ruined my thread. But I genuinely couldn't choose between those 2.
Just one question. One question for Bear, Tony. How the transformation in Hartley, the fact that he didn't seem to be turning it much in the first innings, and then getting that prodigious turn, was that simply a function of the way he was bowling? I mean,
well, actually, if you watched a lot of the slow-mos in the first innings, when he was bowling a lot of the time with a scrambled seam. It didn't seem to be he was rotating the seam particularly much, and he was bowling really quite flat and quick, and so it wasn't giving it to grip. And that's the thing, if you actually watch Ran Ahmed bowl, a lot of his balls are with scrambled seam. I don't know if they're doing that because they don't want it to turn too much, because the wicket's too helpful. But if you watched Hartley in the second innings, you watch the slow-mos, he had the seam going correctly, it was rotating on the seam and it was biting on the pitch, and he slowed down his pace a lot to the mid-80s from the mid-90s in the second innings a lot of the time, and that allows the ball to dip a little bit, grip a little bit, and do a little bit more. I think that was the difference, and that was mainly because he was allowed to develop into a spell, and he wasn't taken down so quickly. I mean, Jaiswal tried it and got out, and then things changed. So.
And also the fact that the pitch had deteriorated a lot more going into the fourth innings.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, what is the pitch going to be like at Visakhapatnam?
I think, Nigel, India would be shooting themselves in the foot if they go and prepare a rank turner again. Because they will have to stick to their strengths and just try and beat England by doing what they do best. Because as we already discussed, India's batting, especially the middle order, is currently in a state of transition with Shubman Gill, Shreyas Iyer struggling for runs, and Virat Kohli not being there. They're missing the services of Rishabh Pant, who can, change the complexion of the game by producing an innings like Yashasvi Jaiswal did in the first innings. So India would not be doing themselves any favors if they go and double down on the turn.
You think? But I think they will, though. That's my general impression, and the impression I get from reading the reports, what England are expecting. They're expecting something that's even more of a rank turner, to be fair, which would be interesting. It's always a good game when there's a rank turner. Makes things interesting, I always think.
Well,
no scoring game.
Let's ask Arian then about India's selection conundrums, because there's a few of them, aren't there? If you look at that batting when you've lost KL, are we going to see, I'm trying to think of the lad's name, the chunky fellow,
Sarfaraz Khan.
Is it Saurabh Kumar?
Saurabh Kumar is the left-arm spinner.
No. Who am I thinking of?
Sarfaraz Khan. We just
Sarfaraz Khan. That's the fellow I'm thinking of. He's got a 300 in the Ranji Trophy.
Everyone has a 300 in the Ranji Trophy, as we all know.
A bit like, yes, all right, okay. Who do you think he will get the nod, Arian? What do you reckon?
I think India would do well to bring in Rajat Patidar into the fold, because he is as close to a like-for-like replacement as you can get to Virat Kohli. Because I've been following his domestic exploits. I come from the same state as him, Madhya Pradesh, and he's one of those players who has this lazy elegance, an extra split second to play the ball, and has shots all around the ground, can take on the spinners and provide that little impetus which has been missing in India's innings in the middle order. When it comes to the left arm spinners void, I think Saurav Kumar would be an excellent fit, because he, just like Jadeja, is a metronome with accuracy and pace variations. So I don't think Sarfaraz Khan might make it to the squad. I think India would fill in Ravindra Jadeja and KL Rahul with Rajat Patidar and Saurabh Kumar.
Okay.
You
don't think the runs against England A are going to help Sarfaraz Khan's case?
But Rajat Patidar pips Sarfaraz to the post because he's got twin centuries against England Lions.
Okay. And Padikkal was originally in the squad, wasn't he? Anyway, as well.
No, he is.
But he was in the first squad as well, wasn't he, Padikkal?
Yeah, so he's like,
he was. So
he hasn't been added. He was there already.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So presumably he gets the spot. I'd have thought it would be a bit odd to leapfrog him with someone you bring into the squad. I would think. Padikkal, he's an opener, and he's a lefty, isn't he? He opens in the IPL.
Yeah.
Saw him a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Made 100 on first class debut for Madhya Pradesh, I think.
Has he played a test yet, Padikkal?
I do not.
No, he's uncapped in the test format, but he's been a regular in the India A format.
Okay.
Yeah,
but you're right.
And just coming back to the Hartley conversation that we are having, I just find it very assuming that obviously England being a lot more cavalier, they just threw Hartley into the deep end in the first innings because they had the services of Jack Leach. So do you think they would contemplate the decision to introduce Hartley with the new ball, like rather than entrusting the experienced campaigner that is Leach to kick off proceedings, and then introducing Hartley around the 9th or 10th over mark when India introduced Jadeja and Ashwin, when the luster of the ball has wore off and there's more purchase from the surface, to maybe have avoided what Yashasvi Jaiswal did to him?
That is a really good question, David. I can see you're giving that some thought. What do you reckon?
Well, I think they'll do. I mean, Hartley will take a lot of confidence from what's happened now, so he'll just assume the role of senior spinner if Leach isn't playing, I guess. So I think that he would be given this head in the same way as he was in the last test. Yeah.
One would assume so. Yeah. I mean, do we know if Leach is going to be playing? Or he's got a hematoma of the knee or something. Presumably, it's a pretty bad
Maybe they
bruise.
should graft Shamar Joseph's toe onto Jack Leach's leg with the dodgy knee, and we'll have some sort of Frankenstein ultimate bowling machine.
Yeah, because his introduction right with the new ball seemed quite interesting to me, because Hartley is someone who's still a rookie in first class cricket. Like, this was just his 21st appearance, and he has a lot of T20 experience under his belt, like 82 matches as Tony Bishop. He plays for Lancashire and Manchester Originals also, I presume.
I don't know who he plays for in the. Does he play in the 100? I never even bloody watched.
He played more cricket for Ormskirk at Hartley than he has for Lancashire.
It was an insight into. It was an insight into England's philosophy of backing their players to the hilt, like in believing them they can get the job done.
Yeah, very much. I mean, he almost bowled that first spell like he was bowling in a T20. A lot of drag down. I mean, he got 2 wickets, but they were shit. I mean, they were half trackers that got smashed to Cow Corner's throat. You know, it wasn't like he did anything spectacular. It was both batsmen gave their wickets away to him in the first innings, so he got away with it really. And at one point he was going at like 9 or 10 and over, wasn't he? After about 9 over.
But Stokes just said, "Keep going, lad."
Yeah,
you'll
gave him his head. Yeah.
Which was just, what a piece of captaincy. It is interesting, and I think this will interest David as well, because we are both huge lovers of county cricket. I suspect of the 4 of us sitting at the bar here, 2 of us love county cricket and 2 of us less so. One by dint of geographical distance, and the other just because he doesn't. If you look at England's last 3 debutants, Josh Tongue, he hadn't been having a particularly great season. Rayan Ahmed fits into the young guy, hardly played any county cricket. And then Tom Hartley, all of whom came.
We are back, and I'm joined for the first time today, Mr. Forthy. How are you, mate?
I'm very well. How are you? How are you going?
I'm okay.
Yeah, you've done very well. We're all very appreciative.
Well, thank you. It was a heavy weekend. I did manage to get enough sleep, and I do feel kind of okay.
Was it a special occasion?
It was a friend's 50th birthday.
Rather like England, they're halfway there.
Well, indeed. I don't think it's going to last that much longer, is it?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. The only observation I'd make, in addition, I think England have sometimes the luck runs with you, sometimes it doesn't. I think India had the rub of the green early on yesterday morning, when Gill could have gone early a couple of times with an LBW and shaving the stumps and all that kind of thing. And yeah, you can't complain, because these things even themselves out over a series. But England certainly didn't have the rub of the green this morning. The Crawley one didn't look quite right, although if it's going to hit the stumps, I guess it's going to hit the stumps.
Yeah. Root got himself out rather stupidly as well. But you know, at the end of the day, we've got what 200 and where are we at? 194 for 6 in another tour. We'd have been 87 for 8.
Yeah, for sure.
There'd have been men behind roundabout. I don't mind. I think it's the way you got to play. Maybe there's there's enough in this pitch, isn't there? I mean, the old one just keeps a bit low, and the old one grips. The old one bounces. It's not.
I thought there would be more in it. There hasn't actually been as much as I thought there would be.
No, I agree, but there's enough. There's enough. You know, the old one does something stupid. Bumrah is going to come in first ball after lunch and defends that into the offside. And there is no run. We should have some jingles for the protagonists. This man's bowling.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And this guy's facing.
That's all, folks.
I'll leave the other one to the other end. I don't know where Tony is. Tone? You're the man who
You're
does
on,
the...
mate.
You do the rotors and you can't be asked to turn up on time. I don't know. Defended into the offside by Folks. And there is no run. And the obvious man on the match, I guess, is going to be Gyswell.
Yes, almost certainly. Oh, he's played very well. He's got a fantastic future ahead of him.
Yep.
Yes, a country of 1 billion people who are mad on cricket. It's no huge surprise that every so often you'll unearth an absolute gem. And
No.
they've certainly done that.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, these things will change. You'll have bad series. He'll go somewhere. It'll be interesting to see the first time he comes to England with a swinging ball, see how that goes.
Now, I suppose we're mentally writing this match off. If anybody anywhere in the world, if you were to pick one man to come in and say, this is not over yet, it's the man who's facing up on strike.
Well, yeah, totally. And he has a jingle that goes like this.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
And the bowling is...
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that rat junk away.
First ball, defended by Stokes in the offside. There is no run.
I think there was some suggestions that England were having more trouble reading Yadav than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
after all, left arm wrist spin doesn't come around that often.
It doesn't. He's bowled reasonably well. He's got some important wickets without being a star, has he? It's done a workmanlike job. Certainly getting Crawley with that one, as we said. It didn't look out, did it? Defended on the back foot this time by Stokes into the offside. There's no one. Good of you to turn up, Tone.
I'd just forgotten to press the join button. I was sat there wondering, why won't you let me in? And then I realised that I hadn't pressed join on my screen.
Well, there you go.
There's a lot. I just realised on my last podcast I didn't press the RSS feed button, so I've been assuming that nobody was interested in that episode. They just hadn't got it.
That one is played by Stokes up to mid-on, and there is no run. India happy to let England have the singles. Massive gaps on the leg side. Not a lot of people in close.
Good to know I'm as inept at home with the technology as I am in the studio, though, Bear.
Yeah,
it's
lovely.
It's reassuring for
really,
you. Isn't it?
really reassuring, yeah.
I just went into JB Hi-Fi, which is our local tech store. I felt almost a little bit sick and woozy. There's so much tech pouring all over you all the time now.
I know. You can get a reasonably priced solution to pretty much anything these days.
Yeah.
World peace.
Folks is facing up. Oh, that's a good ball by Crawley. It goes on with the arm. He prods forward, expecting a little bit of turn. Just misses his outside edge. Taken by Bharat behind the stumps. No run.
They somehow look a little bit more intimidating when they're in Adidas. Makes them feel, I don't know, a bit like sort of the Dutch in 1974.
Yeah, I really
Adidas teams.
I really like their kit, I have to say. That one does turn in, and it's defended by Folks. They got Naughton Hayden in. No run.
Do you think England should be sponsored by Nike then, to add a sort of a frisson of sort of corporate competitiveness?
Remember those old classic Nike ads from the kind of 90s when they'd have the Nike players against the Devils team and so on?
Oh God, yeah. Defended back down the track and there's no run. Yeah, well, I guess if you're a big... they got in there first, didn't they, Adidas? I mean, if you're going to sponsor a national cricket team, I guess India is the one, isn't it?
Yeah. I think Adidas are more kind of like this for street kids, aren't they? And Nike's more for your elite athlete. I imagine you two guys wear Nike, don't you?
As elite athletes?
As elite athletes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I tend to fill any Nike sports shirt that I wear these days in a most elite manner.
Yeah.
In that 1974 World Cup, the Dutch team is sponsored by Adidas, apart from Johan Cruyff, who refused point blank. And if you see clips from that match, he's just wearing 2 stripes, not 3, on his shirt.
Oh, but what a team, though. That don't recall, and now I'm going to go and have to go and find out.
Well, Bumrah's back into the attack. He's round the wicket, and Stokes lets that through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Of course, we had a short over, didn't we, because of the wicket?
Of course,
that
yes,
rather
yes.
threw me from a social perspective.
Oh, right. Is there anything happening that you want to relay?
No, it's okay. Well, there's a few things.
You can hang on. You're going to hang on. Yeah.
There's rather an entertaining conversation on YouTube, which I'll fill you in.
Keep your powder dry, so to speak.
I will keep the powder dry.
Must be said, the Appreciate the Bear Day has not been appreciated enough by our super chatters, I will say.
You've had one.
Yeah, I know. Mog was very kind. Two, actually. Messi got in as well. Oh, it's me, isn't it? Yeah, left like that. Shit, sorry. Seemed to keep a little bit low, and Stokes kind of jammed his bat on it. Could have quite easily gone an inside edge. Not dissimilar to how he got out in the first innings.
And England have pulled off these quasi-miracles over the last 2 or 3 years, or even 2019. I think they've been able to trust the pitch a little more than this one.
Yeah, and that was always going to be the case. The pitch was going to go. I thought it had gone more by now, but it hasn't. It's kept together reasonably well. It's a decent pitch in a way. It's a good test match pitch. Left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. As is always important in India, if you win the toss back, get first innings runs.
I'm quite glad in one way. We're having a look at that replay. It doesn't look out, does it?
Well, initially, the problem is when sometimes these cameras are slightly off. They're not dead behind the arm.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's going to hit the stumps.
Yeah. That's it. When you see the Hawkeye camera and it's straight on, it did pitch in line. But my initial thoughts it pitched outside, but it clearly pitched in line.
Some of those offsides can be confusing.
Yeah. Stokes works it off his pads down to long leg, get himself a single. So presumably, Ryan Ahmed's been out, so next man in is Hartley, isn't it? And after that, you got total 2 rabbits. So basically, these two have got to score 150 each, or whatever they need.
No, well, Stokes has got to pull off a miracle again.
Well, neither of them have got any runs, and we need about 200, so they've got to get a ton each.
Yeah, this thing can be done.
If they do that, job done.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Or let's throw in a few bits and pieces from Hartley, who can bat a bit, as can Shoaib.
Can he? All right.
That one's gone and lifted a bit off the seam to Folks. Taken well by Bharat, no run.
That planning, of course, rather forgets that you've got Bumrah, Axar Patel, Ashwin.
Yeah.
Doing everything they can to stop you doing that, of course.
Yeah.
Did you notice Ashwin had a very sharp word for Johnny Bairstow?
Yeah, I wonder what that was all about.
I don't know what they said, but it was clearly. Well, it doesn't take much to get a reaction from Johnny B, but there clearly was something said.
Was it necessary?
No, but in the heat of battle, you know.
Marker for the rest of the series, perhaps.
That's full and angling in towards the stumps, going for that Yorker. Gets it just a little bit wrong, and Folks clips it quite nicely, but straight to mid wicket. No run, end of the over. Over to you, Tone.
Right, well, rather interestingly, Brian in Brisbane said bugger. YouTube just had an ad during the wicket. Steve Kellett said no miracles here today. But Jong Jina said, what's the context of the word bugger?
Oh, I think I know. I think it's... in the medieval times, anything in the Far East was regarded as unnatural, and anyone from Bulgaria was regarded as particularly unnatural. So they associated Bulgarians with that activity.
No. Well, if it is, I do apologise to our Bulgarian listenership, but
yes, so do I.
It was the Middle Ages.
You can't do anything about your history.
That's clipped nicely by Stokes, out to wide long on. There's a sweeper out there, but it has to come around a reasonable way, and they'll get back for 2.
I remember the end of Blackadder goes forth, just as they're about to go over the top. Wrote a note in my diary, just said one thing, simply bugger.
That's right. God, that's one of the best 3 or 4 minutes of television history.
Absolutely.
Amazing scene, that.
Driven hard back by Stokes. Kuldeep gets in the way and there's no run. Which 4 minutes of TV?
Well,
Blackadder
the
goes
very
forward.
end of Blackadder.
Oh, yes.
When they go top. And, Tim McKinnon character, the villain of the piece, suddenly becomes human for the first time.
Yeah.
And you absolutely feel for him.
All right. Another one off the back foot, defended back down the track, and there is no run.
He just gives that little speech about, I did think that I'd be able to marry Mabel, play cricket for Crawley Old Peculiars or whatever it was, but it was not to be. And suddenly you thought, oh, God, mate, I feel sorry for you now.
Yeah. Kuldeep at the end of his run, coming in, bowling to Stokes, who crashes it into sitting mid-off. It's probably Sarfraz or Patadar, one or the other.
He looks like he's got a fair bit of natural and artificial protection.
Yeah,
to be fair to me.
I think it's Sarfraz, isn't it? That was hit hard. Oh, right into the top of his foot. That's fucking hurt. Ouch.
The one place he hasn't got a lot of flesh, I would say.
Yeah, or padding. Kuldeep, fifth ball of the over the wicket. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. It's got to be close, isn't it? Maybe a bit of inside edge. Sarfraz is in trouble.
Yeah, it almost knocked his, went behind his legs and almost knocked his off stump over. So it was very, very close to doing that as well.
Well, they've decided not to review it. I might well have done. Maybe that's because I want to go home to bed.
I don't think I've ever seen Rohit smile so much. Every time the camera's on him.
Pitched outside.
Still looking for Virat Kohli, presumably.
No, it pitched outside
He
leg.
seems to be laughing.
Probably hit.
Did you notice how close it nearly bounced back onto his stump stick
Yeah.
as well?
As I mentioned it, yes.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I was focusing on my job of message reading.
Oh, right.
And working out what was coming next.
Again, that was that one kept low, and that one keeps low as well. Maybe the pitch is starting to just do its thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think Stokes, he might as well just go banana straight away. No point hanging around.
Well, there isn't really, is there? I mean, you're not gonna stay out there and defend for 2 days.
I'm going to use a phrase that's never been used before. A ball that will have your name on it is going to come up sooner or later.
Yeah, it looks that way now.
Back to Blackadder with Baldrick and his bullet.
Anything happening, Tony?
Absolutely. Well, our friend Jong Sina says, thank you. I've waited an hour for that explanation. So he was clearly on tenterhooks, waiting to understand the context of bugger.
Well, don't take my word for it. There are slightly more authoritative versions out there, I'm sure. That just happened to be what's in my head, I seem to remember.
Richard Seven, I feel like we should be sort of turning over our exam papers and we've got, 3 hours. He says, question, to clarify, gents, what retrospectively and at the time, I'll have to wait now just for this ball from Bumrah.
Bumrah is in. Clipped nicely by Folks. Beats the onside field. There's a mid-on, there's a wide mid-off. It's been chased by Ashwin. He's not the quickest. And he doesn't win the race. The ball does. And it's 4 runs.
Give us the signal there.
Hey, done.
Oh, right. He says with a yawn. Let me ask that question then. That's a lovely shot, by the way. So we can think about it. It says, to clarify, gents, what retrospectively and at the time were your thoughts on the Indian pitches during the last tour? As this series looks closer, it seems English media are content.
My thought overall, very quickly, I'm not sure I get it in before this ball now.
When you won't. Bumrah is in, and that one is defended up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
I thought they prepared pitches to suit their strengths, which they are somewhat they're entitled to do. I mean, England more or less do the same thing, and Australia, although they claim they don't, do as well. But there was one pitch in particular which was bordering on the absurd. I think it was Akshar, funnily enough, who was literally unplayable on it. It was just raked
and
up.
Joe Root.
I thought there were 2 like that in the last tour. That's defended back towards the bowler, and there's no run. I think after that first test, they kind of went. I mean, they were turning. A couple of pitches were turning square from ball 1,
Yeah, and that's
it was fun.
Not much. Yeah,
I think Richard's point, possibly, is these are slightly more conventional or traditional in as much as you get a couple of good days out of them before the wear and tear starts, as it were. Yeah. And I think that's definitely more the case. Even in the Australia series, it was ragging pitches apart from the very last one at Ahmedabad, and backing India's spinners to be better, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Driven nicely by Folks. Can't beat mid off though. They'll get a single. Yeah.
Not so much, I think, this time. Sporting's not the right word, but conventional in that the real ragging doesn't come until
later,
day 4, day 5.
Yeah, and did the last pitch really rag? I suppose the last pitch ragged towards the end, but no, it didn't really actually. Having said that, it's just really slow, wasn't it? Big puffs of dust.
But I think
turning.
India, and I've heard this argument a few times, and it's not a bad one, is that India should trust the experience of their spin attack over the inexperience of England's, and thus, therefore, probably better pitches are equally in their favour.
Well, I think that's what they've done.
Oh, Bumrah around the wicket. There was a chop on that one by Stokes. It was way too close to do that shot. Half appeals, but
as much in the old days of football, if you went to play a FA Cup tie at the baseball ground on a mud pie, that, as they say, is a great leveller, and thus teams could you get those kind of results. You get less of that as they play on smooth, beautifully manicured lawns of surfaces these days.
Right.
And I think the same is true here to a certain extent.
Yep. Stokes is facing up. Bumrah around the wickets, defends that one into the offside. There is no run.
True, the baseball ground was the ultimate leveller from a mud point of view. The unfair advantage was the plastic pitches, because if you were QPR, Luton in particular, someone else played on a plastic pitch, then you had you genuinely had an unfair home advantage.
I played on that QPR pitch. I played at Loftus Road, not for QPR, but I did in a company game. It was Ogilvy McMo, the direct against Wonderman. That might mean something to you, Porthy.
Absolutely
I
does.
seem to remember it was a goalless draw. The main reason for it being a goalless draw was, one, none of us could score in a brothel, but two, the ball literally would bounce and it would go. It would be flying into the stands, and we spent half the match without loads of extra time having to go to the stands to get it back again.
Nice drive by Folks. Unfortunately, he hits Stokes. Otherwise, it might want to gone for 4, but instead it just goes for 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, J. Walter Thompson, the oldest advertising agency in the world, got rebranded J. Wonderman Thompson a few years ago, didn't it? Which I thought was sacrilege
now as well. Trust me, I was part of all of that.
Of course you were.
Yeah. And Wonderman Thompson, and now they're, I don't know, XM, something like that.
I can only hope that our friend in Sheffield isn't listening to this. He'll be throwing his keyboard across the room. Talk about advertising.
Bloody get these ad men off.
The ad men.
We're the Don Drapers of guerrilla cricket.
We very much are. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Does John Hamm play Don Draper?
Yes, he does.
Kuldeep is in, and it's defended by Stokes on the offside. There's no run.
You see, there's some turn there for Kuldeep from day 4, but it's not.
It's not massive though, is it? I mean, it's not.
It's not unplayable turn.
No, it's more the ones that grab actually. It's and there are some that are bouncing as well. But it's not all the time. I mean, this is it. But the thing is, one of them has got a good chance of getting in when it happens. That's 2 full though by Kuldeep, clipped by Stokes, straight to the short move wicket. There's no run.
Well, John Hamm, just back to him for a second. He's very, very good in Fargo season 5, and I could forgive you for having pulled the pin on Fargo at some point, because after the first series it rather tailed off. But I can recommend Fargo season 5 with John Hamm.
That one did keep a little bit low, but went on with the arm with Kuldeep out to deep mid wicket. There's no one. I think you might have more of a chance of it misbehaving as well with Kuldeep, it seems. Don't know why, but it does. No, I never really got into Fargo, full stop, really.
Season 1's good. It's got Martin Freeman, Tim from The Office. The original film, obviously.
Yeah, the original film was great.
Great, yeah.
Coen Brothers, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly correct.
Tossed up by Kuldeep across the right-handed folks. Spins back into him. He defends it. Back up the track. No run.
If Stokes was looking for a leech, a premium package leech style partner, Ben Folkes would probably answer that description.
Yeah, probably would. Kuldeep. That one is on the legs and it's turned round to deep square leg by Folkes, and I've got a single.
End of the over, I think.
Yeah, it's the end of the over. 206 for 6.
Messers, I do hope Forth he took one of his children to guide him through the dangers of JB Hi-Fi. Arguably, it's not.
I did actually. Yeah,
here you are. I always find that very helpful. Not your children. I mean, I take my own. Arguably, it's not necessary to play the fuck off jingle either, but it's fun, said Messers. Classic Hindi songs and sports says Stokes and Folkes are good blokes. Well, we go along with that. Richard Seven, who's very keen on setting us some discussion challenges, says, Guerrilla Cricket, how does the panel compare the strength and weakness of both India and England to the last tour? We will come back to you on that in the next couple of balls. He says, Stokes' positivity is commendable and big strength of England's belief is strong. The fat lady's not singing.
Ooh, now that ball went off the seam a little bit. And again, it's on that fifth stump line and Folkes was drawn into a shot. Injudiciously, but he missed it, thankfully. It goes through to keeper, no run.
So that's an interesting one, isn't it? The relative strengths and weaknesses of, did you say the England or the India and England squads this tour to last?
I haven't got them up in front of me. I don't think they'd be spectacularly
different.
I think from an England perspective, I agree. You'd had more experience. You had more experience, but a different philosophy.
Yeah,
philosophy's the thing.
Bumrah is in, and Folkes is going to get himself the first boundary after lunch as he guides that down between second and third slip and gully, all the way to the third man boundary for the first 4 after lunch.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice shot, well
it
guided.
Was just soft hands, as they say, to keep it down. Beautifully done. But he can do that.
Yeah, well, he bats fine for Surrey, doesn't he? And you know, he's a good bat.
He will. I heard a discussion on another radio station as I was driving back from the studio yesterday. I think he won't play the number of games for England, possibly because he is not the Bazball model, and yet that's something of a tragedy.
Yeah, oh, that's a good ball. Beats the outside edge again. Does Bumrah through to the keeper? No run.
I mean, he's a much better keeper than, say, Bob Taylor ever was, but he didn't play as many games as he should have done. But he really was not very good at all with the bat, but what a great keeper he was. Maybe probably better than Notty.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. Going back to that Richard Seven question, India, I'm trying to think what the fundamental differences were. It's probably in the sort of the middle order, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Pujara was there last time.
Yeah, so you had Pujara. So you've got younger, more dashing figures, but I think they were arguably more solid, perhaps.
More settled.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
well, certainly compared to this team in this test, it might look considerably different in the next test.
The first 2 tests have been rather different with no Shami and Kohli, and obviously this one as well. No KL either.
Yeah, Stages out.
Joy's was a joy. You know, if I was an Indian cricket fan, or just a cricket fan generally, which I am, you know, I think he's a fabulous talent and has shown it in this game. Attack-wise, I mean, Ashwin played, Axar Patel played. England based their selection of spinners for this series on basically looking at Axar Patel.
It would seem that
and
way.
Ashwin, and said, "What's the nearest we've got to them?"
Worked into the leg side by Folkes to mid wicket, no run.
So, I think from India's perspective, they've got phenomenal strength in depth, possibly a little more attacking in their intent, possibly with a thinking of, you know, countering, dare one say it, Bazball. And I think from an India perspective, level in talent, but different in approach.
Yeah,
It's almost as if you're good at summarising in meetings.
Yeah. Folks facing
School
up.
report.
Bumrah in defends that stoutly into the covers. And there's
The headmasters. Remember, you used to get the headmaster's comment at the end of your school report. That would be it.
Yes.
Tends to talk too much, lacks concentration, but very good at summarising in meetings. If only he could apply himself with the same degree to all of his activities as he does to his summarising, there would be a bright future for young Tony.
Exactly right. That's the end of the over.
It is indeed.
When we do a change, I've seen Tim appear and then disappear again.
Yeah, no.
We've got another
over or two.
Oh, good. I'm excellent. Sam a man. Given that some degree of pitch doctoring is everywhere, including England, doctoring's a harsh word.
I don't like the word
Preparation to suit a home team. I agree with you. Why not get rid of the toss and have the visiting team decide how best to deal with the conditions?
Well,
there's an interesting question. Hey,
this has been mooted many a time, hasn't it? Defended into the offside, and there is no run.
They did that in the county championship, if you recall, effectively. In as such, the away team was given the opportunity.
Yeah. I think if ever there's been a time in Test match history to do it, it's roundabout now, because home series have become the province of the home team to too great a degree.
Yeah, very much so. Defended in the offside, there is no run.
To say, Sam and Richard, your questions are fascinating. They're really getting our cricket appreciation juices going.
Well, people of this parish defending the offside, and there's no run. What was Franklin's name? We used to have a guy on. God, I can remember his last name was Franklin, but I can't remember what his first name was. But he was a statistician, and him and Norcross had a mathematical model where you defended in the offside and there's no run. You would almost have sealed bids for the amount of runs you were prepared to get away to give to the opposition, to choose to either bat or bowl on the pitch.
Okay, yeah. Hasn't there some more data which indicates that the toss is far less important than is traditionally the case?
There is something. Ooh, that one goes on with the arm and arrowing in at the stumps, but Stokes gets right behind it, defending the offside. There's no run. 5 dot balls in this over.
Shelley Beck says, "Lol," laughed out loud at that. Tony, brilliant. Whether that was that my school report, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well have been. We've got another question from Richard as well. Another good one.
Kuldeep in. That one is punched into the offside, out through covers. There's a man in deep. Oh, and he's let it go through his legs. It's going to be 4 runs. Nice. That's terrible fielding. Who's that? I think it's Axar Patel out there. That's terrible. Yeah. That's just given England 4 runs unnecessarily.
Rohit's not laughing now.
Yeah.
Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Stay behind after school for extra fielding practice.
Absolutely.
I think Axel. Oh, that was.
It didn't even bobble. He just didn't get down.
That's Alan Ruff, circa 1978.
Rohit doesn't look happy with that one. Neither does Kuldeep. I wouldn't be happy if I was a bowler.
Not at all. Have we got one more over in us?
Yeah. Bears in the chair.
Actually, it's right on the cut. There's only 10 seconds left, so I guess we ought to hand over.
Okay then.
Well, I think you're handing over to me, aren't you?
I am handing over to you, and Messrs, and Tim is going to join you.
Well, we can carry on that conversation. The lead, well, on our screens, the crucial point has been reached where they tell you the wickets needed as opposed to the runs required, which normally sends a signal about the state of the game. But England are 214 for 6. We're going to see R. Ashwin back into the attack, back into our attack, or brought in for the first time this morning. It's the devilish wit and repartee of Tim the cricket guy. Hello, Tim.
How's it, Tony?
It's very good. Folks, ready? That's tossed up quite full. Bumps this into the ground, out towards mid-on. There is no run. And I should also be joined by Father Goose himself, Messi Jez.
Father Goose.
Hello, Tony. Hello, Tim.
How's that?
Beautifully. Well, chaps, we were in the middle of some very interesting questions being set by a few people. So, Messers, you can pick that up and steer us through it. I think the next one was from Richard 7 about a fair statement, and that's just YouTube. I haven't had a chance to get to Twitter. We got so involved.
Well, there is one very short tweet which I must read to you, given that you were talking about Jay Grover's reaction to you.
Harrow cut, which was inside edged down towards short fine leg, and they take a single, so the score moves on to 215 for 6.
You mentioned that if Jay was listening, he'd be chucking his keyboard against the wall. Jay just tweets, "Well, there's another keyboard fucked."
Yeah, it's an occupational hazard if you get 40 and I on together. We just need a little prod, and we go off into the louche world of 80s Adland.
That's such a good word, louche. I love it.
Ashwin in, defended nicely by Stokes into the onside. There is no run. 215 for 6. 4 wickets is what India need. A really rather distant 184 runs is what England need. But never say never when you've got Captain Ben at the crease. That's pushed into the onside. Very sharp throw in from cover. And it's actually going to result in overthrows. Folks have spotted it before Ben Stokes had. And they jog through for a single, and if we saw that Rohit, who we do now see immediately, had a face like thunder when Axar Patel performed his Scottish goalkeeping tricks, he was even more thunderously looking when he saw that dreadful overthrow. And the score moves on to 216. That was all a bit messy from an Indian perspective, Tim, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the important thing with these games is you've got to remain the intensity, because you never know what can happen. But poor cricket from India.
Yeah, it really was. Brings the runs required down to 183. That scorecard, though, chaps, to me is, when you look in the context of the Jaiswal innings and the big daddy hundreds that make or win Test matches, a collection of 20s and a 73. Aren't in that category, are they? And that's been England's problem.
It certainly has.
Yeah. It is remarkable, though, when you look at India's first innings. Apart from Jaiswal, there were lots of double figures up to number 8 as well. It's just one man show, really, when it comes down to it, isn't it? It looks like they're having a break of some sort.
Well, we are.
A couple of messages.
Has got a bit of, just let me let people know, Ben Stokes has got his glove off, and I think that throw that resulted in the overthrows also took a bit of Ben Stokes' finger, and he's getting the magic spray on that. So the eminently breakable Ben Stokes has just fixed his knee, and the worry is he might have damaged the finger, but he seems to have his glove back on. It looked like it was just a bit of precautionary spray, and we're all okay. Sorry, Messers.
That's quite all right. Richard 7 says, how fair is this statement? England win equals England played well. England lose equals poor play. No heart. India threw away the first test, in my opinion, mixed with Pope's pomp. Fair or unfair? I think on the whole that's...
Kuldeep has wheeled in and it's been turned away to square leg and a single taken. 217 for 6. Sorry, Masters.
The reactions, it's up to you to make up your mind, not the press. That's my view.
So sorry, the basis of the question was that if England win, they've played well. If they lose, they've played badly. I was concentrating on the ball being bowled.
Yeah, I think that's always an oversimplification.
I think that's a cricket fan's view, or even the sports fan's view of just about any team anywhere. As in comes the left arm of Kuldeep, and onto the back foot goes Stokes. Just pushes into the offside, no run. 23 this partnership.
Made worse by the fact that England play this particular brand, which does look very ugly at times.
Well, there, Tim, beautifully expressed, is I suppose you could argue Bazball in a nutshell. If you come out guns blazing and the ball's flying over the boundary, it's magnificent as this one is defended. If you slightly mistime one and you just hoik it to mid-wicket, it looks ugly. The same intent was behind both ultimate conclusions. It's the risk you take. It comes with a higher degree of risk, but perhaps a higher degree of entertainment. Interestingly, we were looking at Fred Flintstone eating an ice cream, aren't we, in the crowd there? Interesting day for fancy dress, as this one is slightly squirtily pushed away into the offside by Folks. There's no run, 2:17 for 6.
I've got an interesting stat for you, Tony. When Stokes came into bat at Headingley in 2019, England needed 221. Today, when he came in there, he needed 205.
It's nailed on.
Yeah.
Headingley, however, was not quite turning to the same degree, although it's not really dramatically turning. More worried, I think, from an England perspective, about the ones that keep low. That one doesn't, and is comfortably played into the offside by Folks. He moves on to 12 from his 28. Ben Stokes, who as ever is cautious at the beginning, seems to be very much his way, no matter how he aggressively gets. The thing is, Tim, he has that incredible ability to switch gears.
Top quality batters often do. He's one of them.
That's defended by Folks. Rather spam back at him, and he very carefully watched it past his leg stump, having initially defended it. It's the end of the over. It's the 52nd. It's 2:17 for 6. The lead, or the England need to try and overhaul, but only 4 wickets left to do it. It's 182. Messers.
So Farong says, so interchange between Baz Ball and Baz Block. Plenty of overs. I don't think it's to do with that. I think Ben Stokes almost always goes cautiously at first. Football results last evening: Myanmar Modern 1-1. Phil Bill very poor, ashamed of his actions. Nice when you remind a Chelsea friend that his team got pumped at home, got the usual fuck you, etc.
I missed who that was from, but am I guessing it was Farong?
It was.
Yeah.
It was. And I'm reading over. Says, morning wonderful GC. If England creep to 300-ish for 6 or 7, we'll force Hope creep back in. I'm holding on to it even here.
Ashwin's back into the attack. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who defends back to him, and there is no run. We've had quite an academic morning, cricket-wise, in that we've been set some really interesting. That's a sweep, which he sort of slightly missed times, I think, but he's managed to steer it down to the finest of fine legs, and it's just hauled in. It should net England, at least should have got 3 for that. It would be poor running if they hadn't. They don't seem to want to show us. Was it 3? 220. 3 leg byes. It was leg byes. I didn't think he laid bat on that. Who was that doing the fielding, Tim? It was it Kuldeep? It was Sarfraz who followed him. Yeah, it was Kuldeep who put in the dive and just hauled it back and did pretty well. And Sarfraz, who's the fuller-figured fielder, had stayed with him and was there to sweep up and ensure that England didn't get that extra run to the score. 220 for 6, though. 179. Once you start to say 150 and under, there's a milestone that starts to psychologically make things feel a little better. Defended that by Folks out towards backward point. No run. A bit like goals in football, you can only score on one at a time. There's a limit. You can only get your runs in so many increments. 6 being the maximum, unless sort of something untoward happens, which of course it can. That one, there's a good ball from Ashwin. It did break 2 off. There's a big shout there. They're going to have a look at that. Murray Erasmus. Well, what a tragedy this would be if this partnership. I think he's home, Tim, but India look extremely interested in this. What did your eagle eyes see?
I was caught between my TV and the live stream, and I didn't see the dismissal in either of them.
Whoa!
So
well, here we go. We're going to have a look. I think he's in trouble here.
Yeah.
He's putting in a lunge. He's putting in a lunge. It hits the slabs directly. I think he's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
I think he's gone, and that
by
for
about
England,
an inch.
Dare one say it, the barest of margins. Ben Stokes is sliding the bat. It's just making contact with the crease line as the stumps are displayed, as the bails are dislodged, is where I was trying to go. And I think this will be the 7th wicket down for England, and it is. And that
He called me for a single and my stump shadow.
from an English perspective.
Don't run, don't run.
That was poor running by Stokes. He really
was
wasn't
poor running. It was excellent
in full stretch
fielding.
until the end.
It was a terrific, sharp piece of fielding. I mean, you've got to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Very
Who
good
was it?
cricket from India's point of view. But as you say, Stokes must have been dawdling ever so
Shreyas
slightly.
Well, a round of applause for Shreyas Iyer, because he swooped on that and threw all in one fluid motion. And probably 8 times out of 10, the batsman would have got home there. Unfortunately, that was one of the 2 occasions, and it means that coming to the crease is young Tom Hartley. An extra 70 runs on the score had he been coming in to bat with Ben Stokes. You're starting to think, this is on. The loss of Stokes, still 179 runs short. Really, the fat lady, I fear, is going to be starting to loosen up her vocal cords.
Indeed. George McPherson's gone full angry fan mode. He says, very poor batting by England, scrap the 100, replace Stokes as captain, no baseball whatsoever by England, let alone aggression.
Ashwin again, outside of Hartley's off stump. He defends quite competently. And indeed, he's proven already that as much as he's well equipped as a bowler with that 6'4" height of his, the ability to get a big front foot forward to spin is no bad attribute, is it, Tim?
No, he looks certainly very handy.
Tossed up full, defended by Tom Hartley.
Shelley apologises for taking that wicket, by the way.
Poor Shelley. She can't actually own literally every wicket that falls anywhere ever. If some sort of village game in, upper middle Wallop. You see sort of the local blacksmith trudging back to the pavilion, having been castled first ball, sort of gently muttering that I blame Shelley wherever she is.
Shelley is trying to engage Tim on a discussion about the SA20 and ask him which team he's supporting. She's a Sunrisers supporter. And like Tim, trying to pretend there's no cricket going on in New Zealand at all this week.
I don't think we've been doing that. We have been
not
keeping
you.
up to date.
Tim and Shelley have.
Wasn't it 80 odd before chasing 500? I think South Africa see her in a spot of bother. Let's put it that way. 220 for 7. And
I'll answer Shelley's question after the ball.
Okay, cool deep. This is in. It's outside of the off stump. Folks dabs to short third, and there's no run.
I'm with her on the Sunrisers. Sunrisers are the team that put a lot of work in local talent and local up-and-coming players. So they're the team for me as well.
See, the thing is, we're watching a replay, by the way, of the run-out and the delight, hopping, skipping, jumping, air punching, back slapping, you name it. But England will say, any post-match interview, Ben Stokes will say we were trying to play positive cricket, which can be seen as an excuse for doing something daft on occasions, as we were saying. In comes Crawley, defended back to him by Ben Folkes. There is no run. I think the world would be fully behind that SA20 if they'd found a way to schedule it that didn't have such a devastating impact on Test cricket. Nobody wants to see South African cricket fail, but they do want to see the best form of the game globally preserved, enhanced, cherished, nurtured, etc. And that is where I think the anger lies. I'm speaking as an English person who has an interest in cricket generally, and obviously therefore South African cricket.
I'll come back to you after this delivery.
Lighting the blue touch paper for Tim.
No, it's
in Wheels
slightly more nuanced. That's
very
all.
interesting field. Oh, that's beautifully threaded by Folkes. Between cover and extra cover, it wasn't a huge amount of space because there's quite an offside field set there, but it's got him 4 runs. An England edge.
It's just another score. It's just another fall.
It's been fascinating to see how the overseas market has been caught up in SA20 and is absorbed by it. It has been fascinating. But I hate the price that is being paid for getting here. I love SA20, I think it's fantastic. But the price being paid is not worth it for me.
Yeah. So
I think that's very
you
good.
said more succinctly what I think I was sort of saying as well. As ultimately the conclusion is the price worth it? And I think we're generally saying is no. The damage too great. Oh, that kept really low, and Folks has to shovel it out almost. And he did get it away down towards fine leg though. He'll get 2. For which he'll be eternally grateful, because that could very easily have been his wicket LBW, because by Jove that kept low. The score moves on to 226 for 7.
I've got to admit that, Tim, it hasn't captured me. I watched bits of a couple of games and I just thought, the grounds are too small, runs are too cheap, and I don't give a shit. And, that's an attitude to a lot of overseas T20 for most people, I suspect.
There is the off Hayden in position, or a very short mid-off, if you will. Clearly they're looking for that one that pops up, or a mistimed drive in the air, and putting that little bit of extra pressure on the England batsmen. It's the end of the over though. 173 is what England still lead. They only have 3 wickets left by dint of that excellent run out by who executed the run out?
Shreyas Iyer, I think. Brown in Brisbane says, there I was talking up England's chances all the time, not realising Shelley was tuned in. And Shelley says, absolute sin losing wickets to run out in this situation. Didn't need that. Great fielding though. And she says, I'm around for another 38 minutes, Brian. Sorry to say, I don't think this will last. And Mog says, well, now you are fucked, England.
Ashwin is in. Hartley is onto the back foot. Plays that very tidily towards point. And there is no run. Yet to get off the mark. Hartley, equally in the 3 balls he's faced, yet to look too troubled.
Your thoughts on the on the SA20, Missy, or my thoughts on the PPL? Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I figured, yeah.
Ashwin in. Down the track comes Hartley. Sort of a step and a half to kill any spin well in front of his stumps. Pushes into the onside, no run. India need 3 wickets. Remember, England a distant 173 runs. It would look a lot less distant were Ben Stokes still there with Folks, but he's not. He's been run out without really contributing much to the score. That's away to the offside. It's another dot ball for Ashwin, who's been a bit chippy this morning. Had a little go at Bairstow when Bairstow was out. Oh my word, down the track comes Hartley. How do you like them apples? Have some of that. Launched high and handsome over deep mid wicket for a maximum. At which point I trust, having queued that up, the bear is playing something. Yes he is.
Yes he is.
You don't quite get the sort of the dancing conducting that you get when I'm in the chair, do you? The bear, you sort of, there's a lot more guesswork involved as to whether anything's actually playing.
A dancing bear is
defended.
Very Simon Smith, isn't it?
This bear don't dance for no one.
This bear. Simon Smith and his dance. It was Alan. Was that Alan Price? I've got Alan Price in my head, Messrs. Yeah, that's right. 232 for 7. Round the wicket comes Ashwin. Oh, that does turn. That was a terrific delivery from Ashwin, and it beat Hartley neck and crop, all ends up. Fortunately, it also beat the top of off stump as well. But it was a terrific delivery. So it's the end of that over. 3 for 50 for Ashwin. Just 6 off that over, all in one shot. 232 for 7. England. Messers.
Beaten by arguably the greatest test team, yet criticised for poor shot selection, technique and attitude. Gower, Lamb and Botham. Yeah, you're in a no-win situation when you're up against such a fantastic team, aren't you? Pretty powerful debut for your new test captain though, Tim and Shelley. Yeah, Grant took what, 5-6 wickets? He obviously learned well in the Somerset second 11 how to build spin.
What was the wonderful film, documentary about the West Indies team?
Fire in Babylon.
Fire in Babylon. Fire in Babylon. If you know, I always say to people, if you want to watch, even now when we've had these excellent Netflix, but you know, in the dressing room documentaries.
It's a great
about
book
cricket,
too, I think.
You will never in your life see a better story of cricket and Test cricket in sort of documentary film format as Fire in Babylon. It's just a magnificent film. In comes Kuldeep, driven straight back to him though by Ben Folkes, who really here, Tim, is carrying the mantle of England's senior batsman, trying to nurture a tail to get close to this. If he can get another 30, he'll start to believe, won't he?
I think that there's an avenue of where England can win. Yeah, it's not very unlikely,
Defended.
but there is an avenue. I think Rohit's captaincy throughout the series has been poor, and I think when he's under pressure, he doesn't really respond very well. But obviously India are massively still likely to win.
That positivity. That's Baz commentary right there. Onto the back foot goes Folkes, pushed away towards cover. There is no run. Ben Folkes, possibly not in his head now because he's just focusing on every single ball that's being put down to him. But he'll be thinking, I don't need to be bazzing it now. That's not my game. I need to be here, and I need to be working off this deficit in the way I know best, and that's what he's doing. Pushes that one though back to Kuldeep. Again, there is no run, none of this over so far. Just 2 deliveries of it left. 232 for 7. Folkes watchfully waits that very short bit off. Oh, he's launched this high over mid wicket. Has he got it all the way? Well, how wrong can I be? Have some of that, says Ben Folkes. Bazball, they say I can't play it. Bollocks. He has hauled that high and handsome over deep mid wicket for 6 runs. Well, actually, Marais Erasmus isn't quite sure where it bounced. I think just purely to put me in my box for being so wrong about Ben Folkes, I think that needs to be a 6. Let's see where it lands. Let's have a look. It drops. Even I can't tell from there. Does it drop? I think it drops the right side of the boundary, should we say, for those wanting to see. Yes! Up go the substantial arms of Marais Erasmus, and it's a maximum for Ben Folkes. Bazzy Ben, as we are now going to call him. He's forced onto the back foot, though, by Kuldeep there. And another over has gone for 6. Maybe that's England's mentality. Find 1 ball each over from the spinners that you can haul away and just defend the other 5. It's worked so far for these two. It's 238 for 7. The deficit 161, Messrs.
Well, more importantly, they've scored 171 runs today. My first GPL pick is 173, so that's what I'm going to be watching anyhow.
So your first GPL pick is shot to bits, basically.
No, right? Well, yeah, it will be, yeah. But I've got 12 in today. Dave Wood says Folkes suffers from the Jack Russell paradigm. Yeah, I sort of get what you mean. Spicy Golden Duck says, as a sorry member, I hope you'll...
Here comes Ashwin. Oh, that kept low again. Well, he's a big shout. I thought he got back on that first. Ashwin and is questioning umpire Gaffney. Now, I think India are going to review this. Rohit's waiting. Yep. Thinks he might as well. I thought there was bat first, Tim.
I got the last one wrong with Kuldeep over Crawley. I really thought that was pitchy outside leg stump, so I'm gonna go. This is out.
I suspect you're right, Tony. It's sort of had the feel of being bat onto pad, didn't it? It's very close.
This is the angle that will tell us. Pitches, goes on with the arm. He played that with his... Surely that's bat. Let me have a look. Does it hit the pad first? That's the question.
Oh.
He does play it very late. That's the thing.
Oh.
gosh.
We're looking at Ultra Edge. The side on view will tell us it's going to be... I think it beats the pad and is played by the bat.
Yeah.
And for my money, that has proven, Tim, that...
yeah.
The bat's
Like you've got good eyes, Tony.
Well, sometimes. Yeah. Double teapot from Rohit, who suddenly, from being Mr. Smiley, has gone to Mr. Angry. I wouldn't be overly concerned by him. His side are still racing favourites, but Tom Hartley survives. A slip is brought in. That one again attacks his off stump. He steps back and is looking to smash it, but doesn't really get hold of it. It's on the bounce back to Ashwin.
If you're going to play back against Ashwin, you've got to be definitive with your shot making.
Defended again, probing away on a good length is Ashwin. So you really got one to turn quite dramatically. That went
If only
far
we got
out.
the money. This is where we could say your vision is sponsored by Specsavers, Tony.
Well, down the track comes Hartley. There you go, Ashwin. I'll have some of that. Again, I'm not entirely sure. I think it will be a 4. Yeah. It was pretty straight. Over. On the bounce into the boundary for 4 of these.
Already done it.
He's already done it. You need to give some kind of signal.
A grunt, maybe.
Simon, we need to see a growl. We need to see a bit of Simon Smith's Dancing Bear to know what's happening. 242 for 7. That score moves on to, and again, it's find that one ball, Tim. Find the one ball in the over, attack it, defend the rest.
It's a tactic that's working for the moment.
Defended by Hartley. He's already had that one for the over. It's the end of the over. 4 from it. Just the one shot of aggressive intent. 242 for 7. 157 the target. 3 wickets.
Shelley's with you, Tim. She says it bothers me so much that the Proteas is not a top priority. I get the money in SA20, but the value of a test cap has always been so valued. Now this kills me. Richard.
Yeah.
Richard 7 says Stokes sounds like he'll be kicking himself. A run out is a tough way and will be judged a way to lose your wicket. We know the threat level he possesses. Kohli's return will embolden India. Do we know for sure if Kohli's coming back next test?
His whole whereabouts appears to be something of a mystery, as we know. This one. Oh, that is a terrific ball from Kuldeep.
Whoa.
Stokes was somewhat rooted, and he had a little jab at that. Didn't really went on with the arm really, but it was past bat and off stump, missing both by the merest smidgen. In wheels, Kuldeep again tosses this one up. That's driven to mid off.
So
Fields, no run.
Folks was rooted and Kuldeep was stoked, which seems appropriate.
Yes, we could. I don't know. Are there other players we could do that?
Verbalise.
We could verbalise as to some sort of adjective that works. I'm sure there must be. Folks is showing good Hartley.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, Mogg says it's time for Hartley to not only carry the side with the bowling, but also with his batting.
Will Ashwin. Kuldeep. It's good. I'm stretching the point a little bit. Not particularly successfully, I'll grant you. In wheels, Kuldeep. That was looking to be the one for the over. He doesn't really get hold of it. No, he doesn't. And Ashwin has been pushed back a little bit deeper to a long on, and it would mean they just get a single.
Oh, and Mogg says, don't you dare criticise the bear, Tony, on today of all days.
No, he's been elevated to a plane of the untouchable.
Although we could do with some more super chats to indicate the appreciation of bear.
Worked off the middle stump by folks out towards mid wicket. Again, there is no run. Tim, it does make you think, if that strategy is let's find the one for the over, and they haven't found it by the fourth ball, are they still going to look for extra hard for the one that they can launch? see what Kuldeep has. Not going to be that one because that forces folks onto the back foot. He nudges into the onside and they take just a single. You have to be...
I that would be silly. No, that would be baseball in the most extreme fashion. If it's there to be hit it by all means, but don't go looking for a boundary.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, maybe just the coincidence was there's been one hittable ball as opposed to England striving to find one big shot every over. That is just how it worked out. 154 runs is what they need to win. Oh, that really shot through, and Hartley did well to defend it. He's a tall chap, but he kept his bat low, his hand soft, and plays it into the onside. It means after 58 overs, England have progressed to 245 for 7.
I'll do a couple of tweets before.
That's a lot of wickets to go down. Sorry, missus.
I'll do a couple of tweets before handing over to the Bear.
Yes.
Dave Barrett has advice for Stokes. He just says, run harder! Yeah. Which is very good advice in circumstances. Aubrey Nuova says, with the talk of the SA20, etc., or other disliked formats, has there been any more on the death of the 100, or is it turning into cricket's equivalent of HS2? I think that's a very good analogy. I really do. And Spicy Golden Duck says, I hope you'll forgive me for saying, where there's folks, there's hope. Tragic that Stokes was run out. I'm sorry, Wokes couldn't make it. Noakes, Oaks, Pokes and Tokes need to up their game to make it on the next tour. And that's... Oh, sorry, there's a couple more. Oxymoronica says, morning all. No surprises England are going to lose. You really have to bat well in the first innings. Middle order letting them down. And Spicy... Oh, no, that's...
He's just reminding us.
I better run. I will see you later if England still have wickets for me to see you with.
I think we're on a drinks break, actually. So, yeah, thank you, Tony. Oh, and Willow Moon's come up with a super chat. Thank you so much. A little something to show my Bear appreciation.
Thank you very
beautiful.
much.
Particularly as if you offered to bake a cake for one of the future Test matches too, Willow Moon. That would be hugely appreciated, particularly by Hendo, no doubt. But the Bear and the Bishop will also appreciate it, I'm sure.
We will indeed.
And I shall... just let you know, Bear, that Brian in Brisbane is actually the next unread YouTube comment. And thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you, Messi. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tony. Hello, Krishna.
Hi, Porthy. How are you? Hi, Bear.
Very well. I think we're probably the most rested amongst the commentariat today.
I think so. Yes. From a cool Melbourne. Yesterday was 37. Today is 20. Very different.
Classic Melbourne. I was a bit surprised today when I woke up to find rain on my decking, but I was also kind of did for my geraniums yesterday afternoon, the 37 degrees, which I wasn't very happy about.
Your poor geraniums, Forthy.
I know. Okay, so I'm taking it we'll all agree there's no hope here. Would you agree, Krishna? For England,
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. Ben Stokes is being run out was tragic for them.
Yeah, that was the nail in the coffin. How are you, Bear? Are you surviving? You're right.
I am. It's all starting to catch up. I quite like these wickets to fall quite quickly.
Yeah.
Go back to bed.
I totally get that. It's interesting, Tony was saying they're going to hit 1-6, or 1-4. And it'll be a surprise when they hit it. Just reminded me of an old conundrum I remember from when I was a kid. The teacher says there's going to be a test next week, but I'm going to surprise you on what day the test is. And then one of the pupils works out, well, if we get to Friday and we haven't had a test, it won't be a surprise, so it can't be Friday. And then he says, yeah, but if we get to Friday and it hasn't happened, then it can't be Thursday either. And if it can't be Thursday and it can't be Friday, and it also can't be Wednesday. And so you sort of work your way back and you say, well, how can it be a surprise? And I never really got my head around solving that logical problem, if you see what I mean. Anyway, I'll leave that one with you. The basic idea is it can't be Friday, obviously. Anyway, I think we're back into the action. It's enough of that. Ashwin comes around the wicket. And he bowls to Folkes, who knocks it off his legs. They come through for a single, but it's a single chipping away at an almost insurmountable
But that's conditional probability. It can only not be Friday if it hasn't been any of the days before, but you can't guarantee it's not going to be any of the days before. So only on Friday would you know it can only be Friday, or only on Thursday would you know.
But if you got to Thursday, you know it's not going to be Friday.
Well,
So
no,
it's not going to be
when you know, well, if it hasn't been Thursday, then you know it's coming on Friday. It's not that it's not going to be Friday. It is going to be Friday, because you've had every other day of the week and it hasn't happened.
But it can't be Friday because it wouldn't be a surprise.
Well,
that's defended by Tom Hartley. Dot ball. In comes Ashwin again. Down wicket comes Hartley, and plays it straight to the man at short mid wicket. Dot ball.
There's a certain logic to that, but it's a bit false logic, I would say.
I'd love it if, yeah, but for false logic, I never really got my head around. We really need somebody who's a mathematical genius to tell us how this works. That's beaten Hartley on the outside edge. What a ball that was. Dot ball. Pretty good ball, Krishna?
It's a brilliant delivery, and of course Ashwin's on 499, so he's driving for his 500th.
Oh, yes, it's going to be a very elite little club of 9 players he'll be joining on his next wicket. That's played round the corner to square leg. A little bit of false fielding, not false advertising. From Sarfaraz, they come through for the run. Hartley moves on to 12.
And of course Nathan Lyon will have the bragging rights versus
He
Ashwin
will.
by telling him, I got there before you.
So we've got Lyon, Ashwin, Broad, Anderson, obviously, Murali and Warren, McGrath, a couple more. Forward comes Folkes, plays a beautiful textbook forward defensive.
Did Courtney Walsh make that club?
Yes, I think Courtney Walsh is on that list, yeah.
Ambrose, Kirtley?
I don't think Kirtley's on that list. I don't think he made it to 500. Okay, that looks like the end of the over, the end of the 59th. England 247 for 7. Who's on the old socials?
Me.
Probably Bear.
Well, Brian in Brisbane says, if/when India win this game and Kohli returns for the 3rd test, which India wins, will the series be called a win for Kohli, even though he missed 2 games?
Probably.
But of course, it's India. He's Kohli.
Yes.
Nothing on Twitter. Oh, yes, there is. Chasing Willow says, could somebody photograph the Sydenham Foxes for the commentaries that? And also for me, we'd be quite grateful. They're not around this year, Chasing Willow.
Yeah. I went down to Sydenham for a few days over last summer and didn't see any foxes. I was most disappointed. I wrote to my MP. Beginning of the 60th over. I've gone through for a single.
Now, a couple of summers ago, there was a family of foxes just chilling next door in the garden. Like, they seem to be living there, just lying out in the daytime, just lying out in their next door neighbour's garden.
Have you ever been to Sydenham, Krishna?
Yes, I have, yes.
Have you? Yeah. I found it surprisingly green and pleasant.
Yeah, it's quite a nice area.
Yeah. When were you there? That's a dot ball to Ben Folkes.
Oh, many years ago, I was a kid.
Okay.
So, the parents.
Yeah, right. There's
the broken through the 1,000-run barrier as well in this innings.
Yes, Ben Folkes. Yes, no, that's a good milestone for him. He's quietly saying, yeah, because it's going to be quite an interesting little conundrum when Harry Brook comes back into the equation. Who makes way?
Well, if it's in England, Folkes makes way, doesn't he? Because they don't believe.
Does he?
Well,
you could. Well, say if Johnny doesn't get any runs for the rest of the series, for example.
And some of the dismissals that Folkes has executed have been brilliant in this series.
They certainly have. I mean, he'd be very harshly done by if, say, Johnny has a poor series and is regarded as immune. Dot ball. A single played round the corner by Folkes.
Yeah, it is unfair. Because Folkes actually is a very good bat and has a pretty decent average. In fact, he might have a better average than Johnny B in tests.
I think he probably does. He's just not Bazball.
No.
Does he have a good reputation against spin in this series?
I think, would it be fair to say that there's some small question mark about whether he fits into the dressing room? Did I hear that?
Something about that. Yeah. No, that has been
Cut
rumoured.
to the boundary. Cut to the boundary by Tom Hartley for one of these. He moves on to 17. Score moves on to 253. So the 250's up for England. What would you do? Say Johnny had a indifferent series. Would you drop Folks or Bairstow, Krishna?
I'm not a big Bairstow fan, so I'd be quite happy to let him go, actually.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Bias.
No, that's fine. We're all about the opinions here. That's played away by by Tom Hartley. I think he's going to keep the strike. He moves on to 18. He just plays it wide of the man at slip here, and the score ticks over to 254 for 7 at the end of the 60th.
And I mean, to be honest, forget about my personal bias. It's always the best wicketkeeper needs to be doing the job, not fiddling.
Yep, that's right. It's just, it's an article of faith for most commentators everywhere, but it never seems to be an article of faith for selectors, does it?
No.
Strange.
And I think Gilchrist changed the thinking a lot there. I mean, he was the guy who averaged 50 and just changed the landscape of wicketkeepers.
He did, actually, funnily enough. Oh, we're off again. Ashwin ran the wickets to Hartley, who defends dot ball. There was a very good keeper batsman who had an average of 40 for England back in the 30s, I think. Les Ames. I don't know if you come across him.
I remember the name.
Yeah. He also had a fantastic middle name of Ethelbert. And that's played down to Long On by Hartley for a single. I think he was the Kent.
Downton Abbey.
Yes, indeed. I think he played for Kent. I'd love to have seen him play. Everyone always puts Alan Knott in their all-time England team, but I always go for Les Ames myself. He's got a much better average than Knotty. Don't know how good a keeper he was, but obviously good enough to keep for England. In comes Ashwin again, round the wickets to Folks, the right-hander, who comes forward, but plays an immaculate forward defensive dot ball.
Hasn't Tom Hartley come on in leaps and bounds from his first day of Test cricket?
Hasn't he
That's
just?
incredible. Batting and bowling.
No, that's one of the joys of Test cricket, isn't it? Quite apart from anything else, is to see a character, that's a dot ball, see the character of a player emerge and see them sort of face up to the challenges of Test cricket. And Tom Hartley, you can sense, is really grabbing it with both hands here, batting and bowling. That's played away wide of first slip by Folks. He'll come through for just the single, yes, on to 28. I saw a stat from Andy Zaltzman which indicated that only 2 other spinners since the First World War have got 4 wickets amongst spinners for England in their first and second matches in an innings. And I think it was really? Treadwell, and I think it was Nick Cook, so rather unlikely lineup.
Treadwell, crikey.
Yeah, I know. I think, again, slightly hard done by England over the years. Not a fashionable bowler, and maybe not a great bowler, but only played a couple of times in tests. Dot ball to finish with. England 257 for 7 after 61.
I seem to remember he had a fantastic jingle, if I can remember rightly. But
no, maybe we could dig it out.
Maybe. Kiwi by Day says, love that surprise exam logic. Be interested to know if it helped the students game the system at all. Chasing Willow says, how? There were so many. Yeah, but they move around, Chasing Willow. I thought one was going to fight me, the cheese board, when the night bus was late. Love the foxes. I know, they're sweet, but you know, they just run around and do their own thing. They're probably hiding somewhere else in a bush. Here's the substitute for foxes, Willow Moon, the possum in my grandfather clock yesterday morning. Did they get aggressive, Messi?
Possums get, well, not really, no. You're not really threatened, would you say, Krishna, by a possum? I've never really felt intimidated by a possum, I'd say.
Not at all.
No, they'd never go for you. That's a dot ball to start with from Kuldeep to Hartley to start a new over. We get 2 types. We get the ringtail possums and the bushy possums, is it? Big extravagant reverse sweep from Hartley, but no runs.
How long have you been in Australia, Porky?
Since 2005. I arrived halfway through the Classic Ashes series, actually.
Okay.
So it'll be 19 years this year.
Wow.
And that's played wide, just wide of the man that Rowe hit at slip. It's going to go all the way, actually, for one of these from Hartley.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Are you fully retired now, Krishna? You're not keeping your hand in?
I'm looking for. I guess I'm on sabbatical. I'm looking for employment after I finish my career at Ford.
Okay. Well, this is a good bulletin board to put your name out there if anyone's interested.
Absolutely.
There's quite a few people listening. Yeah. Hart is on 23 off 28, facing up. Big reverse sweep again. Straight on the bounce, I hasten to add, into Rowett's hands at first slip. Dot ball.
This partnership is now 41 runs.
I know, yeah. I mean, let's not get excited yet, but another 41 runs, then another 41 run. It will be a
down
most
to less than 140 runs now.
At what point do we start making little murmurs?
Yeah, a long way from here.
I'd say another 100 runs.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Quite an expansive on drive from Hartley, but no great pace on it. Just straight to the man at the on, Hayden. Dot ball.
Doesn't seem to be that many demons in the pitch, right?
They're
playing fairly comfortably. It's a fourth-day pitch.
That's exactly right. Call deep in again for the last ball of the over. And Hartley, as Krishna suggests, sensing there's nothing to be concerned about here, trusts his forward defensive. Dot ball, the end of the 62nd, England 261 for 7. There.
Well, Diana Patterson says, what you want is a surprise test paradox. In this section, test cricket, we could do with that right now. She also says, and as for being in Sydenham, there are many, including this one in Johannesburg. She sends a link to Sydenham in Johannesburg. Krista Quire says, there are many problems of logic inference. Recommend Professor Stewart's Compendium of Mathematical Curiosities. There you go, there's one for you guys. Like, no link, but...
Okay, that's good to know. I like that sort of thing. Who doesn't?
What made you decide to go to Australia, Forthy?
Well, it was a bit now or never. My wife had grown up in Australia for 6 years. Always wanted to go back. She got a brother who lived in Melbourne. I had the opportunity to go with work. We sat round one night and say, should we give it a go? Go for a couple of years. Give the kids experience of Australia. We'll almost certainly come back. Round the wicket came Ashwin. And Folks plays a nice on drive down to long on. And then a couple of things happened. We really liked it. And there was a global financial crisis, which Australia kind of dodged. So it suddenly became a better place to live and work, Australia, than England at that time. And by the time we thought about it again, maybe after 3 or 4 years, we were kind of settled, to be honest. And Melbourne's a very livable city, as we all know. That shovelled round the corner for a big boundary from Hartley.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It'd be interesting if England can get this into double figures.
Yes, then suddenly.
Well,
Well, yeah. Not even suddenly. I mean, realistically, there's no hope.
No.
Realistically. In comes Ashwin again. More extravagant shots. And it cannons off the bowler's hand and goes down to long off for a single.
And what was your career, Forthy, when
Well,
you're not working now?
As some people get furious about on my tweets, was in fact advertising, Krishna.
Okay.
He's one of our John Drapers.
Yes, that's exactly right. We've got a few, along with Grubby and Tony and James.
Yeah.
That's a single down to long on to... Oh, no, not quite complete though. You're a Ford man. How long were you at Ford, Krishna?
33 years.
It's a good stint.
Quite a while.
You saw it peaked and troughed during that time.
Oh, absolutely. And it's always one crisis after another.
Yeah. Okay, now,
Always
big
out.
reverse sweep. I think that's been given. Yes, it has. Tom Hartley departs. There was a debate perhaps about whether he'd played it into the ground. He played it such that it went over the keeper's head behind him. Rowett running around behind the keeper. plucked it as it came down from the sky. The umpire was satisfied. I think Hartley's walked off.
No, he hasn't. He's reviewed it.
No, he's reviewed it, in fact.
So, I thought it came off the glove, but I guess it could have come off the arm.
Well, the fact he's reviewed it, there's not much point hanging around in this situation. I mean, the technology will show you, but if he's reviewed it, we shall see.
Yeah.
Maybe he hasn't hit it at all.
He hasn't hit it at all. It's come off the arm.
There we are.
Good review.
Yeah, very good.
I think one thing that the modern technology has indicated is that a lot of the time umpires are guessing, and I don't blame them for that, because how can you be... You have to make a decision. You probably weigh up the balance of probabilities a lot of the time on your decisions.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
We're hanging
Especially
around.
with LBWs, as that is your first impression of what you see, and sometimes it's completely different to what it's actually. I mean, the amount of times I see something completely different on the TV to what actually I see on a replay and a slow mo. It's like, oh Christ, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't think Berto was out, for example.
Well, I certainly didn't think Crawley was out.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Crawley, I meant.
Yeah, it was Crawley. I mean, Bairstow was umpire's call, and that looked fair enough, to be honest, but I'm still not convinced by Crawley's, but okay. I mean, this looks reasonably...
while the ball is in mid-air.
Yeah,
is there a little spike as it goes?
Yeah, but what's that touching? That's touching, it's not, clearly not glove or anything else.
You can't get that.
The thing about these little passages of play is that they can sometimes be quite important in the bigger context of the series. I'll get back to that once we've finally come to a decision on this.
Whatever that noise is, it's nothing to do with a bat, glove or anything else.
No, it's so far away. Surely they can't give this.
He was given out. That's going to be given out. I can't fucking believe that.
Is he? What's he giving out?
Decision was not out.
Oh, right. I don't know. No, well, he gave...
I think he's going to be giving out LBW. Can you do that off your forearm? I suppose you can.
Well, I don't know, because... I thought they checked all things once you were given out, and he was given out, the umpire gave out, but they gave out for the catch, clearly.
He gave out for the catch, but I think it's going to end up being LBW. So what's happened is he got so far down with his forearm as he tried the reverse sweep that it hit the forearm as it went through. They checked for the catch. It didn't hit anything. Then they checked for the LBW, and it was impact and hitting was umpire's call. And I think there's a big conference between the umpire and the Indian fielders.
I'm
not going to give it out.
It's not out.
Well, it shouldn't be given out, but I thought the protocol was if it was given out, they check all things, and if one of them's out, then you're out.
I thought they'd changed that. I thought they changed it back.
Oh, did they? What, they have to nominate what they're appealing for?
I thought they had changed it, or they were about to change it. I now can't remember. There, say Crick Info or one of the OBOs somewhere will be keeping us updated on what the thinking was there. Anyway, a lot of very disgruntled looking Indian fielders. Rohit Sharma cross-armed, very unhappy. The TV umpire Paul Rifle has made his decision. I have made my decision. We will have to reverse it. And Tom Hartley sails on.
I can give you some clarification, guys, if you want it. The umpire's call in relation to the LBW was not out, so that's what applies.
So he gave it out court and not out LBW. No. I didn't know he could do that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Does he give two decisions then?
No, but if he's given him out court, he hasn't given an umpire's call that it was going to hit the wicket. You get me?
Well, why did they check for the LBW then? It was pointless.
Because if it hadn't been umpire's call, it would have been out.
Ah, right, I see
okay. What you mean. Right. I'm with you now. I'm with you. Thank you, Messi.
Okay, that's some sort of clarification, but it's still a bit weird.
Well, I'm glad I'm not an American watching cricket for the first time, because I think we all found it hard to follow. And Hartley,
I mean, who can work
Hartley
out
plays
baseball?
that into the offside for a single. Sorry, Krishna.
I was going to say, in our defence, who can work out baseball or American football?
Well,
indeed. That was advanced level cricket knowledge and umpiring and so forth to get your head around that one. At the end of the 63rd over, then England 269 for 7.
Right, well, West Aussie Lee says, yeah, this is another conundrum. He says, dare I say it, a bit more common sense could have seen us a lot closer. But it's fun way is how we play. Yeah, but the thing is, West Aussie Leeds, if we'd have played more, we wouldn't be anywhere near 269 for 7. We'd be currently probably about 130 for however many wickets, and the chances are probably still 7. So, yeah, it's give and take. It is more fun. And look, they've done pretty well. I mean, look, Jarswell's innings is so the difference, isn't it? I mean, they got 200. The rest of their side got 200 in the first innings. We got 250 in our first innings. They got 250 in their second innings. Yeah. Fourth is not intimidated by the dirty possums. They love a bit of it. Part life, says Peter Ward. Great stuff.
Nice tweet. Very, very good. It's going to be Mukesh time. He's back into the attack after going for 19 in his first 2 overs.
We haven't seen him all day.
I think the thing with this approach is you can't say play aggressively but don't get out. You've got to say play aggressively and we'll back you if you do get out.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you know, it's unreasonable to have it both ways. You can't. In comes Mukesh round the wicket to Hartley. Mukesh has not had a great game so far, it's fair to say.
No, he's had a terrible match. He's been a bit of a waste of space, really.
He has, hasn't he?
Well, as Prince Andrew said, I was being diplomatic.
Yeah.
That's played out by Hartley for a single, and that ball already looked particularly unthreatening. Cue him running through the rest of the English order, of course.
Exactly.
Crikey, I only need 129 runs to win.
I love that little card that bloke's holding up. Said, I love Astral Pipes, which is one of the advertised hoardings that's fucking everywhere on the ground.
Nice.
Good comment.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a jingle for the bowler, because I haven't heard it.
In comes Mukesh. He's going to go over the wicket to the right-handed folks. And his radar's off there. Just goes down the onside. He sort of approaches the wicket a bit like Waka Yunus used to. He doesn't bowl, unfortunately, at the crease like Waka Yunus used to.
No, he ends up half as good as Waka, then India got a find, right?
At the moment, he's about 1/10 as good. Oh, we're being a bit hard on him. I mean, his mum might be listening.
Yeah, he's not copying.
In comes Mukesh again to folks. Straight as a die, defended by folks.
I was just going to say, this is the first time I've seen Sarfaraz Khan. He looked a bit roly-poly, doesn't he?
Yeah,
there's quite a lot of him.
On in 70s cricketer.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of him. I mean, it's more of him than the original Sarfaraz now has. The prototype of Sarfrazes from the 70s. He was a good bowler. He invented reverse swing, he claims. In comes Mukesh again. Goes slightly wider on the crease. Not going to fool folks because it's absolutely straight, that ball. Just defended by folks.
Kept a little bit low, though, you think, from the way that folks played it.
Just a touch, yes.
Yeah, it did. Ooh, nearly crept under.
Oh, it did as well, yeah. Much lower than I thought, you're right.
Sarfaraz once took 7 for 1 in a spell against Australia at the MCG. They were 305, chasing 370 or something, and then they were all at 310.
Wow, what a bowler he was, yeah. In comes Mukesh again. And that's defended by folks, who's cottoned on to the idea that this is staying low. He's staying low himself. Yeah, he's one of those bowlers who've very slightly been forgotten by history. Some are, some aren't. And people don't talk about Sarfaraz Nawaz much, but he was a really great bowler.
Wait, do we know when Mohammad Shami will come back? Is he out of the series? Or
I don't know. I don't know what his injury is, to be honest.
Don't know.
Do we know if Jadeja is going to be back for next? I mean, how bad is his hammy?
I don't think Jadeja's going to be back. I thought he was out for the series. Did I hear right? In comes Mukesh again. Defended, but with sufficient power to get past the man at close in the covers. Goes wide of the man at mid-off, and they come through for a single. So that's the end of the 64th over. England 271 for 7.
Oh, that's me.
Are we due a chain? No, we're not.
Yes, we are actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to come back, to be honest.
Well,
life's full of surprises, Messi.
It is indeed.
Isn't it just?
Well, it's Krishna. He's dipping off. Thank you very much. Us three are remaining. You are on comments. I'm going to do ball by ball.
Okay, thanks, Krishna.
And we've got a super chat from Diana Craddock, who says for £2 it's full asleep. How many needed? There's a chance. There's always a chance. It's England's duty is to invite hope to come and knock on the door, and then fuck you right off.
Yes.
You know how it works.
Well, 128 is too many runs for the last 3 wickets to get. When 2 of the, let's try and think of some last 8, 9s and 10s and 11s for England that might have stood more of a chance of getting these runs, but it's not the ones we've got coming in next, Anderson and Bashir.
Oh, it's me, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. You forgot. Yeah, it's my. I was waiting for you to take over there from the F4.
It's all right.
Flashed at by folks. Bit edgy. Goes through the slips. Don't know if it's aerial through the slips, but it went between second slip and gully, and it raced down to the third man boundary, and it's 4 more runs to England.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you remember a test match, maybe Trent Bridge in 2009, which England lost to make it 1-1 with 1 test to go, but Stuart Broad came in and got a half century, and he got his tail up, and he went on to effectively win the last test at the Oval with a streak. And he said, it was that half century he got at the end of the previous losing test that gave him the momentum and the confidence to take through. So there's always these little things happening all the time. Even in a match like this, Hartley and Folkes, if they manage to put on a good stand, can take that into the next match.
Exactly. Driven by Folkes out to cover, and there's no run. The next tweet, by the way, is Chris the Choir.
Right.
Which I like. Which
Trying to determine the criteria for a moral victory.
Absolutely. Which I quite like.
Oh God.
I like his maths.
Don't get me started.
Well,
they're keeping low. That's the difficulty here. Then I haven't seen any really leap, but there's plenty keeping low.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's the grubbers that are going to cause the trouble. Bumrah is in, and that one again keeps a little low. But Folkes is getting used to it now, and he gets forward and defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. We might make it through till T for crying out loud. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. If there are cracks on the pitch, wouldn't some leap and some grub? Why would it be the case that with cracks they only grub? Is it because of is it because the pitch is dead itself? But would that affect a crack?
It shouldn't do.
I don't think the cracks are creating the keeping low. It was keeping low occasionally when there were no apparent cracks on it. I'm always amazed at how little effect small cracks seem to have.
Yeah, same here actually. Ooh. Excuse me, defended up to mid-off and there was no run. Folkes on 36 off 67, Hartley's 30 off 36. That's a good partnership, and it's 275 for 7.
We're going to have to inject some ketamine or something into you if we go on some tea, Bear.
Maybe you need a small crack yourself.
Something to keep me awake. The coffee is working at the moment.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Are you a coffee snob? Do you
no,
like
not
it
at
just
all.
The opium blend or?
No.
Nah.
I'm instant only. Clipped out to mid wicket and there's no run. I'm moving instant slob.
When I first arrived at Gorilla Tars, International Roast was the only thing available.
Exactly.
I'm afraid since I've arrived in Melbourne, I've gone full coffee snob. It's a terrible thing.
Fair enough.
That can't be asked. I can't be asked when I'm at home to do the palaver of that. I'd rather just put some shit in a cup and pour some hot water on it. That'll do, you know.
Instant coffee and real coffee aren't related other than by the presence of caffeine.
Well, there you go. Haven't talked it up. Maybe it will be over by tea. Folks, let's just chip that one back to Butler. Back to Bumrah. I'm not sure if it was a slow ball. Maybe he was threw it too quick. I haven't seen the speed of the ball, but he looked to be clipping it on the leg side and just got a sort of fat leaving edge, a bit of a splice. Maybe that one got up to normal height and he was playing for a lower delivery.
Have a look.
And it's it's hit up near up near the sticker, trying to turn it into the leg side, and Bumrah's come back and immediately he strikes, and England lose another wicket. And now
The crowd says you're out.
275. So that's
the fat ladies are singing. According to Chris the Choir, we morally won this test, I think.
According to his calculation.
No. So what Chris the Choir is saying is it will be a moral victory for England if they get to within 133. Jaiswal minus Crawley first innings. That's not how moral victories work. You can't say if somebody was out or if somebody else wasn't.
It's exactly how they work, Messi. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
and by those standards, we won this test 8 runs ago.
Yeah, that's
I'll tell you how
it's not a moral victory.
I'll tell you how moral victories work. Last year's Ashes, that's how they work.
Yes, exactly how they fucking work.
Josie Oak says, Messi to the rescue, explaining clearly a bamboozling decision. One thing I want to clarify is that it is true that umpires, when they're checking stumpings, don't check for caught behinds anymore. But that's because they're not reviews that are taken by one of the sides. When reviews are taken by either side, they do still check for all forms of dismissal.
Yeah, which is why I thought because he'd been given out, he'd have remained out. But anyway.
The given out has to be the judgment of where the ball was. Yeah.
It's like a really difficult cryptic crossword clue that was to unravel. So we got there in the end. Thank you, Messi, for your assistance on that one.
Well, that was the last ball of the previous over. So Mukesh is going to come in. So Hartley will face up, 30 or 36. Around a wicket, Mukesh. Defended into the offside. There's no run. He hasn't got a wicket yet in this test, has he? I don't believe. They've been quite expensive.
Hasn't really looked like it. Really looked like it.
Was Siraj injured, or they decided to change it up? You know what? That was a little off spinner, wasn't it? It must have been a slow delivery.
Off cut the right, yeah.
One thing about this test, you can say the Indian 7, 8 and 9 have been way below the English 7, 8 and 9.
Yep.
Is that a moral victory? 7, 8 and 9 moral victory. A lower middle order moral victory.
Everything's a moral victory, God damn it.
Like subcategories of moral victories.
I'm not sure where morality comes into any of this.
Well, India will surely take the extra half hour now. We won't have tea, will we? Even if it gets
that's probably true, actually, yeah.
Hartley drives back to Mukesh, and he fields off his own bowling. There's no run.
Mind you, they've got to survive another 20 minutes before that becomes a question.
Well, that's yeah.
There was an England 11 from the start of the last century in which all of them ended up getting county centuries, at least. Probably the strongest ever. But that is not going to be this. So I don't think Bashir or Anderson will ever get a century, probably. Anderson actually got the 70 once, didn't he, against Sri Lanka?
He got 80.
Speaking of centuries, I looked up Les Ames after you mentioned him. Do you know he was the first keeper to score a century at number 7, and he also scored a century against every other county other than Kent, who he played for, obviously.
Wow. It's Byes. I thought he worked around the corner, but Hartley let us go down the leg side. Ill directed by Mukesh, and we'll have 4 runs for that. Thank you very much.
When there's no footage of old players, you just don't know. I mean, there's no footage of Sydney Barnes. There's no footage of Alfredo Di Stefano, really, to speak of. And everyone says he was the best footballer there ever was. And Sydney Barnes, I'd love to have seen some footage of him bowl. How did he bowl?
Yeah. Didn't he have a test average of about 12 or something stupid like that? Isn't he that guy? Mukesh around the wickets, flashed at by Hartley. There's a big appeal.
There's a big appeal.
Everyone's gone up. Mukesh is desperate for a wicket, so he's obviously he's staying. Yeah, he's definitely got an edge on that. Bharat thinks there was. Well, I think they are going to review.
I think Rowe, for the sake of diplomacy, has decided to give Mukesh that one. Go upstairs. I don't think he's convinced.
Hartley's head turned around very quickly to look at.
Oh, did it? I didn't see that. That's a giveaway.
It is. It's true. At least it would hurry things up a bit.
Yeah, it would do, wouldn't it?
Have you got your eyes on the bed in the studio? You could just flop down on that, couldn't you? You have to go home to go to sleep.
I have to go home. I mean, I could sleep on the sofa here, but I'd rather go home. There's not going to be no one at home. It's a normal school day.
Oh, careful how you
That
drive.
looks a mile away.
It does look a mile away. No, there's nothing on the bat. It's missed everything. Don't know what they heard, but it wasn't that.
No, I'm feeling a bit sorry for Mukesh now. Give him a wicket.
Yeah, he's had a pretty miserable time, hasn't he?
Give him a moral wicket, yeah.
I can't see him playing again in this series.
No.
Remember,
but when you're being compared with the Bumrah, it's pretty tough.
Do you remember Mike Smith in 1997? He got.
Oh my God, yeah.
He was called up. He didn't get a wicket. Players who've never even got a wicket.
Oh, that was fished out again by Hartley outside the off stump through to keeper and there's no run.
Although I think Graham Thorpe dropped a catch off him, which could have made a difference to the result of that match. Actually,
England picked some poor bowlers though in that period.
Oh, for sure. Late 80s, early 90s is a particularly dark period, but even in 1997 we were still picking some terrible bowlers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Patel was a terrible bowler, spinner, I seem to remember. But we also picked horses for courses back then, didn't we? Like Neil Mallender and Peter Martin. Oh, he's going to bowl Headingley. Which
really, yeah, exactly. And they were really quite poor, a lot of them. Hartley is going to face up. Mukesh, last ball of his fourth over, sorry. 2 slips going.
Brian Sidebottom's dad, I think, he was Arnie Sidebottom. Did he get a test match? I think he got one.
I think he got one.
But that was a bit earlier.
Yes. Mukesh around the wicket to Hartley, who misses that. Through the keeper, and there's no run.
I think there is, of course, an Australian who you can thank for a considerable part of the development process in England being improved so much, and that's Rod Marsh. Played a big role in the, the English Academy or whatever it was that was set up to reflect the Australian one that he'd run previously, and he ran that.
No, well done, Australia.
Yep. So you can always. Australia just wanted to have someone decent to play. Ombre Nuevo said this 15 minutes ago. He said, "I still have a fool's hope, but just a curiosity. What is the highest fourth innings score we have got in a losing test in India, as we are well past our best ever successful chase score? Actually, when was the last time we even got to a fourth innings in a losing test?" Yes.
Oh.
Kiwi by Day says, "Thank God you worked all that out. In the meantime, go back to the previous Gorilla conversation. Just happened to see this on Facebook. A hormone of high schoolers and an anxiety of middle schoolers. A hormone of high schoolers. Yeah, that's not a bad collective, man."
Yeah. Shoaib Bashir.
Well, yep, Shoaib Bashir is going to face up to Bumrah. If he survives the first ball, he'll get a jingle. He does survive his first ball, so we'll play his jingle. Boom.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
Yeah, it was a much slower delivery, wasn't the ball that got folks out. 122 kilometres an hour. Everything else about mid 130s upwards. It was the off cutter. Just rolled his fingers across it. Stokes.
Yeah, he waited to the 6th ball of the over as well to do it.
Stokes a bit too early on the shot. Just pushed it back to the bowler. Good bowling. Bumrah.
A very interesting philosophical question.
Down the leg side, no run. Yes, go on. I like a philosophical question.
So Tony Cork says, It's just struck me that an implicit tenet of baseball is that there's never any dignity or value in a drawn test. Were we just overly romanticising the game when we used to think that there was, or are we at risk of losing something worthwhile?
It's a good question.
It is.
No, there is value in a drawn test.
I mean, you can't say there was no value in Mike Atherton batting for 2 days in 1995.
But what he's saying is baseball has changed all that.
There's an appeal for LBW here from I think it's too high. Maybe going down. Yeah, Rohit's with me, and I don't think he's going to review that one.
I think that baseball would say that forget about the draw. You'll get more wins by going for wins and forgetting about draws. Now, you might occasionally lose when in the past you would have got a draw, but that's a sacrifice worth making.
Yeah, that sounds about reasonable and about right.
So if you do end up drawing for some reason, then there's no dignity or value in it any longer.
No, I don't think that's the case. I mean, there was a draw in the last Ashes, but that was, the weather can occasionally intervene. But you're very unlikely with baseball to get a draw if you get 5 full days.
Yeah, exactly that. When we're in, Bashir plays around his pad out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, I just don't see how it could happen, really.
No, not without.
Well, I could see it happening. A team sets you 450 to make in 2.5 sessions. You say, fuck it, we're going to try and lose anyway, or do you actually bet it out 2.5 sessions?
Well, I think you just play normally and assume that you're not going to get there, but if you play normally, you're not likely to throw away your wickets, hopefully. You don't play
Just that
overly
it's very unlikely that you're going to be have a 4th innings of 2 sessions with baseball, because there wouldn't be such an elongated. Oh my word!
There's going to be a wide here, bowled by I don't know what he was trying there, but he tossed it up loopily wide of the return crease, and it's a genuine wide. Everyone has a little chuckle.
What was he trying to bowl? He was trying something.
I don't know. He was trying back of the hand. And it was a no ball. A no ball trumps.
It was a no ball.
Was it a no ball because it was so wide?
It hit the return crease.
Oh no, it's a no ball anyway.
It's because it was a front foot no
ball. It was a front foot no ball.
Oh dear God. Yeah, I think that was one you sort of put out of your memory fairly quickly.
Big puff of McEnroe would have said, "You cannot be serious." That one is dug out by Bashir up to mid off, no run.
I think that it's good, really. I used to quite enjoy a battling draw when I was young, but I was sort of brought up that way. But in retrospect, it wasn't. It's not really a great way to play sport. I think that very occasionally a real backs to the wall effort. Oh, when Atherton played that innings in South Africa, it was epic, wasn't it? It was impressive.
And
it's not really how sport should be played.
No, but I guess there's the denying the opposition the win sort of thing. Through to the keeper, and there's no one. I mean, I remember that series in South Africa. Was it 2010? Would have been around about then when Graham Onions survived.
Yeah.
We won that series. I mean, it's gripping stuff when you get down to number 11, or Jimmy and Monty Panestar in Cardiff in 2009. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, that is true. And in the context when you really need a draw to hang on for a win in the series and things like that, it's just that baseball more or less takes the draw out of the equation.
Well, it does. Yeah. But it's just because the game moves too quick to allow it to go full 5 days, really. Although, I suppose all the Ashes tests went to a 5th day, but there was a lot of weather interruptions in between, wasn't there, actually, in quite a few of the tests.
That 1995 one, the Atherton innings, they would have gone for the win, because they could have. It wasn't impossible. Certainly over 5 sessions, this team would have said, well, we're going to go for it.
Yeah.
It was not an impossible total to overhaul, in fact, in 5 sessions. But the thinking at the time was, that's not possible, we'll go for a draw. That was the primary thinking.
Yeah. Mukesh is going to continue around the wicket, and Hartley plays him out into the deep. but he doesn't actually. Blows into cover and there's no run. Interesting, isn't it? Bashir's had one test innings and they've already decided, well, we won't bat him at number 11 behind Jimmy. He's better than Jimmy, so we'll move him up to number 10.
Poor Jimmy.
Poor Jimmy.
Mog says, I don't want to brag, which is what you always say when you're about to brag, but I did say England would capitulate around tea.
I don't think the words capitulate, Mark. They haven't capitulated.
Well, speaking of meaning of words, Kiwi by Day says, I think you guys have forgotten what moral actually means, or maybe it's just what victory actually means.
Well, we've been forced to forget by being rammed down our throats by Australians and other people that keep laughing about moral victories, even though they were the victim of one.
Well, that's cut well by Hartley. Not a lot of foot movement, but he gets a single down a long, deep point.
Now, I have to say that I need England to get to 306 to get my next GPL picking.
Okay.
No, it's more than that. 273 less 67. No, it's added. Oh fuck! It's a lot more than that. Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
What did we come out?
I need them to
What did we come out this morning? 67, wasn't it?
Yeah, I need them to get to 340.
So 67 what? So we're on 214 at the moment, yeah? That one... Well, there's another appeal. That one's been given. I thought he was nowhere near it. Oh, well, he clearly was, because Bashir's walking off. So we now get closer. There definitely will be no tea. They will... Well, there might be, if Jimmy Anderson managed to survive for another 20 minutes or so, but or an extra half an hour.
That was odd. You're right, that was odd. To the naked eye, it looked like there was daylight, but obviously not.
No, clearly not. Mukesh finally gets a wicket. Well done, Mukesh.
Oh,
good for you. That's
consolation just for you, Forthy.
Exactly, consolation.
Good.
Gets number 10 out in the second innings when they're miles away from victory.
I mean, it's...
Take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
It's a moral victory for Mukesh. That's good.
He now has 7 wickets in his 3 Test matches at an average of 25.
That's not bad.
Was he? That's pretty good average.
His best bowling is 2 for none, which is.
I mean, he must have played in South Africa then, I presume. I like Katie Scott's comment on YouTube. She's Bazball is all about doing things that seem impossible. Those draws you mentioned all looked impossible, so they'd be compatible with Bazball.
Yes, that's good. I like it. I like it. That's good.
Well, the old stager. Jimmy Anderson is going to come out.
I know it's not in the spirit of sport, but is there much point in him coming out risking a broken arm, to quote Michael Clark, which puts him out for the rest of the series, when we know for a certainty that England are going to lose this match?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but you've got to go through the motions.
I suppose so.
Sophie KL says it's very true about Rod Marsh. She scored some games when he was in charge of England A and touring Malaysia, and that whole setup was the start of a change in attitude in England cricket.
Fair enough. Thanks, Rod. No longer with us, sadly.
Alright.
He did an excellent talk at... What's the annual talk they do at Lord's?
The MCC Spirit of Cricket talk, is it?
That's right. There's some very good ones.
Yeah, Kumar Sangakkara gave a classic.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Anderson is beaten on the outside edge by Mukesh. 2 balls left in this over.
So what's Dream 11 that's written over front of
Yeah,
Yes.
Dream 11. It's
it's a-
fantasy cricket.
Yeah, they must make a fortune out of it.
Yeah, well, it's kind of legalised gambling. That's how they do
Yeah.
gambling in India. It's not. They don't have bookies, traditional book. Well, they do, but they're all illegal. It's kind of halfway house. I mean, if you go, you can't join it from outside India. It's kind of weird. That's through to keeping. There's no run. Whenever we were wanting to do sort of gambling-y type podcast, that I was going to do with Dave Brooke for the World Cup, but he kind of went off the rails. Sorry, Dave. One of the things I wanted to do was include the fantasy thing, because for the Indian market or whatever. But you need an Indian phone number to be able to join, because they do this, two-step verification shit. And if you don't have an Indian phone number, then you can't get your verification code. They don't accept any other numbers. But it seems to me that unlike fantasy football here, where it's you genuinely play the whole football league or whatever you're doing the fantasy on, it's pretty much a fantasy on every game. So you can you can basically gamble on every game and win prizes on every game, even sometimes even every inning sort of thing. Driven nicely by Hartley. And Jimmy, gorgeous drive inside mid-on.
Absolutely priceless shot.
And he gets 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Tail in a little bit.
Yeah, it's also nice to see a mid-wicket conference between Anderson and Hartley. I wonder what they're discussing, how they're going to go about knocking off this 120 runs between them. That's a beautiful shot from Jimmy, just seeing it sideways on.
Right into the arc.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I only need them to get another 65 runs for the last wicket.
Is anyone in with a shout? Oh, sorry.
No, there's a huge gap I had between. Well, we're in the huge gap at the moment.
Excellent. I like huge gaps in the numbers.
Huge gap world. You'd think that when you've done that much batting, maybe you'd get better at it, would you? By the time you got to 41, or would you get worse because your eyes go?
Well, yeah, your eyes go. And there's only a certain amount of talent some people have. It's cut out to deep point by Hartley. There'll be no run.
Yeah, it's funny seeing Stephen Finn and Alistair Cook in the studio commentating. They're both significantly younger than the batsman who's out there now.
Hi. Sorry. Big yawn. The England dressing room certainly appreciated that on drive by Anderson.
Oh, it's classic.
So here's a lovely stat for you. Jimmy's best year in terms of batting average was 2003.
Wow.
Oh, his first year.
He averaged 22.5 in that year.
Oh, probably thought he was
I bet there were commentators saying, "Oh, this could be a future 7 or 8 for England, maybe even 6 at that point."
12 innings, 10 not outs.
Well, he was. That's a reverse sweep by Jimmy. Of course, he's good at that shot, but straight to the man on the 45. He had the longest streak, duckless streak, didn't he?
He did.
Number 10.
Yeah, as any batsman, I think he took over from David Gower from memory.
I can't remember. Defended back down the track. There's no run.
He hasn't averaged double figures batting and since 2014.
When did he get that 80 against Sri Lanka and almost?
It wasn't Sri Lanka. It was India.
Wasn't it?
It was India.
Was it India?
Yeah, Old Trafford.
81 he got. That was in 2014, which he got an average of 16 for the year.
Okay, I misremembered.
That was the first series that Guerrilla Cricket did. That swept. Oh, he's got it over the top of the slip somehow. It's just doubled over the slip.
Let's bear with some disappointment.
Yeah,
it's not out.
Well, I think Rohit
Dreaming of
his
his
slip, saying it came off the arm. But anyway, it's a single. .287 for 9. Hartley 32 off 45. Batted quite well.
32 off 45 from Hartley. That's a promising contribution on a difficult pitch.
Yeah.
Good on him.
Exactly that.
Well, I can tell you that being not out now with 5 runs, Jimmy's average is over It's in double figures for this year now.
Wow. Well,
for the first time in 10 years.
Nice. Hartley has cut that behind square, down to the point boundary. He's got himself 4 runs.
Very nice.
But he's only played 1 test this year then. So there's a long way to go,
Well,
Jim.
Make the best of it.
So basically, he scored. So what you're saying, he scored 11 runs this year, and he's been not out once so far. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Let's make the best of it.
Well, yes.
Sorry
Lots of tower
about
blocks in Vizag, aren't there? Doesn't look like a great place to live.
Kind of. Is it coastal? Kind of looks a bit
Yeah,
Miami.
sometimes you see the sea. Yeah.
Bit Miami-like. Bit of
from the Bay
forest.
of Bengal.
Oh, yeah, right.
Doesn't look like it.
I think
suffers from.
I think you'll find there's a lot of tower blocks in most Indian cities these days.
There are, but that seemed particularly characteristic of that. Anyway.
Yeah.
Bumrah time again. 246 off 17, so he hasn't run through England as many suspected he would do, but he hasn't needed to.
No, other people have taken the wickets too this time around. In fact, it's a pretty even spread, isn't it? Ashwin's got a few. Kuldeep's got a couple. That's I think off the pad. Yeah, leg by Jim.
Yeah, I'm also getting concerned because I did give a deadline for when this commentary stint was finishing to my wife who's cooking dinner, and now we're eating into it. I'll go and check with her to make sure they...
Well, Tim's still connected. I don't know if he's there. Are you able to come in for 40, Tim?
No, it's okay, don't worry. I'll probably get a knock on the door to indicate.
Dinner is ready.
I might just... Yes, exactly.
Brian in Brisbane has an important question for you, Bear. I'll ask after this delivery.
Okie dokie. Bumrah, well, you can ask it now because Bumrah has pulled down of his run-up.
Oh. He says, for the next test, Bear, are there any coffee shops near Gorilla Towers opening earlier than 7? Anything on Deliveroo opens at 7?
I doubt it, to be honest. To be fair, I'm not even sure. I mean, I'm supposed to be going away for the next test.
You're going to Tenerife, aren't
I'm
you?
supposed to be going to Tenerife or Gran Canaria for 20th wedding anniversary. Get out of the country. Yeah, and I haven't left the country for a fucking long time. Last year was the most stressful year I've had in my whole 52 years on the planet. Hartley around the world. Oh, he's bowled him. That's it. Game over. It's gone past the outside edge. Hartley's off stump. It's just plopped into the ground. The game is done. England. That's quite a valiant, really, when you think about it. 292 on a fourth day wicket in a 4th innings in India. Many in England side would have careened out for about 80 or 100 or something once the wicket started to go.
It was Forthy's dinner time.
And they knew it was Forthy's dinner time. So Hartley said, I'll miss this one so Forthy doesn't get in trouble with his missus. And India won by 106 runs. Could have been a lot worse for England. Doesn't look too bad in the book. I don't think they should be too disheartened. Jaiswal obviously gets man of the match, doesn't he? He got 209 in the first innings. And that is essentially that is the difference between two sides in this match, and therefore, well done him, and that makes the series 1-1. Interesting. Does that mean it gets definitely? It's definitely going to be live to the 5th test then? No, not necessarily. You could lose 2 in a row and that'll be all done. Yeah. But
that's true, yeah. Everyone got in today and then got out, but that was the nature of the pitch, rather, wasn't it?
And the nature of Bazball as well, isn't it? I thought.
Yes, the nature of Bazball.
I very much think that Root got out to a poor shot.
Yes.
Sharp catch off Ollie Pope to get him out. It wasn't a great shot, but it was also an equally good catch because he really didn't have a lot of time to react. And the rest probably some good, cool city run out for Stokes.
Yeah.
Good review by Kuldeep to get out, as everyone thought that he wasn't out, but good review by Kuldeep to get out Crawley.
So Crawley got 73. Everybody else, everyone else apart from Bashir and Anderson at the end, got out between. Oh, and Ben Stokes was run out. Really got out between kind of 20 and 40. Because you were never quite in on this pitch. There was always something lurking for you. And
Yes.
I think I would agree with Bear. 292, definitely a creditable performance, but it was always, despite all the talk and the hype beforehand, it was always going to be a very, very tall order.
Yeah, exactly that. So we move on. Next one is in... where is the next one? It's somewhere that you don't normally go either, isn't it?
The next one is in Rajkot.
Okie
On the
dokie.
15th of February. I won't be with you on day one because it's also the first day of the Australia-South Africa women's test at the Wacker, which I'm planning to go to if it's not ridiculously hot.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
Have a nice time. We'll miss you.
Aye, indeed.
I'm sure survive.
We got any last comments?
Yes, there's a correction from Chris the Choir. He says, erratum, Professor Stewart's Cabinet of Mathematical Curiosities is the name of the book. Also, his Board of Mathematical Treasures, from which comes the question, what do you call a polar bear? Answer, a Cartesian bear that has changed its coordinate system.
that kind of a book, okay.
Yeah. Mathematicians have been laughing their socks off at the moment. And Jay says, I've just found out that you can play Dream 11 Kabaddi. That sounds mint. Oh,
yeah, you can. Yeah, they have different sports on there. But yeah, it's basically legalised gambling for India. Well, that about wraps it up, guys. I'm sure me and the Bish will do a podcast reviewing this test at some point between now and the second test. The series is set up well. 1-1,
It's sure.
3 to play.
and it's been
Thanks
good
for
fun,
listening.
all of it.
Yeah.
And it's England haven't collapsed in the heap. They've done performed creditably, but India the better team in this test.
Absolutely.
Well done them.
Indeed, well done them. And with that, we shall say goodbye. Thank you very much, boys, for being there, and thank you very much to everyone who's been on, and everyone who's listened, and everyone who's super chatted and patroned and done everything else in GPL.
Yeah, we got thanks from Mog and from Willow Moon, who says she won't send the cake until you get back, Bear, so you don't miss out.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I might be back for day 5 of the next test, but I don't think it will go at day 5. Very unlikely, anyway. Right, we're off, and we shall see you in about 12 days or whatever it is. Until then,
15. So 10 days.
10 days. We'll see you shortly. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Feed